Futures back in negative territory once again this morning as we get set to head into Q2 earnings reporting season coming up this week after the bell on Wednesday, and then pre-market on Thursday. We'll start to get some of the bigger names reporting once again. So there's that to look forward to. We're also going to get the latest reading on CPI coming up on Wednesday morning as well, 8:30. That will be the next benchmark for the Fed ahead of the next Fed meeting, which is obviously going to be next week. The market overall coming off a bit of a choppy session on Friday. It was kind of back and forth, if you remember, going into the close. The Dow, the only one that, or the NASDAQ, I should say, the only one that ended up relatively flat. The others back in negative territory heading into the weekend as we continue to get this wait and see approach. It was a much bigger than expected beat on the jobs report that kicked things off on Friday. We'll talk about that again coming up. Obviously, the big headline this morning, Twitter back to the downside in a big way. Elon on Friday ending his pursuit, officially ending his pursuit of the company with a letter from a lawyer. That doesn't necessarily mean it's over. We'll talk about all the options here for Twitter coming up as well. DWAC to the upside in a huge way, along with that funware as well on this news. So much to get to, so much to talk about coming up this week. Going to be a big week. It's Monday, July 11th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things stand at this point. 0.75 there for the NASDAQ, about leading the way. 0.5% for the Dow, 0.6 for the S&P. Pretty ugly bottom end of the board once again this morning. 2.5% already for crude oil. Bitcoin and Ethereum tumbling to kick off the new week as well. A number of things to jump right into this morning, guys. We have all kinds of headlines. Hey, Sean's back after a couple days off last week. Great to have Sean as well back in the building, guys. So many headlines, so many things to prepare for, I guess, coming up this week, including CPI. As I said, on Wednesday, we get earnings coming up. Going to be an important week overall for the market.
Oh, it's a big one. We like earnings. We definitely love that. We've already got some movers this morning. We'll talk all about Twitter and DWAC obviously off of that, and I think it's a bit of a fade today, so you can tell already short there. But Mullen making some power moves this morning. There's this biopharm, small cap biopharma making some moves as well. The chip space is going to be in play. The casinos, they open up, and then they were closed for a week in Macau. So those are going to be in play. Yeah, it's going to be a wild one. Should be exciting. Got the whole crew back. We're thankful to Varun stepping in pretty much every day last week.
Yeah, I think it was
so we could take some vacay. But the team's back, and we're locked and loaded and ready to go in this week. And those bank earnings, probably CPI is more important, but the bank earnings should be a pretty good tell as well. And we actually get one today. We get Pepsi. I think they're before the bell tomorrow. Either way, that's the first one off the board will be Pepsi.
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting. I'm trying to set up my Bluetooth earpiece here, but look, bank earnings I feel like is what's going to be obviously what we're looking for today. Big move down. I mean, all in this is all about the shorts today. It just feels pretty weak. I'm a little distraught as well because e-signal here has some sort of a update, so now all my charts look a little bit crazier than normal. But yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out, and we'll figure this all out. But yeah, Mullen, I'm looking at that now up to 140 on some nice news. You could see here. I guess someone put in the chat that it was the Amazon partnership. So we'll find out more about that. But you could see here, Mullen. Where's my minute chart here? There it is. Up to the races, up to 140 right now, up 20%. So this is the one that I don't know how my kid got involved with this, but he's into Mullen as well. We had some of those super chats when Mullen was down near $1, talking about how good of an opportunity that was, and now you're seeing it again. Up to that 140, 150, already doing 11 million shares. Looks like Mullen will be the one to watch here today as well. So yeah, exciting times here, Brendan, and yeah, glad to be back. It should be a big week, and look, I'm really looking forward to this earnings season. I think there's going to be no more exciting one than what's about to come.
Yeah, finally a little more catalyst maybe coming back into the market that might provide us with some directional moves overall. It was a pretty quiet week, obviously. All last week. Let's get into it. Here it is. Here's a note on Mullen, guys. It's Delpac Logistics ordering 600 Mullen Class 2 EV cargo vans over the next 18 months. So that kind of kicked off that move for Mullen. There's also AMC, not necessarily doing a lot, but nice look for AMC this morning. Their busiest weekend so far of the year with Thor, and I hadn't even heard of this Love and Thunder, but a couple of big movies, I guess, this weekend.
You hadn't heard of the Thor movie? Come on, Brendan.
Wow, Brendan.
I'm not going to say that I've seen it, but I definitely heard of it. I finally just watched the Doctor Strange movie, actually. So I think that could be an exciting one. And realistically, last week, AMC, that was in play sort of regardless, just because of the trend that it was putting in. And sometimes it's just about, come on, Chart, sometimes it's just about the strength overall. And we talked about how this is something that was almost gearing up for a breakout, and it really did start last week. If you look at the tight consolidation, breaking that 50 period, and we said, I think it was on Thursday, we were talking about how it never really wanted to close above that 50. And every time it did, the next day was a rejection style day, and then you finally had follow through on Friday. And that's what we've been looking for. It didn't really convincingly take $15, which I think just gives us trading opportunities today. Because you can still go through that level. We still love that 1380. Maybe we see that again, but all systems go off that. 1470 we're using as support in the afternoon. On Friday, kind of ran out of time there to be able to catch that price, but I think we'll probably dig a little bit deeper than that, trying to catch some dips here. Not a heck of a lot that looks super good long so far this morning. So it's like small caps and it's AMC. I didn't look at GameStop, to be honest with you. And then Mullen, which is absolutely screaming. Like that went from, okay, well, Mullen was interesting off $1 last week to turning into, it could be the number one of the small caps or the smaller names to go today because the volume's just picking up.
All right, I do have to do this. Let's go. Right there. Thank you so much to Jacob there. Thank you so much for the super chat. Means a lot there to us. You got the money there. We'll hit it again for you one more time. Thank you so much, Jacob. Yeah, let's get some of that money today. Not if you're long, like Neil just mentioned there. And I feel like we started there with AMC. Yeah, surprising that it was their best weekend of the year. I thought Top Gun and all that stuff really capped that off for AMC, but it looks like, no, it continues to work here. And I was saying that before, that I don't think AMC's dead. I think if you look at some of these other stocks and some of the way that they've been treated over the last little while, all the EV spaces and some of these other names, AMC is no longer really that joke of a stock. I feel like it's been actually holding up pretty good here. This goes all the way back to May, man, like $12. Now you're at 15. There's so many names that wishes they were at sort of at some of these May levels, right? And you're up to $15 here. So AMC continues to hold pretty strong. And I think whether or not we, today's one of those days where we start to break out through the top. And if we do, that's going to be 15, 20. I was sort of looking to hope to get back in somewhere, not back in, I'm not in at all, but down and around here, 1350, 1340, something like that in here for AMC. But I'm also not afraid to take this top off, and I think we're going to do that today as well. 1521 if the market gets going here for AMC. I like that long, and I think you got to push it. It was the high there on Friday. You came in with good news. I guess, let's be exact here. It's 1530, so there's 1520 right there. To get exact with that, I think you could take out Friday's high there, and then go for that. So that's what I'm gonna be waiting for, 1530 as a high. And then, yeah, if we can get anything down here around 14-ish, I think that's a great pickup off those bottoms from yesterday. The low on Monday down here at 14 before taking off almost immediately up that 12% up to 1530. So I'm looking at either a dip buy down here near 14, or we'll see what we can do with this 1530 top. So I think AMC is an interesting one today. Only 400,000 shares. Let's check the imbalance locator quickly. Twitter, obviously the biggest one there as a sell, but other than that, there's not much on here, including AMC. I don't see it. So Twitter's a sell, MO, Philip Morris on there, Pfizer, Ford as a buy. That's nice to see. Is that near? Yeah, I was gonna say, is that near 12, 1150 right now? But yeah, okay. So AMC, I like it. 1530. Let's go long if it takes the top, and let's see if we can get a long near 14. Brendan.
Worth a note on that Mullen deal as well. That Dell Pack Logistics, guys, is in fact a service partner of Amazon. So that's where that tie came in. We were talking last week about this 9 a.m. move on crude oil that happened 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 days. Last week was a holiday, so 3 out of 4 days. Last week, it might be kicking off a little bit early here on crude, now down more than 3% on the morning. A huge volume spike just came in there for the actual futures. I brought up Devon here, DVN downside as well with oil, but JP Morgan out with this note this morning on Devon ahead of their earnings. They don't report until the first week of August, but some of the energy stocks starting to tick lower here with crude moving down.
Yeah, I'm actually disappointed this happened already and not at 9 o'clock, because it's sort of one of these things, like you see a pattern like this and you just want to take advantage of it every chance you get. However, there's been follow through. It's the 9 o'clock move that's happened. I think it's 3 sessions in a row. This would have been the 4th if it had happened today. And then it was downside with follow through, and then downside with follow through, then upside 2 days in a row. And you could have bought the move. It breaks out of the range. You could have bought the move even late at 9 o'clock in the last couple of days and still had a runner going into the open. Unfortunately, it looks like that trend has been broken. The other thing that might be broken here is like this comeback trend that we've seen. Like if we don't hold this 102, that support after that upside breakout on Thursday, then you could be retesting that $100 barrel level. I just note that realistically, that pattern, while a good one, it was something you needed to trade specifically in the oil futures. When I tried to apply that to Occidental or any of the other individual equities, it was just no good for me. I am watching Oxy this week. However, this one name that, going to continue to trade this one in the space. It is my favorite just for the purposes of trading. We tried the breakout, and I did not go into a reversal when we failed that 62 level. That's the big resistance I'm looking at this week on Oxy. I think into 62, I think that's where it can be sold. It does have support around 57. Might see that come first. But set 62 looks like it was reestablished as resistance on Occidental. Get up to that price, and I think it's a bit of a fade. On the daily, which doesn't want to load, it'll tell you about the same story. So we're going to wait till you get to the actual key levels here. I'm watching for Oxy on any strength to be a seller at 62.
Yeah, we had a nice bump up there. Yeah, I mean, I was trading. I remember the last day I was here, it was Oxy. We killed Oxy there near the end of the day. So we will look at Oxy again and some of the relationships there between the way the market moves. Remember we talked about that, Oxy versus the NASDAQ and versus oil and stuff like that on our last day. But XLE had a nice couple days of run up there, up to that 72 level, off that 66 bottom. Looks like it wants to come back and test some of those levels again. So again, 40% of XLE is XOM and Chevron. So if you want to get some exposure there, as well as holding some other names, you could grab this XLE. And it just looks like we got going to 72 again and then faded out with oil down here only, well, now I was going to say only down 3.5%, but starting to get escalated as well. We were just at 102 about 10 minutes ago, and then a nice drop down to 101. So you're starting to break lower here on oil. For me, I think that the market today downside, we haven't even talked about crypto yet, which is still okay, but a lot of these markets starting to fall in here. I think oil is just going to be another one of those. So for me, I look to fade all of these plays here today, whether or not it's going to be an oil bump up or anything like that. I don't know if there's recession fears again. It feels like off that jobs number that was sort of squashed. But again, with oil starting to head back down, that's generally an indicator for that. So we'll wait to see 66 bottom. I still think you could pick up some XLE down here. I still like the energy trade moving forward. I know someone at Morgan came out and said that $65 oil or something like that might be coming through. I don't think that that's true necessarily, but we'll wait down here. 65 for XLE is pretty nice though. So you get any sort of a move down for energy. I think that's something that needs to be bought. I'm still not on the whole like growth is king kind of thing yet. Although I hold all tech stocks, I feel like diversifying like I've been doing in some of these energy names should work out here heading into the second half of the year. So I like XLE to the upside. I feel like the more production issues, some of the more drawdowns that we're seeing in oil and things like that, I think this will help the market. So let's wait to see what happens here. But for me, XLE, I like that. I like Oxy. And then XOM, of course, is the big name that we always talk about. This name should be faded almost at all times and until we start to break down near that 80 one more time. So that's already bounced off 80. You still have that 82 level that we're looking at here on XOM. But again, pretty choppy, but holding up. I don't want to buy the equities until we break above the 50 period, so still a little weak there on oil, but I don't know. There's really no safe haven right now, but if I did have to guess a spot where I'd like to put my money, it would be in energy rather than financials or tech or anything right now. So I feel like there's some hiding going on here. I just don't know where exactly.
some of the more interesting earnings reports coming up, as well as I said, into the first week of August. We'll start to get into oil companies for earnings. Neil, you were asking about ToughBuilt. They came out reporting this, $3.5 million in sales in Q2 through Amazon for TBLT. So up on that news. All right, I was kind of avoiding the elephant in the room, I guess, but let's talk about it, shall we? We'll talk about Twitter, obviously. That's the biggest maybe opportunity this morning. But if you maybe were away over the weekend and missed it, yeah, Elon on Friday said pass to this Twitter deal. Twitter responds by hiring, who is it? Wachtell Lipton law firm to, I guess, kick off the legal proceedings that will pursue here for Twitter now suing Elon. But I wanted to show Tesla because we're up nicely here. 1.1 for Tesla, back to 760, 750, trying to clear some of these highs once again. So a positive, obviously, for Tesla, but Twitter, downside, big time.
Yeah, well, that level on Tesla, 765 was a big top there last week. So I guess at the end of last week. So that'd be a big one to watch here today. Super strong Tesla was. Particularly at the end of the week, it was pretty impressive, guys. Twitter here, yeah, the lawyer's going to get paid. That's just a straight up, man. Like, there's a lot of money to be made in the legal profession over this deal breakup because this is not going to end quickly. This will probably get dragged out a little bit here, and there's lots of ways that this could end up. An actual termination where the breakup fee is just paid. Maybe like negotiations will go on like behind the scenes. So maybe it'll be like negotiating a smaller price, or what I think is a bit of a long shot that they could actually force him to do the deal at $54. I think that's a bit of a long shot. So this is one of those stocks where all of that is going to be floating around in the ether and the price, and you're still going to deal with some of that headline risk. Like, this doesn't really give us the kind of clarification that we're looking for, except for, what we're speculating that Elon had buyer's remorse and he wanted to get out of it at a lower price. Well, now we just know that that's true, but everybody already believed that. So I don't know how much that's gonna weigh on it. I would tell you right now, I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised the stock is where it is. That said, I think that's probably a testament to how long this is gonna get drawn out, because realistically, you could argue that it would be below $30 if a deal were to still fall apart completely. And this is why I tend to think there might be a decent chance that you're going to still have that lower bid. Otherwise, why are people willing to buy it at 35? I think it's an obvious fade at 37 because that was previous support. You can trade off the evens, which have been pretty good as well on Twitter. The one thing that was obvious to myself and Brennan when we sat down was DWAC's up on this news. And look, I mean, DWAC's been doing absolutely nothing, and you guys have been seeing this pretty much for the last few weeks. They'll have like these random moves away, and they've been to the downside, and then just go sideways, doing absolutely nothing off $24 or $25, and then it gaps up to $30, essentially on this news. And Trump, Trump was out there trash talking Elon a little bit, I guess, a little low-hanging fruit there. But yeah, this one just felt like a bit of a fade. Like, why are we filling in this gap? It's a little bit too much for me. Once it fell below $30, it was like that was probably the golden zone to be shorting it at 29. And then it had another breakdown here at 29 even. This is the level that I'm currently shorting. I had taken profit once at 27.5, and then as it came back up to the 28.5 range, reloading. But this shorts to 29, and if it breaks that, I'd be shorting it again. Anything beneath 30 on DWAC. It's just. It was up over 20% at one point as a sympathy play, and it just doesn't add up to me. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, none of the issues that specifically this deal, or maybe it doesn't even happen, has, none of that changes because Elon wants to pull out of Twitter.
Yeah, I'm already waiting. I mean, I'm waiting at 36 for the short. I just agree with all that talk. I mean, I wrote it here on the sticky note. It's the #1 name on here. There's no reason for this thing to break above that $38 mark, and I just put on here in capital letters that we would do headline risk, right? And so I think that's the only risk here, like Neil said, headline risk here, that something comes out that says, oh, he's forced to do the deal or whatever. But I feel like it's going to get drawn out for quite a while on Twitter. So my offer is ready to go. If we break 38, 38.50, then I'll get out and just assume that the stock is heading northbound, and we'll look at that at another time. But for me, for right now, Mullen, I'm going to get long right now. We're about to break through the day's high here of 41. So as soon as we do that, we're going to go long Mullen. We do have some spots back here, 124, 125, where I feel like if we're going to be wrong, it'll be back in here somewhere, especially, I mean, not especially, but, you know, if this is, I mean, the news is out. Brandon's already talked about this here. So, you know, makes sense why we're up a little bit. That's the kind of stuff that these names look for. Partnerships, agreements, deals, whatever, buyouts, all this stuff. It's all there. So, you know, today Mullen with up 19% feels like it can go a lot more than this. We have seen it make these moves before in the past. So for me down here, 111, you know, 112, you know, that's a gift there. If you are getting nervous about anything, I'm actually sitting here to get longer at 128 right into here from Friday's high. So we'll have to check that out there on Mullen. And the reason why I'm just doing this is I feel like it's going to break very, very soon. And when it does, then you do have this top here of 180, 160, possibly as a first stopping spot there. So if and when I get long at 141 or 142, my first stop will be 150. We'll get out some there. I have to. Don't have to, but, and then we'll look at 160 and then a possibly 180 break. So right now, I know we started this with Twitter, but Mullen, the name really now that's moving around. I like the Twitter short. I'm going to be on the short. It's on here right now. You can see the NASDAQ is starting to bump up a little bit here, so maybe we'll get some of these other plays. And there's a few more names to talk about here, Brendan, including obviously some of these Chinese ADRs and then the semis, but should be an exciting day. There's still 40 minutes before this market opens, and lots can happen. The market could even turn positive. I don't think that's going to happen. But right now, the Euro USD falling to its lowest level, get this, in 20 years right now. So that's a little scary there. Obviously, Europe has a lot of issues now. Almost heading down to it's 10074 right now. So 20-year low on the Euro versus the USD. Not great signs there for Europe. Apparently the gas and oil there is just horrendous in some of the prices that they're going to have to be facing come the winter months. So yuck, not a great day here for dollars other than USD.
Yeah, I saw the yen 24-year low as well for the yen this morning. It's crazy. Meta, let's talk about the NASDAQ getting a tick higher here. I just saw Meta pop up as well. Down this morning, though, a little bit of relative weakness coming into play on this note. Needham out with a downgrade on rising costs and a price target adjustment for Meta. Big week last week for this one, back to the upside to 170, but down 2% here so far.
Yeah, the only disappointing thing, well, not the only disappointing. The disappointing thing about Meta is that, you know, when I like some short opportunities today, we don't get the crack at the level that was all last week. And for the last month or so, and it's been this 172, 173. So we're going to have to file that one away for when the market gets a little bit stronger, but there's no chance that it gets back to that price and we're not trading Meta back up there. The channel that it was in, at least for the last couple of sessions, you'll probably remember those 168 lows from Thursday and Friday. Essentially below that gap is where you find resistance, which is essentially right here at the open. So there's a decent chance that's going to get tested right away at the open. I don't want to diddle in the middle with this thing. Like, it either fails here at 168 for a pop and fade trade, and because we're so tight, I'd wait till 9:30. At least I'll wait till 9:30 for that. And then if we break out, it's just got to be those 172s. Like, if this, and that's every day this week. I don't care when it happens. We break out, I want that 172 short every single chance that we do get. When you find a good level, you got to make sure you attack it over and over again. So that's what I'll be looking for on Meta. In the odd chance that we don't get this 168, there's a few pop and fades I like. Meta is one of them. Firm is going to be one at that 23 level from last week. So just going back to some key prices that we're looking at to end the week.
Yeah, look, I don't want to short 172, but I think that's a great long 173, 172. If you can break out through there, we need some work in the market to have that happen. So if the market's weak, then definitely short into that level is great, and then busting it through the long. Maybe it's 172.50 or something there. Really, really like Meta long, man. But it's on the sticky note again today for a short. So what is all this sticky note talk, you might say? Yeah, I'm back. So there it is right here. We have it on here at the bottom, 166 short breakdown, or we're going to try the short here at 168. So we've already written this all down here. Find it at Trader TV, Sean. But I really, really like this 172.50 level there. If Meta can break down, I mean, you have this 166 right into here. It was the bottom back on the 6th, 166. And then, you know, there's not too many key levels there. It was the top in here a little bit. This is just a 20-minute chart. So Meta does have a little bit of ranges here that you can look at. Here's 165, you know, 166. So any kind of a breakdown from this level, which would be 166, I like the short. But for now, as the market moves up a little bit here on the NASDAQ, you can see just look, it's bouncing off 12,000. So we kind of do expect that. I'm going to go short into 168. And I know that seems a little bit crazy because I love the Meta long. But again, short into 168 here. Watch out for this 168.50. And I'm thinking that if we take down 169, maybe even 170, then we can decide to get out of this trade. So let's go short Meta up here, 168. That's where I'm trying right now, into that 168.50. If we take out 168.50, then we'll have to reassess this trade. But I like it right now. I think the short should be in here for Meta at some point today, especially if this market continues to go to the downside. It's been such a strong name. But there's so many other names you can pick on. You could, like Affirms, things like that. Rivian had a great move there last week as well. So there is a few opportunities here for us to trade to the short side. I like Meta, but again, it's a pretty strong name. We've seen it fall down when it goes, so that's one that I like, Meta. On the sticky note, Meta for a breakdown, shorting into that 168.50 area, and then watch out for a 166 breakdown if this market starts to go down. But something that's going to head this market in one direction or the other could be upgrades and downgrades. You know, so let's go over to the screen and see which the popular ones are on there for today.
There are a few notable ones. There it is over there. Needham, as we said, with Meta. Lululemon on the list this morning as well, a little bit more active in the pre-market than it typically is to the downside. Oxy, Goldman thinking the bounce we've seen over the past couple of weeks, a little bit too much. QRVO as well. More energy here, Southwestern to the upside. Mattel was interesting, a little more active as well. Goldman likes Mattel, guys.
Like them toys. Lululemon is, oh my goodness, I wish I'd seen, like, obviously Lululemon is not a name that we always trade. Earnings is probably the catalyst, but the $300 level last week was pretty interesting, and the 50-period moving average, that and the 200 on a lot of these names, as we've gotten a bit of a bounce in the market, has come into play. And then you notice the stocks that are rejecting it. So you just had a rejection up at $300, well, just shy of $300 on Lulu at that 50 period. That's too far away to be interesting. Unfortunately, I don't think we get a shot at that. But Lulu at 275, if you kind of, the 15-minute here, you look at this previous support, 275. We had a wipeout bottom, ran away from it. It had some support at that price, a couple of weeks ago. So I kind of say to myself, okay, set yourself an alert. Lulu below 275 has a lot of room to the downside. You're talking 15, 20 bucks before you get to that next support. Like, you're breaking and refilling a bit of a gap there if 275 goes on Lululemon. It's a decent pre-market volume for Lulu, but not enough that it's on my radar right now. And these aren't price levels in the middle that I'd be trading too heavily. But at least it's out there and an interesting name to keep watching for this week.
Look, Rivian is like really breaking out here. I've talked about why we've liked Rivian in the past, why it's a name that I kind of continue to like here. And it's starting to go back up to the upside. So watch out for this 33 break. I'm on the bid here trying to get a little long. So if we can get that, that's great. But watch out for a 33 break here on Rivian. It's super strong. I mean, 31.50 holding there like a champ. I mean, 31.70, 31.75 down there, something like that to these downsides. So I feel like that's a great level, 31.75 and change. So I was debating just punching this long here on Rivian, but seeing if we can get longer near this 50, or long at period, near this 50 level. But I think Rivian's bound to be breaking out here. Look at the daily chart. It's well above, well above. The 50 period's 28.50, but you're still starting to hit some new levels there. And I believe there was some news last week about Rivian, especially later on in the week. I'll have to double check what that was. But Rivian right now starting to break out here on an obvious catalyst. Yeah, it started last week. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight up days. I know that they had, I know I was here when they announced confirmation of the delivery there on some of the vehicles, but we're going to wait to see what Rivian wants to do, but it looks very, very strong here on the daily chart. There it is. We get a little long, 32.50 there. And I like this name all the way back to this bottom that we saw basically this morning, and then again on Friday afternoon, 31.75. So let's give that one down to 31.50 right now. Long Rivian. We'll punch our ticket on that. We're going to go long RIVN and see where we go. So I know that has nothing to do with those upgrades and downgrades. It's starting to get going a little bit here, up 1.87 into sort of a weak market. So I like Rivian here long, and I want to get longer the more and more I look at this down here at that 31.75 marker. So let's put some bids down here at 32. 32, I probably got to go ahead and pay for shorts. So we'll do that in case we need to reverse this thing. But for 32 and for Rivian, I like the long right now for RIV and Brendan. Are you still getting one of those trucks or what?
Yeah, get in line, I guess. Maybe 5 years from now or something. Yeah, it was the production. That was the biggest story. It was the production numbers, the reaffirmation of the production numbers going forward. And then remember, I think it was Thursday, if I'm right. I'll have to double check. But Tim Cook, or maybe it was Friday. I think it was Friday. Tim Cook went for a test drive in a Rivian, and everyone instantly thought that Apple was going to buy a Rivian. So that was kind of funny as well. I wanted to mention PLRX because, yeah, a lot of people looking at Mullen, but this PLRX also, I mean, all kinds of volume. We're approaching 10 million shares already for PLRX, a little therapeutics company, up huge as well. 62% here, 15 and then 16 above that, going to be a big test for this one. But a very strong stock, even on the daily chart. Huge move in the past couple of months. Anyways, back to the upside through to 9 for PLRX. So we'll have a look at that. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market and see what we need to be aware of as we kick off a brand new week here. Arun, 0.6 right now for the S&P. I mean, we get earnings, we get inflation coming up this week. A lot to wait for, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of important stuff coming out, especially this week is going to be some information that is something key to pay attention to. You got earnings later on. The big earnings are going to be later on this month. So there's a lot of activity, and this market is showing it right now because after Friday's move, it's done not a whole lot overnight. It's getting into zones where it's kind of, later on Friday, just kind of decided that it wanted to go into a wide little range here, and we're still respecting the bounds of the range. So as we are sitting in the mid 70s right now, there's still a wide range through the bottom, essentially sitting at the range bottom here. So what I'm looking at is 70 going on down, all the way down to, and this is going to be a wide one, 38.30. So 38.70 going all the way down to 38.30. I'm looking for potential longs here. So anywhere in that range, we could there's pockets of buying, so that's why I'm giving it that far down. But there could be a decent level to work with at some point. But you got to understand that as far as the market's been moving, it still hasn't really caught a bid overnight. So we really don't have a reason to go for a long just yet. So I'm not really chasing after the longs right now. I think there could be a long later on, but as of right now, there's still some space to the downside. We'll leave it be. So 38.70 going on down to 38.30 is going to be the potential long. Then, of course, the top end, as we've worked with on Friday, is going to be that 39.25. So anything north of 3900, preferably north of 3910 going to 3925 is going to be the top end of the range. And you're just going to play the range until it breaks, right? So the bottom end is obviously a wide one. Top end is fairly tight. So that's the way the range is being established right now. If at some point we break it, we'll have brand new levels to work with. That would be the easier trade, but be aware that, as we're waiting for all this information to come out, it's going to be something of a waiting game at this point.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into the watch list here, guys. A lot to get through as we head towards 9:30, under 30 minutes to go here. That's the link to the watch list. We send it out every single day before we come on, absolutely free for you. We mentioned it briefly there, but let's jump into Twitter and, kind of figure out what to do with this thing this morning. If you missed it again over the weekend, everyone was talking about it, but it was Friday. Elon sent a letter, his lawyer sent a letter to Twitter saying that he will not proceed with the acquisition of the company. There was a whole bunch of reasons why that he stated. I mean, most of them having to do with the bots and them not or failing to provide the correct information, and the obligation of providing the information was not fulfilled. So the deal, as far as Elon is concerned, is done, it would appear, guys. Where is the trade here today?
I took a couple of different fills there. We're just discussing our position board, not updating there, but it is. I'm in Mullen, I'm in Rivian, so you guys can see that. Both long, so yeah, yay for EV space and yay for Tesla right today. It's not right for you? You're short DWAC?
Yeah, but the price is wrong. I mean, it's not a huge deal. Okay. I'm short at 34, 28.34. It's not 18, but
maybe when you get a fill, it will.
It's because I took a fill really early, probably.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's our position board. So right positions. For me, let me see. Rivian 32.50. Yeah. Okay. So my everything's right for me. All right. Twitter there. We have it on the watch list again today. Obviously, it's going to be on there probably the next couple days as long as there's some kind of headline risk. And I feel like that's what it is. It's been bouncing around here, down 6%. It does touch down to 34.50 and then back upside a little bit. So we do bounce around here a little bit on Twitter here in the pre-market. I feel like there's a decent amount of volume, 3.5 million shares. Where's the bottom going to be, though? That's really the question. I mean, when you're looking at a 20-minute chart, we're now starting to make new lows here because of him pulling out. And I saw a joke. It's going to be a little bit, maybe it's a little crass for what it is, but I was saying like the only thing Elon Musk is pulling out of is the Twitter deal there. So I don't know if you guys know anything about these. Apparently he fathered he has like 9 kids or something like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, it was a funny joke I saw. I should have retweeted it when I saw it. But there it is, 38. Basically, this is the level that I'm looking at right here. I mean, now you're starting to get down to the new level there. At least some people like the joke there. But okay, $37 as this bottom here. We've already broken through it. I think it's a pretty easy trade back to 37 if you want to take that short. I don't know if we're going to get an opportunity to do that. If it does come through, then I feel like you want to get out if you take out some 38s, 39s, 40s. Like, I really don't feel like you're in trouble if you're in here somewhere. And when there's smoke, there's fire. People knew that Elon Musk was or going to get out of this at some point, and it just traded around 38, 39, $40. So now that we're dipped below it, I think you can use that area as support as well, or as resistance, I guess, now to the upside. And then when you're looking at some downside moves, I mean, you sort of start where Elon started this whole thing back in April, where the volume really started to get going. We were down here at 39, so no surprise that's kind of where we barcoded before. And we all joked and said, if this stock ever fell through, we would see this floor cave in. But that doesn't seem like that's happening right now. So I still think there is risk to this lawyer thing. There is risk to Elon saying, okay, I'll take it, but maybe my new price is $44.20 or something like that. Not throwing out any of this. I don't know what's going to happen, but I still feel like down here $32 breaks eventually. So that may even happen today. If there's no deal here, we've seen what's happened in the social media stocks. I mean, just look at Snapchat, and I don't really want to I can't equate Twitter with any of these other social medias. Like, Meta makes a shit ton of money. Like, Snapchat, not so much, and then Twitter, not so much. So I don't want to compare Facebook and Twitter. I look more to be at Snapchat. And if you see where that was in April when this deal came through, this is the Twitter bump here. So Twitter back in April was at, $39. The Elon Musk bumps that to 50. But look where this was back in April, $38. And we're now at 14 now. So I feel like Twitter has a lot more room to the downside here, and you could get extended down to this 32 level today. So I'm sitting here waiting to get short on Twitter. I don't think that's going to happen because I'm up near 35. Was really hoping to get something short near $35 up here. We could still get it. I mean, it was north of 35, but I was hoping to get it somewhere in this 35, 35.20 area. Now that I'm seeing the way this market's moving here, Twitter's coming back in. I feel like we break lower. So yeah, shorting around this 35 mark is where I'm going to put my order right now. I'm pretty bearish here on Twitter. And I just look at that Snapchat chart and say, hey, look, man, we were at 37, Neil, when this deal came out. Now Snapchat's at 30 or 17 or $14. I feel like Twitter can't go up on this news.
Well, what's it worth at best? 25, 20? I don't know. I mean, I saw somebody saying, I forget which analyst it was. To be honest with you, you read a bunch of these and you forget who it was, saying it could be 50% its market cap from where it is if the deal falls through. So there's just more risk to the downside here because I think that 54, it just feels like you can throw that out, man. Like, you had a chance to get 50s on the first day or first or second day after the deal was announced, and that's basically been your only shot. I'm with Sean. I think it's likely to still trade with a little bit of that buyout tinge where you don't have a generally gigantic range, so you want to be very careful about the levels that you play off of. But the pre-market high seems like a good one to me, around that 35. So that's the first level I'll work with on Twitter specifically. I just want to quickly go to that PLRX before we move on to the next name. We're going to talk about the chips in a quick second, but PLRX, look, obviously it's a pretty crazy runner this morning and not a heck of a lot to look at on the daily when it comes to the levels. 1350 was an interesting one. 15 is really more psychological than anything else, but there was a bit of a pivot off of that price if you go all the way back to the end of the year. Like we ended the year last year breaking down at 15 bucks or just below that. So I've attempted the breakout here. Always a tight stop on a breakout style trade. I did like dip buys at 1350, but I wasn't able to get those. So I'm just looking at a clean break to 15. And you have this 16 on the daily, which is a more significant level. That's why I think this is relatively tight stop for me here, because the profit is into 16 even. So really only giving it about a quarter, thinking that 16 is that ultimate top. That's where I would have liked to short this thing. Would have been up closer around that $16 level, taking a shot, as that was a significant resistance level on the daily.
Yeah, crazy mover. News aftermarket on Friday for PLRX, positive data on one of their trials. Let's go to the chips. Relatively weak, I guess, here in the pre-market. A couple of notes from analysts this morning, including these two, NVIDIA, Piper, cutting their price target, saying some China issues still lingering. There was also this one, Cowen on Qualcomm, also to the downside, saying macroeconomic pressures. I mean, nothing we haven't heard already, but yeah, downside for a few of these this morning.
Yeah, before we get into this, I just got two positions. So we'll hit alert, alert, alert on this one as we get that short there in Twitter on a little bit of a pop up there. Apparently, Kramer's off now, it looks like, but starting to run his little yap there about some stuff here. So we'll see what happens with Twitter now, but we are now short Twitter 34.90. I mean, we told you we were going to sit there at 35, so you know you can't say something and not do it. So here we go, Twitter to the downside right now, in the money 20 cents. But again, you know, waiting for lower lows. We'll see. I am now bidding 34.55 right there on Twitter. So, hey, another name we just got into here again off the sticky note is going to be Win. We will talk about some of the chip names, but there's Win again. So we want to short Win into the Macau issues. So there it is, short Win right now. No volume on this, 81,000. But let's go over to AMD, another name that's on our sticky note here. Look, some negative notes came through today from Piper, as Brendan just mentioned, from NVIDIA, or regarding NVIDIA. So Look, I loved being off and everything like that, but I'm sure that you guys were short AMD here into 80. I mean, this was a level. I wrote it on the sticky note all last week that we wanted this AMD short. If we got anywhere near 80, it does pop to 80.50. That's obviously not enough to get you out. But there it is there, 80.07, some tops, that 80.50, really like it. I really think that AMD has an opportunity to get back to these levels. It's just all these negative notes keep coming through about NVIDIA, to be honest with you. Intel has some negative ones as well, and so does AMD. I mean, the whole sector has been getting clocked. I mean, the SMH is down pretty bad. We saw Micron try to save the day a little bit, but they didn't, and wound up down 2 or 3% off there when they reported down there. So there's some key levels for Micron as well that are around. But this 80, man, 80, 80, 80. I mean, I think we're going to say the same thing if anybody looks at AMD, but at the same time, I am looking at this breakdown as well, possibly back down through 77. So what I wrote down on here was, let's start to short around 78.50 if we're lucky enough to get that, but look at this 77.50 area as well. That could be a good little breakdown into the short. So I'm liking this name if we can get into this 78.50 area. Really nothing specific. This was the level from Friday. Here's 78.50 kind of in here before we took off up to 80. So I just want to start it at 78.50, and then if we have the opportunity to short it in front of 80 and 80.50, we'll do that with our ultimate out of being 81. I mean, I know that's going to suck. If the market takes off, then I'm going to be dead on AMD because I really do like the short. But right now, Rivian's 12 cents in the money. We're on the long on Rivian, so we've seen that one start to go back up to the upside, stopping at around 70 there. Mullen, we're long. We took one piece out at 40. We'll wait to see. We're long at 37, or sorry, 37 on that one. Twitter, we've got this short. Hopefully that's going to print down here. I still think it does a lot. And then we're short on Win. So yeah, so far so good here today. 2 longs, 2 shorts, and I'm looking to get AMD short as well.
Yeah, someone just asked in the chat, well, they put in Micron 60. Look, if Micron comes up to that top the double top. I'd be all over that short. I think it's a fantastic one if you can get it. As Sean mentioned, that play on AMD. AMD was a long on Thursday into that 80 level, and then it was a short off of that. I'm looking at NVIDIA in particular today, very similar, that 160 level. That's sort of if we get to that price, we definitely love it. And if we get below 153, you're in trouble on NVIDIA. Like, that's where you can get that gap fill into the downside. So, I'd take one shot going long in front of a level like that on NVIDIA, 153, but this is where the floor can just start to absolutely crumble under NVIDIA. I like that in Micron. AMD, with Sean, it's not going to be, I won't say anything differently because we were trading off that 80 level last week. And then your support. The reason why I look at the 53 on NVIDIA is AMD was really strong off 76. Like, that's where we like the breakout to get into that 80 level. So when I look at that bottom that got put in on Friday at 77 or so, I just kind of feel like there's still room to the downside. So you actually have an opportunity breaking 78 here on a tight short that you could get down into that 76 level for AMD, whereas it just feels like NVIDIA is much closer to resting on that support. We did get into that Twitter trade. It looks like there was just an interesting volume spike. I'll go to the 3-minute here. It was just an interesting volume spike on Twitter, buying into that pre-market high, sort of waiting around, and then it snapped right back into VWAP. I took some profit out. As I said, this is very likely to end up being maybe more boring than you anticipate. So I think you want to be scalping this to the best of your ability. So playing inside of the range while it's there means taking some out in front of VWAP, covering a bunch, almost, if not almost all of it, in front of 34 if I'm going to be shorting pops in this. It's going to do a crap load of volume. So if you have the ability to get in and out and take multiple trades, then I think you're going to want to go ahead and take that approach specifically with Twitter.
More weakness coming through in the form of Chinese ADRs this morning as well, all to the downside. A couple of different angles to be aware of this morning. One is COVID, the version 5, I guess, of the Omicron. Popping its head up in Shanghai over the weekend. So there was a few cases, and if you remember, China gets one case, they shut everything down. So we'll talk about the casinos coming up here, but I want to mention this as well. There's this regulatory issue lingering in the background as well. Few analysts out this morning talking about the lack, I guess, of communication and the lack of negotiation between U.S. regulators and Chinese regulators on these ADRs once again. I mean, going back a couple of months ago, we thought this was a done deal and everything was fine and ready to go again. But looks like there's still some things that need to be ironed out as far as getting these ADRs to continue to report the way that U.S. regulators would like. As I mentioned, COVID popping back up in Shanghai as well. And as I said, one case means they shut everything down once again, guys. So a couple of negative headlines for Chinese stocks.
Yeah, and look, it affects the casinos specifically, which I think we already mentioned with Win there, and Sean's taking that trade. I'm looking at specifically Pinduoduo. I know Alibaba was the jam last week, and that 121 level. I don't know if we see 121 to take a shot off that level in Alibaba, but PDD, which had been breaking out on its 200 period and then finding support just below it, it's gapping below the $60 and the 200 period after reclaiming it. So I'm shorting this thing up until that price. It's at 58 now, so I'll short the pop at the open and I'll short it into 60. I just look at significant level breakdowns like this, and this is where I want to be able to play. Do I think it goes all the way to $50 today? Probably not. But if there's even a slight trend this week to the downside, I think that's where you could be headed. So PDD, shorting to 60 is the way to go for me. And specifically for Alibaba, come on, chart. Alibaba, that 121 has been a gigantic level. Like, that's where we were taking that breakout last week, and it got you all the way to the 125. You can pretty much forget about that. But on any kind of real strength, if PDD were to blow out through 60, decent chance there would be a shot at that BABA through that 121. It's a previous high from a couple of weeks ago. We spent 2 days above it, and now you're gapping below. So that's where I'd be a seller of BABA. I don't know if I'd buy this thing until about 111, 112. So Alibaba, it's probably going to have to travel $3, $4 in either direction for me to get involved. But Pinduoduo, I pretty much want this one at the open, any price I can get in front of that 60 level. I have taken some out of that PLRX. As I mentioned, relatively tight stop with that because we're so close to this $16 level. where on the daily, that's where you find some resistance. But a 15 break is a 15 break. So got some out there in the quarters. We'll see if we can't get this, the rest of it out closer to that 16 level on PLRX. The only long I got so far.
Yeah. So I'm 2-2 here, longs to the shorts. It looks like the board is going to be right for that as well. Okay, so just looking at some levels here for Alibaba. I mean, what a big move up. And remember, I was telling you, I don't know what Li Auto's at right now, but that was a name that I was like should be a short no matter what. It's still hanging out there pretty high at 37.50. We will look at NEO as well. I did have a look there, but for me, it's Alibaba and it's this 115. We definitely looked at 115 a bunch of times. You could see as we zoom. I mean, when I zoom in, it's a little harder to see, but right down into here. So 115 back on the 29th and the 30th of June obviously was the bottom before making some tops of 116. So you kind of barcoded there. And the same thing if you go back here to the 24th, this 115 was the bottom. It didn't mean that much recently, so I'm not, that held 115.60. So that's where we are right now today. So if I zoom this back over, you'll see this gap down. So you're coming into these levels. I feel like a 115 break down is what we want. So I am actually going to put that order in. I would like it to be a big trade here. The market's kind of floating around. If this market really started to hammer to the downside, then I would like this trade even a lot more than that. But I still think I like a 115 back breakdown to the downside. I mean, when they talk about Alibaba, it's all about the Ant, it's all about this and that, and it doesn't look like they're going to be IPOing Ant anytime soon. And now they're coming out with some more regulator issues. And I'm not talking about Warren G or anything. So, as you come back down in here, these Chinese regulators aren't messing around. So regulators, watch out, because right now Alibaba has some of those issues. And we're going to see if that happens now. Some delisting talk, again, Chinese accounting, audit inspections of companies based in America. Like, I'm just reading over some of these notes. It's not super popular here to be long the Chinese names, I feel like right now, especially after a pretty dramatic run up. They've been working the best. China's still, their economy still, I mean, again, I don't know what you want to believe or not believe, but they're still pumping money into the market. So I could see this holding as well, but I could also see it breaking back to 110 and then even back to the 50 period of $100 again. So Alibaba's been definitely getting the royal treatment back up to that 125. It's bounced off there now like once, twice, 3 times, 4 times now and starting to head southbound. So I think Alibaba is a killer short. Just the market has to cooperate, and I think it does today. So I am looking for a 115 breakdown of Alibaba. And then right now my offer's up here at 118. So I put these orders in earlier and it's just they're not showing any signs of getting filled. So we may have to take a short move here in Alibaba, especially if we get a bump, like Neil says, a pop and fade. I mean, this is definitely one that I want to be involved with. I'm switching my order near to 117 now instead of 118. So we'll try it at 117. We'll try it at 118. And the only way I'm going to be wrong is a 120 break back up to the upside. So no matter what happens here, I'm short Alibaba until 120.
As you mentioned, NEO as well, guys, came out with a further response to the short seller report that came out at the end of June on NIO. So NIO doing a little more volume as well. Let's talk casinos as well, because this happened over the weekend. Macau shutting all of its casinos for the first time in more than 2 years. It was individuals up until this point, but they said shut down the entire thing. I mean, these just reopened as well, which is the crazy part. So all of the U.S. listings are downside on that, but I wanted to show you this one as well. BILI, big move down this morning. They also have exposure to the casinos in that country.
And we'll do this one, backflip. Yeah, I just got out in front of 1575 on PLRX. So 1574, so the breakout does work, but it was a tight stop on that. Remember, I like 16 on the daily for next resistance. Look, this is very similar to what I'm looking at in Pinduo Duo. Las Vegas Sands essentially breaking down the 50 period and gapping below 34. I just feel like it's a short up to that 50 period. Win's a similar thing. I know Sean's got it. And 55 would be the similar level to this like 34 level on LVS. I think you short either one of these into that pop. It's hard for me to imagine a scenario that today we climb back above. that 50 period on Las Vegas Sands. I don't want this. It doesn't do a lot of pre-market volume, and there's a lot to be watching. We're actually just talking about that, and it is Win that's just a little bit better when it comes to liquidity there. So I think that's the one that you do want to be trading. It's well below its 50 period. It's much weaker stock in general if you're trying to pick on one of those, and it's got a huge gap level at 55. So just a little bit of a weaker name. LVS, fine. You can probably take a look at that too, but this 55 is where I'd like to be shorting Win. I'll probably wait till it gets above 54 to taking it, because 55 would be my out on Win specifically.
Look, I've been liking Win at these bottoms of 75 and 80 bucks. We talked about that. I mean, it was one of the names that I liked and one of the names that I bought. So I'm underwater, obviously, on the Win trade as well. And, you know, I thought that we were through COVID here. And I don't mean through it as in, like, I know there's still lots of people that have COVID and continue to get it, and it continues to be a problem worldwide. But, like, shutting down Macau, I mean, Vegas is absolutely rocking. I mean, you see some of those fights that are taking place there. We talk about it all the time. You know, what's going on right now? The NBA Summer League is there in Vegas. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's happening. No masks, no problem. But then China comes in and is like, no, wait a second, we're shutting down all of Macau. That's horrible news for Win. That's big time revenue gone. Who knows when they're going to open that back up? I mean, every day a casino's shut down. Just imagine all the money that you're losing there. Now, I don't know if they have to furlough employees. I don't know any of that kind of stuff, but I don't know how it works in China, but that's just nasty. At least Win has Vegas popping off, but their big part is Macau with the licenses in there, and, you know, the fact that they have the footprint there in Macau for China. This is nasty, and I just look for Win to possibly see 50 bucks again. Does it happen today? I have no idea where we go. I don't know how bad some of these funds want to get out of Win, or is it down too much that you want to buy it here? So, you know, there is something to say about that. I'm small right now into it, but I do like it for the short. We are short Win here, and we're just going to see. We'll take a piece out at 53, and then after that, man, your guess is as good as mine where we stop and go from. I mean, there was a bottom there. If you want to look, about 2 weeks ago was 52.50 or so. So, you know, to get back in down $1, I don't think that's crazy. So that's something that we're looking at. But right now, all of the positions are in the money. Twitter, Rivian, Mullen, all just around flat right now, heading into the open with only 5 minutes to go. A quick look on the imbalances as the NASDAQ just came out. TTOO. What kind of inverse is that? Oh, no, that's nothing. That's T2 Biosystems.
Oh, I know that.
Sometimes when we see these names, I'm like, I don't know. Is that like SQQ you'll see on there a lot? We already know what that is. Obviously, there's Twitter. Intel with a buy. So watch out. Maybe these semis are a little bit too beat down. We did talk about AMD, but there's AMD as a sell. Uh-oh. Just got into something else. Hello. Okay, this is about to get real exciting now. We're short Meta right now on a bump up. So Meta just rips up there to 167.90 or so, or 80, whatever I got filled at. There's the short. Oh, God. It's never a good sign here, Brendan, when I'm into 5 positions. Like 5 positions? Like I've said, one of my rules here was going to be, yeah, take it a little easier on the pre-market. Don't get wrapped up into all these positions. You know, enjoy a nice little fruit salad, which we did wind up getting when we went on our break because it's loaded with... what do you call melon. Not cantaloupe. Honeydew melon there, loaded with melon. I slipped in some strawberries and some gangster apples found their way in there as well. So I love the honeydew. I mean, it's so sweet. It's like soft right now. So lots of stuff popping off there. But there goes Meta already, man. Yes, a nice little 50-cent win here for META as we take that short off 168. We got to watch out for the market. This name obviously catches a lot of heat when the market goes down, but then has no problem ripping on any sort of a good news situation. So let's see if we can't take a piece out here at 167.50 or so, and then maybe some lower levels to look at here for Meta, including 167 flat. But we are short Meta right now. Long Rivian, long Mullen. Man, this is going to be a fun day.
All right, lots of opportunities to talk about this morning. I want to mention this one from Friday as well. SRG, monster volume. You can see on Friday, monster move back to the upside on the daily chart. This level on the daily chart is 1250 and then 13 above that. It's holding actually quite nicely right now, 1050 or 1060 as support. Remember, this thing was so strong, actually ended the day on Friday basically at day highs. 1125 was the top there right at the end of the day. So SRG, ton of volume on Friday, not doing much in the pre-market, but a lot of other things to be looking at as well.
Yeah, that PLRX is through 16 now. It's gone. I'm out of the stock, but it's just absolutely racing to the upside.
Here we go.
As it challenges at the open. With only 2 minutes to go, I wouldn't take a position on this. If it does fail this price, I think you want to sell. Twitter just fell off the roof there.
Let's go.
Off the ledge, I want to say. That's heading to the downside. Meta's also starting to come back in.
Guys, we're $1 in the money. Yeah, Meta, PLRX right now, dollars in the money. Let's hit the chicken dance right now as we continue to go down, man. 166.90 right now. We told you about this Meta trade. Look at that 167 bid we just got right there on Meta. So we just took this trade. That's $1 in the money there on Meta. And like Neil mentioned, man, 50 cents in the money now on Twitter as that starts to go. And our imaginary goal of 1 times right now almost hit. So we're going to wait to see if that comes through right now. But Mullen and Rivian still chilling around right now. Win starting to go back to the upside. But I really like this Meta trade as that's falling down. Look at the NASDAQ starting to go down. I think we got to be net short today regardless of what this market does. If it has to really take off for me to change my mind on this one, Meta with a nice short. Looking at this 166 or so bottom there. 166.30 on that one. DWAC right now to the downside, it looks like as well.
Yeah, and Tesla also faded off there. A lot of names just went to the downside. AMC, which we did talk about right away, but we forgot to maybe go back to it a little bit later. Just off those pre-market lows, was able to get in just now when the market came in. I like this much better in front of 1380, but that's a deep dip buy at 14. I'm playing it off the pre-market low. Get out if we make a meaningful break of that 1450 area. So I am taking my first long in AMC, but this is not where we really loved it last week at that 1380 price. I'm willing to take 2 cracks at it. We got 1 crack to get this bell right here. Tony's on the bell, as he usually is. Monday morning, let's get this party started. Tony, ring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and get him.
All right. Thank you, Tony, the Tiger there, for sure. Wow, here we go, man. The NASDAQ is coming back in right now, 166.60, 160. See you later, man. $1.50 now in the money on Meta as the market, as we sort of thought was going to happen here, collapse city right now down to where am I even bidding now? 166.20. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't, but there's a nice little move to the downside now in the market happening in front of our face. So there it is. Hopefully we didn't wait too low for that. 166.20 coming through for Meta.
Yeah, that PLX just made a big wick top through the high. So that 16 level we liked on the daily, for now you've got a wick top close to 17 and is trying to battle above that level. This is where I think decisions have to get made. Like if we break this, it's got a lot of room to go to maybe like 19 or 20 bucks. If it falls below, then you can have a retracement of $2.50. So that could be a big one. Watch out because here comes DWAC. It looks like they do want to take it to that upside. It's challenging this 30 level, and this is going to be a big line in the sand at that 30 on DWAC. Twitter's going in the other direction. That's falling like an absolute rock. If I get any reload, it's going to only be at 30 on DWAC. Tesla making some power moves, but DWAC 30 incoming.
Yeah, we just took that. DWAC going to the upside, eh? Yeah, so Twitter, we just took another out there at 40. So let's wait for that. I didn't really trust DWAC there today. So we missed that 160. Look at this bottom here. I said we were at 166.20. The bottom's 166.22. So we missed that. But here we go. Mullen right now, Neil, that's starting to go. I know you have PLRX and a bunch of other things. Mullen just tried to go as well. We were at 40 to try to get some out. So hopefully we'll be able to.
PLRX halted.
PLRX halted.
Oh, for the love of.
To the downside, I assume?
No. Halted.
18 upside.
Halted upside. Yeah, no, I missed it. I was basically getting the reload on DWAC at 30, try to get some shares in front of that 30, and then missed out on a chance. We got a huge breakout on PLRX, and then instantly into a halt trade. So might have been a huge missed opportunity there for this. The current tap is higher at $19 or $18.90, so you could see this one challenging that 20 a lot sooner rather than later. While all this was going on, AMC with a bit of a power move to the upside, so I do want to make sure I'm getting some shares out on the way to 15. It's been rejecting the $15 level, at least breakouts at the $15 level every single time we've had a chance to see it on AMC, but we'll monitor that PLRX. Ooh, that broke a lot faster than I thought it would.
PLRX, yeah, damn it. I need to be on that one. You've obviously paid for shorts there. I wonder, are those?
No, they're free. They're free.
What? Okay.
I should have mentioned this. It's free locates on PLRX. So for day traders, when it's that easy to go short and free to go short on a name with that much room to pull back in and a runner, it's usually a very, very crowded short trade. So you want to be very careful when you are shorting something like that, which is why my initial trade was to the long side. That's something I should have said right away. We always got to watch out for those ones when they're free to short.
Oh, man, yeah, I should have held on to some of those longs, obviously, but that's hindsight. So we'll wait for PLRX again as well. But, yeah, we're really cruising right now. We tried to get some short into Win there when it popped up. We missed that. That's crazy, but Win comes right back into the market now for us. Twitter, obviously, we have some good outs down there as well, 34. I'm only in a third left on Twitter right now off that initial short. So far, so good on that one. Meta down now $1.50 as we're right back into the lows. I did take another 167, so we're short here, 167.80. $1.40 now in the money. We'll see if it comes back down in 166.20.
Oh, I just got Mullen?
Right there. Yeah, where did Mullen go?
So
Mullen came in, okay. I missed the 40 again?
So two things, I'll Gronk spike it. Where did the spike go in DWAC? It goes right to 29.96. Get some shares short right on that curl and then back into that 28.50 or so. I want to stay net short and short every single pop until we get to 30. But Twitter just came in and Mullen, I didn't expect this to happen. Yeah, I thought Mullen, I couldn't get a single dip buy all morning long on Mullen, but that 127 was former breakout, so I've been sitting in front of 130. I just got it now. We're going to scalp some of this trade out because that was some pretty, I'd say, heavy selling coming in and a rejection of that high on MULN. So that one to the long side to add to AMC. Now you're tapping lower on that PLRX. That's right, flat. It's tapping flat. So looks like the opening on PLRX is going to be right at that $18 level. That can change. It's subject to change. It's only going to open back up in about 2 minutes or so. But this is one that we want to be all over when it does. Tesla did make a attempt earlier on at that 765 and then rejection. So Tesla shorts off of that 65 area. Pretty much no chance. It never went up there for you to get a shot at it.
No chance. Yeah, Meta, wow. Now, absolutely. Like, you want to talk about something that's cracking lower and lower and lower.
PDD.
You can, yeah, PDD is cracking lower as well. Look, Meta is down $3 right now. We have the whole trade. So we are short at the high of the day as there goes Meta right down to the downside right now. This is what I mean, man. Like, you know, check, the sticky note is all over the place here on this Meta short. We wanted the 166 breakdown. There it goes, 164.70 now. Down goes Meta. Now $3 in the money on META. So this name continues, as you guys can see, continues to work for us to that downside with Meta making new lows here, 164.80. Let's go, man. Some nice downside moves here for META today. What was that bottom exactly? 164.60. Let's just put a bid out. If we get that, then yeah, yaddy hoo on that one. We did miss Win. Twitter 40 cents, Win 40 cents, Meta $3, Rivian out 4 cents, and Mullen right now out 5 cents. So long's not working, but obviously these shorts are. There it is. Lower for Meta, 164.50 right now as this name continues to break it, and we still got on 40%. Let's get a little lighter now, 164.50 Meta.
Yeah, when I was, my head was just hanging because PDD, and I'll cancel my order because it's probably not going to come into Pinduo Duo was the big one I like short. This is me on the offer in front of the pre-market highs. PDD with a $3 drop. Yeah, that's down 8%. Looks like it's going to go SSR pretty quickly. Twitter's starting to fall
Baba,
like an
same
absolute
thing,
rock
probably.
as well. Baba probably following as well.
Holy shit.
And basically everything to the downside. Neo, that's a flush. It's going down. Affirm as well, which we like to the short side. That popped. Didn't get the shares at the top and looks like it's rejecting. I'm going to start to short some pops here if we can get them, Brendo.
Altria, guys, back to the upside today. Nice move. We saw it on the imbalance locator there. MO, almost 3% here higher. Remember, the FDA giving them that stay when it came to that Juul injunction to remove them from retail shelves. But MO rallying nicely.
Yeah, open on PLRX here. It just opened. I didn't see the open price. It looks like it's about $18.50 or so. It broke 20 by pennies and is now starting to flush a little bit. As long as it holds these halt prices, you know there's going to be a significant chance and it makes a secondary run at 20. But for now, that breakout, we thought it would go to 20 if it got above here. Looks like that's already come and gone. I think 20 is your resistance on PLRX. It's free shorts. You better have a stop if you're going to short that level. I will because I wanted 20 in the first place.
All right, we just punched Rivian longer as well on that little bit of a dump down there. I was like, what is this even doing? So let's take an offer if we can get it at 04.05, as we're now long 96 there. We punched that long right there on Rivian, back down in $4 now. I have no idea what's going on there with with Meta, as that continues to just absolutely crank lower and lower and lower. Twitter also, man, we've been getting our bids. We're getting out on that one. Win is now $1 in the money and continues to crank lower, lower, lower. This has just been an absolutely monster of a day here, guys, for us, as we're not going to have any red names on the board. Maybe Mullen could be at some point. Again, like, what's going on? I'm waiting for 128s. Like, it went to 128 and I didn't get anything, so that sucks on that one. But look at this. Look, I just tweeted this out. Look at this meta trade, man. Like 168, it's down to 163 right now. So $4 in the money on Meta, and that continues to work. 50 cents for Twitter, $1.20 for Win right now. And then Rivian, like, this is a name that I wanted the long, but obviously in this kind of a market where the NASDAQ just doesn't want to grab a bid here, down 1.78%. You got to look down here at 31. So if we break through 31, then we're going to get out of Rivian. Other than that, man, let's hold on to this as long as we can. I just sort of beside myself here about what exactly is happening. I mean, is there something else here with Meta? Because this is down 5% right now and still going lower. META, Meta. Win also $1 in the money. Give it to us, Brendan.
Everything. If you missed it on that, PLRX reopened, as Neil was saying, back to the downside a little bit here. But this was aftermarket on Friday for PLRX, out with positive data from a mid-stage lung disorder therapy study. Again, aftermarket Friday. Couple of positive analyst notes this morning for PLRX.
Yeah, like that breakout and that whole trade was actually pretty good on PLRX. It just made another attempt to get back above 19. Not sure it's going to get to 20 bucks. Looks like it is failing. For now, DWAC, which we did take some profit on the way down. We got some in the 28.50 range, but then we did stop out at 30. Right now, it's a wick off top at that $30 level, so there is a chance it could re-engage the short. But I want to see his trade below there and put in a better rejection of that level before I would jump back in. I did get Mullen, but I was bidding in front of 30s. That 27 is your breakout price from last week. But that 127, I'm going to take 30s in front of that. Just give it 5 cents because I think the top is about 150. Everything is heading to the downside. I don't think it really matters what you're looking at. Basically, you're having flushes across the board. Even strong names last week, like, or I don't want to get to Roblox very, very quickly here. Roblox was one of the strongest names last week. Look at the flush, 40 to 38, as this is absolutely getting destroyed. A firm which we wanted to grab, that did take out 23 before coming back in. I'm now looking to short off some of these pre-market lows. Twitter headed toward 34 even. If it gets to the evens, I want to be getting some shares out. Brendo?
And Uber on the list this morning on a very interesting headline, guys, that came out actually in the pre-market over in the UK, talking about some laws possibly being breached when it came to their global expansion plans for Uber. So 3.7 right now, straight downside since the open for Uber as well.
I can't wait till you hear. I'm long PLRX, by the way. I can't wait till you hear Luca here today, because I came in, I said, hey, what's up, Luca? And I said, hey, bro, just short everything. So let's see when he comes on if that's exactly what he was doing this morning. Because as long as it wasn't PLRX, I feel like the short there has been cashing in. So we'll wait to hear from trader Luca to see if he's doing that. Okay, here's Rivian, though. Rivian continues to make a move down. I'm still. Where are my, okay, so 31.30 are my bids. We went down as low as 31.40. I think we could probably wait for that. If we break 31, we're out on that one. And again, Meta continues to go to the downside. This PLRX, we're out 50 cents. We're going to wait until, or 40 cents. We're going to wait until it breaks $18 to the downside. It's probably going to happen. We're not going to get out of everything, but we will get out of a decent percentage of these if it does break back down in. Obviously, that high of 20 bucks. You never want to be like against a wick like that, but let's just see if this motivation for this stock continues to go up, because again, the market's not helping it out. So this is going to have to be retail coming in one more time. And then the money trade of the day, probably this one right here for Win. Although obviously Meta is going to be the big trade, but Win still really confident in that one. We tried to get short up there, we missed it. There it is right now, $1.50 now in the money for Win, as that one continues to go as well. And there we go, we get our average in on Rivian. So this could be the bad one, as this long, it's probably not going to work in this environment, as it's coming right down to 31 bucks right now. That's going to be our out here for Rivian, so watch out for that.
I'm going to give you something which is up that you might be, well, it's not up on the day, but up off the open that you might be surprised. But Upstart, holding its May low, its March low, May low at $25.50 and running, just absolutely screaming up to about $27 here. We did talk about the potential, and this is on me. We said it didn't go down last week. Watch out for the squeeze on Monday morning. And then there was just too much to look at this morning, and Upstart is squeezing to the upside. So this could be one that just has some sustainability. It couldn't break the low, so you know what that means. It couldn't break the low on Friday, so only one place to go. It's the same thing again here today. I think you're buying it in front of those lows, and if it breaks 25.5, then you can start to get out there, guys. So Upstart squeezing as we look at the rest of the market, absolutely flushing. I know Tough Built made some power moves. I said in the chat, I tried to get to this one in the chat for you guys on Tough Built. Oh, come on, give me a break. This doesn't want to flip. I tried to get this one in the chat for you guys, and I thought there'd be support at $2.25. Right now, it looks like $2.50 is holding support, but this stock has sold off the last few times it's made gaps like this. So I'd be watching up very carefully for that. I just got more shares out of Twitter, and why? I told you guys, make sure you're scalping this name because it is going to make pops. You want to make sure that you're taking advantage of all this liquidity. You want to go 24 halves, 34 halves, 34.75. Reload every chance you get.
Boom, right there. PLRX right now. We're making the money on this name, boys and girls, as we're long at 19.07. Now $1.20 in the money on PLRX. Man, trading small caps, big caps, bios, not banks, energy, everything. Let's go, Brendan. Give us something else. Big time.
Yeah, Upstart, guys. Remember last week had a big move to the downside on their preliminary results that missed expectations. Just saw a huge volume spike. Goldman out this morning, a little bit late in the morning here, 9:40, with a price target cut from Goldman on Upstart, but no problem. Back to the upside so far.
Yeah, look, it's like 30-something% short interest on Upstart. That's the one thing I left out. And that's the reason for the move up. It has nothing to do with fundamentals. The stock just obviously weak there. Another wick off top on that. PLRX, I said if that's what we're looking for $20, that was the target. I just tried to get short in front of it to give to the high of the day. If we get it, we get it. But Mullen is the other thing going to be of concern now because it is headed toward that 127. We get below that breakout price on your 15-minute chart right here, and I'm going to give up the ghost on Mullen. Looks like it's just a bit of a sell-off situation there. I want to find some long opportunities on some dip buys. One of those, and I hate to say it, it might actually be Tesla. When it goes the other way, you got to watch out. But this was a huge breakout from 735. That is the first significant level I'll be looking at to see if it can hold here on Tesla. But you don't want to stand in front of a moving freight train. A lot of times I'd rather see it start to slow down, give a bit of a curl, and then try a scalp trade for any kind of a long there. Wasn't able to get a firm on shorts because guess what? There's been no pop to short. So I got all kinds of offers, and I'm going to cancel some at the top. If you get those, it'll be a different circumstance because it'll have to pop at least $1 for my first offer.
Yeah, guys, thanks. And shout out to Sean H. there. I'm glad you were able to make that trade, and you said that I somehow convinced you to go short on Meta. So, okay, good. I'm glad that worked out for you as Meta is just really, really rocking. Look at this Mullen level right now. So I'm going to switch it over.
It's huge.
I mean, it's monstrous. I mean, I don't know. I was going to wait to get some more long there at 28, but no wonder why it missed me last time. Like, I was sitting right here at 28 when it broke the first time, and now we're going to wait to see if what happens right now. I might just punch this 30 long, to be honest with you, because I mean, but 29 is not that big. I mean, it's 50 million shares today. Let's see if we can get something long here, maybe on Mullen. It sucks that we missed that 40 out. This name definitely not acting properly. I mean, you see what PLRX is doing, and we are actually making a lot of money right now. We only have one fill on PLRX, not PLTR, as this is starting to rip up to $20 again, man. So we are now long $1 in the money on PLRX. We've already taken some out. We're looking at that 2050 as a high right there. And then just before we go to Brendan, Rivian popped back up, man, and we were able to get something out there at 31.60. So Rivian, not as horrible as it once was when we were all the way down here at 31. Let's see if we can get another pop upside in Rivian. Wow, that Roku down there as well today. Down to $88. Okay, what's up, Brendan?
Tech continuing to look a little weak here, guys. Microsoft downside, but they just announced this with JFrog, a new collab with Microsoft Teams anyways, and some of the FROG software. But as I said, Microsoft downside, that FROG not really doing much.
Someone just put 13,000 shares on the offer at Tesla just there. I just got the long in Tesla. It started bouncing off 735, was about $1.50 in the money, and then someone just popped a monster order at 736. If it gets through this, I think we can head to that 730, 740 price, but that is a monstrous sell on Tesla. We've seen that before, and a lot of times, if the sell side wins and you have that kind of a size, then you could be headed down to 725. But it is broken. They did get filled. Hopefully that's just a bit of a cover, and we can start to head upside as the ES still falling, NASDAQ catching a bid.
By the way, guys, you want to talk about some big-time money trades here today. I mean, this PLRX, I wasn't even looking at this thing until I heard Neil talking about it, till I heard Brendan talking about it. It's on our watch list. But again, normally I ignore these things. But the way this moved, man, that long there at 19, like we didn't even think about getting out of it. I mean, we did if it was going to break through 18. I guess we can kind of cancel that. Actually, I don't even have that stop. Well, I had it in, but we can cancel it now. As there it is, and we got a 2040. So we're long at 19 bucks. It's tapping 23.50 right now. So this is going to be a monster trade for us here on PLRX. Let's wait to see that it's open. Big time movements to the upside. Could easily fall down, but man, like Brittany, we did it again on this one here, PLRX. We do have to notice that our Mullen trade, though, obviously we get that fill as now it's through 29. So we'll watch out how far this one goes to the downside. I'm going to be taking some of this out at 125. Like, you know, this PLRX is just rocking so well that there's no point. Look what else is happening right now. You want to talk about, you know, some big time movements coming to the downside right now? Stamp a fail on Win, man. This was we are all over this on our sticky note. Big time movements. Look at these winners we have today. Meta, $5 in the money, right? Win, $2 in the money. Twitter, I know Neil has this as well, 70 cents now in the money on Twitter as that's near its day low. PLRX, hopefully $4 in the money on PLRX. Like, the winners just keep on coming, man. It's glad to be back. Really happy with this one. I hope you guys have all this as well. But there it is right now. Halt. Yeah, we see that rolling records. PLRX. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet, man. It's been such a monster show. And the worst part about it is I think we both missed those Chinese names because Alibaba.
Well, I want to be sick. 115 on Amazon I'm sitting in front of. I missed 3 cents on Pinduoduo to the short side, but it is what it is. Like,
it is what it is, yeah.
Basically, everything was looking like a short setup. Tesla just broke that 735 to the downside. This is crazy. Twitter could break 34. I'm not sure what happens if Twitter goes under that 34 price. There's not much of a bid down there. But this is getting really ugly across the board. We didn't even talk about Microsoft. Softy breaks 265 and goes to 62s. 62 on, come on, this chart doesn't even want to load up for me here. To 62, so a huge breakdown. My daily not loading up. You get below that 62, and you have a gap fill $10 down on Microsoft potentially. So huge level for Softy. Looks like it's holding 4 now on Microsoft. Brendan, was that Brendan?
No. Okay, so no duh there. Apparently I should never, you're right, Scott H. I should always look at these runners considering the way that we've been training them lately. But if you guys did note here, and you know, this is exactly what I talked about right here on the sticky note off the open. So I'm just going to hold some of these shorts. Market looking weak into bank earnings. I'm looking short. Every idea on here today short. Look at this, BABA breaking through 115. It's at 109 right now. So yeah, you want to talk about a big trade there. Win, Meta, AMD, they're all here. Twitter, I mean, all these shorts all working out for us. Thank you so much for watching. It's only 950 right now. Like, the damage is not even done yet in this market. So look, I mean, Meta continues to make a move to the downside. And if we wanted to sort of zoom out a little bit here on Meta, there's not much obviously on a daily chart as we're kind of broken on that one. So you got to look for a 20-minute, a 30-minute, get a little bit more outside here. I'm going to have a look at some larger time frames, and we're going to go over to Brendan quickly.
Another little one moving, guys. Vulcan, which makes electric all-terrain vehicles. VLCN just popping up. They received $70 million in pre-orders for one of their latest editions. So VLCN up 22%.
So just had a break of Twitter at $34 it just broke. I took some more shares out there. Got to take some profit on this as it continues to go into that downside. Look, the one stock that sucked, obviously for me, was going to be DWAC, and it looks like it's coming right back below that $30 level. I did say be a little bit patient with this, because I wanted to see it try to hold below that price. We had a wick off top now at that 30.5 at pre-market levels, and it's back below 30. This does give me a chance to get back into it. This is what I mean by being patient, right? Like, you get stopped out, you had some opportunity to take some profit down here around 28.5, but don't just jump right back into the short. Now it's starting to consolidate off these levels, so I'm going to start working back into the short side of the trade. As this one, I just don't believe this should be up on a sympathy play on Twitter. I think it's gone too fast on DWAC as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, I don't know. What was your story with AMC? Because I just got my long there. So I know you were waiting for that 1380 level. So I like that 1380 level right there.
I got tops at 15.
Okay.
And then the last third stopped out, but my bid hasn't been filled yet.
Okay, yeah. So we okay, good. So we just got in there. I wasn't sure if you're into that name. We're into this right now on AMC. So we'll see. Looking at 1425, obviously right there coming through, and then the next level there 1450. If that can work out for us, but we are now long, obviously there on AMC. As PLRX opens back up to $1.50 in the money. We'll wait to see where it goes, man. I mean, that thing halted and was trying to go through 2150. So let's see if 2150 comes through again. I'm already in this position. I'm not going to be punching any more long, and I'm just going to hold this one until we get stopped out, like I said, at that $18 mark. Worth the risk here, worth the shot for me on PLRX. The only thing that's not working out today is going to be Mullen. Everything else, Meta's now at day lows, Twitter's at day lows, Win's at day low, PLRX at day high. So, I mean, we're cruising. The only thing that's not working, like I said, first of all, there's AMC right now. Some nice upside moves. Here we go. We got some out at 20. Now we're waiting at 24 for another one. Is it 24 or 23? 24s are waiting for another one here on AMC. Let's see if this one can get going. So yeah, apes unite again one more time here today. There it is. We'll hit this ape thing going to the upside. We could check on GME, but yeah, AMC down 3%. Let's just see if that $13.80, $14 wants to hold. Maybe not, but that's why you take out a quick little piece on AMC for a dime, and then we'll see where we go from here. What did I just got filled on something there? Oh, AMC went to 24. Okay, so there it is right there. A nice little out one more time for the banger right there. Wow. Good day so far, man. Just Mullen. Everything else rocking.
And this PLRX, it did, like you said, it opened back up and then headed to the downside. I had to short off the 20 level, took out the top. You'll see that tight little stop there. Now that it's looking like it wants to hold down, it held the whole price on the upside, and that's where you got the long trade from. And now it looks like it's holding that whole price in the other direction. A lot of times that can be a bit of a failure level. It is 21.50 the high, the whole price just below that, so I think your stop on any short has to be that 50 level. I want to look to reload on Tesla Twitter shorts, but it just doesn't want to give you a chance to get into this thing. Realistically, I was looking at 34.50. 34.25 seems like it's chasing too far. So I'm going to hold off on trying to get anything more short on Twitter. Mullen is catching a bit of a base off that pre-breakout price. I'm back on this bid. I never actually got the fill there at 27s, but those look like it's holding that level. So I'll reload into Mullen if we get the opportunity, but I don't want to chase that too far either. If you want to go back over to one name that I don't think we got into was you can cancel my offer on Amazon. We're not going to get, obviously, you're not going to get 115 and a half, but 110 on Amazon, and these charts with these wicks are nuts. 110 on Amazon is a pretty significant level. It did bounce off of 111 just now. Looks like 110 could be a solid little floor. That was a huge liquidity vacuum this morning, so if any of these levels continue to hold, you can have some scalp trades, but I'd only be looking at scalp trades for some of these longs at best. A firm which we did like, that bounced cleanly off of its support for Thursday and Friday, 21.30. I still think this one is a fade. I'm going to fade it off of 22 even. Going to cancel these offers because we're not going to get those. But 22 even on a firm is the new price that I'd short in front of. Might have to take 3 swings at it as deep as it fell.
Yeah, I like some of those new ideas there as far as that is concerned. I do like what you're saying about Mullen. I am long that name as well. I'm just trying to get something out for like 32s, 30. Whoa, big Memex there, trying to get some rebates coming through with 8,000. It's 800,000 shares right there on the level. Again, nothing to worry about because it's 55 million, but could be a little bit of work unless that guy cancels to get through there. But you can see they're hitting there it is. Look at that. They're hitting it. So it's not going to have a problem to get through it. You're already down through half, but it is stalling the move here a little bit on Mullen. If that disappears, you might want to spank this for a nice little long trade here on Mullen. But just in case you guys were updated, like what happened there, I did get out on a 20 break break of PLRX. So now we just hold one piece. I have no more offers out there. We are out of 80% now of PLRX. So a good trade for us. Let's still see if it goes back up to the upside as we're trying to take out day's high one more time on PLRX. Unfortunately, we did get out right there on that 20 break. So, gave up 80 cents on the high side. PLRX, Mullen still chipping away right there at that 800,000. So more to come on that one, Brendan.
Just saw some of the banks pop up on volume back to the upside. Here's the 10-year. We just gave back all of the jobs report pop from Friday. So right back to 2.93 on the 10-year. So banks starting to rally a little bit, still down 0.5% ahead of what's to come this week.
Yeah, and well, we talked about Microsoft just a quick second ago. It's now making a second bounce off of these lows. Looks like that 262. It's being respected somewhat. Now, this is a pretty solid consolidation. But keep in mind, when you're catching a falling, so when you're getting on bids like this, when the market's falling, quite frankly, as fast as it is, these are trades that you don't want to be sitting there averaging into or just sort of going into oblivion. If it doesn't hold 62s, I want to be out of this and just running away from it. By the way, that Mullen order, it's already halfway through that 80,000 shares or whatever. Was it 800,000 shares? Yeah, so I'm actually going to, here we go. It just got through it. I was about to say I was going to hit 30s as it went. I didn't even have a chance to do that. So I'm going to get on the bid at 30s if I can catch some more shares of Mullen. And then for Microsoft, I will be on this bid. I'm getting out if we break that 62. But this is now a pretty solid consolidation for Microsoft here. If we can start to run, it's got a decent chance to go. I went over to Pinduoduo to see if there was at least a chance that I could get into this short. 56 looks like that price. It's actually made a solid bounce, $1.50 on PDD. But this is one that the trend looks really good to the south side. So I'm going to play off of this 56 on PDD. Not sure we get this or affirm exactly where we ever wanted it, but we can try to short these pops. That's the only play left.
All right, guys, so the number one profit name actually is going to be Meta, but number two is going to be PLRX right now. So let's go bang on this one, guys. This is now $3 in the money on PLRX, so a good trade there. Could be the trade of the day. It's one entry, man, all the way to the upside. But similar to that is Meta, which is also one entry. And similar to that is also AMC, which is also one entry down here at 1410. So a bunch of one entry names here, man. PLRX, sometimes, it's good to be late to the party if you're well dressed. We got a decent price there. That just hits up to $22.50. I'm just going to hold this because if this thing goes to $30 and I don't have anything on, I'll be pretty pissed off. So let's hold on to that one. We're going to get out a win if it does take 53. I mean, I still feel like this has some downside moves. And the one trade that I forgot to mention, I was like, why is my net it's because we did lose, actually, and I didn't even notice this. Rivian took down $31. So that name here, not working at all. And I saw someone in the chat was like, boom, Rivian long. And I was like, Rivian long? Yeah, I have that. And I looked, I was like, hell no. I had that $1 ago, so that was wrong to the downside here. And I'm trying to play off this 30 long right now. So we did push a little bit more, and I want to try one more time in here. But you could see oil's starting to go back up to the upside, and Rivian coming back down pretty hard right now, down 6% off of some big time movement the last couple days. So this is giving it all back. I mean, $29.50, I guess, is where we wait. So I think we got to do that, man. Let's wait around for $29.50 as this market continues lower and lower and lower. Mullen, though, wow, disappointing was that, Neil? Breaking through 130 there and then completely stopping. So that size really sucked.
Give it time.
Yeah, no, I am, and that's. I hope it can go. Now it's through 31, so we're long at 34 now on Mullen, and it's just one of those positions that we're down in the money on that one right now. So we'll wait for that. It's still a very, very positive day here, and it's going to be looking like not positive at all on the board. So let's go over to Brendan and see what sectors are making some moves here, or this is happening now, actually. Let's go see what's happening now.
Yeah, red board to kick things off on a Monday, guys. It is the NASDAQ here leading 2.25, 2.3 for the composite and the 100, back to the downside after, we tried to get positive heading into the weekend at least. The Russell, a lot of weakness in small caps today as well, 1.4. 1.2 for the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. The Dow and S&P on their way as well. The Dow actually faring a little bit better now that I see it than the rest. We mentioned NVIDIA, the entire group with a little bit of negativity in the pre-market. Wow, that was very, very clean this morning through that pre-market low down to 150, $5 straight to the downside now, 5% almost for NVIDIA. And Tesla, what a move. 760, 750. We're at 715 right now for Tesla, guys. Straight downside as well. Back over to you.
Yeah, we said this last week. We've been saying it for a while. Like, whatever ideas you have in the pre-market, revisit them at about 10 o'clock when things try to settle down a little bit here. So that's all you could do with Pinduo Duo, because the rollover was, I mean, it was harsh, to say the worst. I mean, obviously, you could have sat in this one and it would have been gold. Not a lot of pre-market volume, though. But once it hit 10 o'clock, the new range established showed you 56 as a resistance level. And I'm just, as far as I'm concerned, you reject that 200 period moving average. I just want to be short the name until it gets to $50. So that could be an everyday thing. It could be an all-week thing. Who knows? But we took the short 55.5 just now, establishing 56. I got some out at 55. Going to take some more shares out at the low of the day if it gets there as the market continues to head lower. And then from there, we're just going to reevaluate every single time. And look, I just got that Microsoft. It's now the only long that we're going to have on board here. And if it breaks, if we break that even, that 262 even, we're out. I wish that wick was real, that dark pool wick, because that means we would have had some profit. I want this to get 1-to-1 at about 263 or in front of it for the first leg out, and I'll be pretty happy if we can even get VWAP here. When you're catching these falling swords or catching these bounce trades, I feel like you want to take your profit and run, and that means halfway to VWAP and then all the way to VWAP. We just rang the register there in front of 263. But much like Tesla was doing the same thing for me and then stopped out the bottom, probably because of that 13,000 share offer on Tesla. But on Microsoft, no such seller. Looks like we are trying to bounce off this 62 level, but the market not bouncing for long, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm still mad about this stupid Mullen. I thought that should have gone. Okay, 163.50. I think we could test it a little bit of a long here on Meta. Here's Meta right here. You know, if Meta does break back to the upside, I think it's probably worth trying on this 163.50 for Meta right there. We're letting it sort of barcode down. Normally, I don't like to go long any of these names, especially into a market that is down 2.37% and nowhere near the 50 period. So I don't know if that's going to happen there for Meta, but that's going to be my out, and then a flip to the long side, 163.50. Hopefully that could turn out to be a good trade there if it does go back down in. Obviously, we do have AMC that continues to make a move there, so that's a good one for us. Meta, Mullen not doing anything, PLRX. So maybe there's just some new names, man. SoFi's down 5% today. Square's down 5%. I'm just trying to look at this board as we go, man. The SPY, Tesla, we've talked about, that's down 5. Wow, these names just continue to be brutal. AMD was on our list, and we didn't look at that too much. We said it's 78.50 short. That's where we were waiting. Obviously, it broke the bottom now and continues to make lower moves here. Like, it sucks. Like, I like your Microsoft there. I think if you're going to go and try to pick up anything long, I mean, the value plays like a Microsoft.
The only shorts that are coming in on a pop is actually Twitter right now. Twitter just bounced 80 cents. Actually, check that. Twitter bounced, actually 80 cents. Right? Back up to VWAP here at 34.50. So if you're looking to short pops, this is going to give you an opportunity today. It's going to do a ridiculous amount of volume. You're talking 100 million, probably even more than that. The trend has been pretty solid. I'm not a big trend line person anymore, but if you were to draw one this morning, it's probably really, really clean here. I don't know. I guess I'll try to draw one a little up here. I mean, you're probably pretty clean, and then shorting these pops into VWAP. So it's not going to continue like this or that clean forever, but rinsing and repeating, shorting some of these levels on Twitter, and then just taking some out every 15 or 20 cents does make a lot of sense to me. Microsoft wants to hold here. I don't know if it can, to be honest with you. So 262 for now is giving me a good trade. My stop is not moving. It's going to be a clean out there if 62 breaks. I'm looking for the bottom on Pinduo Duo at 54.5 and then try to hold on to it. But if you're looking at some of these other Chinese names, or US listed Chinese names, I mean, look at NEO here, down 8%. The equivalent level will be trying to get 21s here on NEO. And we're thinking about 23s in the pre-market. You can pretty much forget about that. Alibaba, I mean, 110 even you're sitting at. I don't love the BABA short as much because I think you got that 110 for a bit of a support level on Alibaba, but I like the short much better, probably in this PDD. And Affirm, let's just even forget about. I don't want to forget about it, but every single time I try to get into Affirm, like I said, okay, I'll short a 22 pop. I mean, it goes to 21.80 or so, and it's right back down almost to 21 even. So there's a lot of weakness in this market. It's hard to want to chase some of these shorts. So I'm not going to do so. The ones that we're in are the ones that we like, new offers. I'm sitting on the offer in front of 22 in Affirm. I got Pinduo Duo. I mean, Microsoft is trying again. We'll see how far it can get, but I'm kind of skeptical of some of these longs at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. I was almost thinking about break. Our script should be fine, unless our scripts. I haven't used any of the other ones. But we got out a win right there at 51.90. So there it is, a nice little move for us on win, and we'll hit the bang for that one. As today's been a great day. I mean, there's nothing. It's just Rivian. Forget about Mullen. I mean, that's going to be a bad trade, so you can't forget about it. Thought that one had a chance to go. It's really Rivian that hasn't gone. We are back in this name. You can see the price that we do have, so I'm not about to hate on this one right now. Did Meta just go up? What just happened there? Nothing. Okay, so we'll wait to see on that one. But right now, Meta trying to go back up. There it is. So Meta did break. So now we are long Meta, guys. On a break, 53.50, not bad. Let's see if we can get something out here into the 70s. So we'll do exactly that. As there goes Meta back up to the upside. There's that 6163.50 breaker to the upside. Now goes Meta. So pretty happy with the way this one's pairing out for us. Meta back up to the upside on that break. Now 30 cents in the money on the break. 30 cents. Let's try a little more than that. There it is. 93s we just got out there. Meta. Bang for that one, and that's going to the upside as well. Man, today, once again, another good day. I hope you guys are being okay here, because this has been a nasty move to the downside.
Yeah, and almost, so close. Come on, give it to me on Microsoft. Microsoft's getting really close to my target there at VWAP. Oh, come on, load up chart. Come on, go, go, go. I hate you charts. I'm sitting right here in front of VWAP or at VWAP on Microsoft, just looking for one last little push. I might just cross the spread to get out. This is what we're looking for. This is the bottom end of the range. This is the top end. We'll keep on going back to this well as many times as it wants, but I don't want to be sitting here holding on too longs. Sometimes you can get that jailbreak, and we are headed for higher and greener territories, but I'm not making that bet on Monday morning when everything felt ridiculously weak. We're taking profits on the longs and looking for opportunities to get back into some of these shorts, Brendo.
We mentioned the price target cut downgrade from Cowen on QCOM, guys. Back to the upside here. There was this story as well this morning. Ericsson and Qualcomm teaming up, trying to deliver 5G capabilities, wireless capabilities from space, satellite-based 5G. So QCOM just saw some volume come in, back to the upside.
Qualcomm had that good move a couple of weeks ago off that, it was, I actually forget the news there. I think it was like an Apple news. Twitter is in the midst of that little push up. We're able to get out of Microsoft. You saw Meta go to the upside. Twitter's been holding fort here for the last few minutes, about 5 or 6 minutes below VWAP. So the second we go a little more sideways, maybe tick down, I might at that point look to add to shares here. I've already added twice in front of VWAP. No need to get too aggressive there. That pop was good. Somehow not good enough to get even close on a firm. Like, give me a break. Like, a firm went like 20 cents. Wow, this stock is ridiculously weak. I still don't want to chase it. And Pinduoduo on that little pop in the market, this is Pinduoduo trying to go. It went 20 or 30 cents, failed at 55. This is destined to head back to that low of the day. That little bounce in the futures, like you saw the kind of move that got made in the better tech names or the bigger tech names, but it was absolutely nothing when it came to these weak ones like Affirm and PDD. So it's a slight little bounce. That's why I wanted to make sure we got out of Microsoft there and then try to work back into some shorts. We'll see if we even get them. But we got the Pinduoduo short. We're going to hang on to that one for dear life. Tesla, by the way, if you're still watching that, we had one, let me get rid of these lines. We had one shot at the long at that 35 level. It broke. We thought it could head to 25s. It didn't even stop, slow down, or anything. Didn't check up at 725. Tesla just headed for a date for 700. And 700 on the bid, that'll be fun for me. I will take a shot there because I pretty much always do.
Yeah, I'm trying to cancel some of these orders because some of them are pretty stale right now. Like, we're not getting some of these.
Our position board's still not right.
Our position boards?
I'm not in DWAC, guys. I'm not long DWAC 3. I didn't even notice. That's apologies. I am not long DWAC. That's been wrong because I took a trade very early in the pre-market, so I kind of feel like that was before we turned that system that tracks it on. So unfortunately, it's been wrong all day for me on DWAC.
Can you just reset it, Lucas?
But I think they did.
He's going to do it now again, I think. Right now, so just an update here. Meta trying to go back to the upside there. We're going to hold out to see if the market wants to get back up to the 50 period. We do have another out in the 80s here to see if we can get another 40 cents or so on this name. So, well, it's actually at 89 to get about that 40 cents. So hopefully that can, here comes 86 is. Let's see if this can go back up to the upside there. Mullen, I mean, it's up to 133. We did say that we are going to, come on, let's go upside a little bit more on a nice trade here for Meta. I'm hoping that we have that one on. on board. Come on, let's go. So far, so good today, man. We're doing it again. There goes Mullen. There's the 133 take. So there's our 129 or 128 bid that got filled, obviously. So we'll take this to the upside. Hopefully it can continue to go. We did. There it is. Nice little out there on Meta as that breaks the S. Go Meta. We're at 164.10 as well, as we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. Just cruising now on these trades, trying to make some cash. You can see that was a good out for us on Win as well. 51.90 out there on Win. So we'll see if that one can print out for us a little bit here. WYNN. PLRX still $1.70 and trying to do something. Don't know if it's going to, but PLRX right now up to 21 again. That high is 22.40. So that's a name to look out for there. And then really the sleeping giant, the one name that I feel like could really start to take off here on a possibility is going to be Rivian. I mean, this name's still down that 6% and really hasn't gotten any love back to the upside yet. So Rivian right now trying to get going back up to the upside. Look where it just stopped, 30.40. Where's my average price? 30.40. So that's not going to work out right now for us on Rivian, but hopefully that can come back up to those prices and then we'll get going. And the only short I'm in right now is Twitter. And I said that I was going to be short until it breaks, like, I guess now 36 or 37. So I really like this trade there. PLRX now $2 in the money, possible halt candidate again because it just went from 20 to 21. This touches 22. Looks like it's going to halt one more time. Meta keeps on bouncing, man, and we keep getting out at this VWAP and 50 period. If the market wants to bounce, though, I'm really happy staying long Meta for a very long time, like 165 maybe as a target. 164.50 is where I'm sitting right now.
And I actually just took that reload and got out of some shares on Twitter there as it starts to roll over. I covered last time at 30, well, we've had multiple shorts. I guess we've been short the entire time. I've never actually been flat on this stock. But that 34.25 was a target zone before, and then we'll get some shares out in front of 34 if we can on the way back in. I haven't been able to add. I wanted to get more at 34.40. I'll go ahead and do that if we get the opportunity. There's no guarantees. Mullen did make a little bit of a pop there. Not much of one, and then I got on the offer at 34s, and it looks like it made a bit of a turn, but it looks like it's held pretty well, that breakout price, down to about that 1/4, and now you're starting to head back into the upside. I'll get shares out. I got 34 offer, I got 36 and 38 on the way to the high of the day, and for the first time today, I have a short and a firm. It only took the market making a huge capitulation and trying to catch a bit of a bid for that to finally happen on a firm, but I do have it here. Looks like it's trying to roll through VWAP. It broke VWAP there and just got to just above that 22. I don't like even dollar stops on a firm. I think that's a sucker's bet because they usually get run every single time at the even, so I'll be at about 22.10 on my stop. But I wanted this at 23, 23 and a half and never got it this morning. So unfortunately, got to be able to play where you can. My stop will be 22.10 on this short and a firm.
Okay, so Meta didn't want to go. Rivian, guys, went right back to flat. It went right up to 30.44 again. We will try to get, we are trying to get some out if it goes back up there. My prices were at 30.50 to see about getting some out for Rivian, but you can see the market did fade out one more time there. So I like Neil's idea of kind of like catching some of these moves because right now I don't really get the feeling or the opinion that like this market is going to just move strong in one direction anymore. I mean, we're already down 2% here today and tried to make a nice bottom. I always feel like we want to test back to 12,000, but like look how good that bottom was there at 12,000. As soon as that broke this morning, it just cranked lower, lower, lower. You're now sort of barcoding, so we will take another piece out on Meta if we can get it into the high 80s one more time. And then that's about it. We did take some Mullen out there at 32. Let's see if that can work. We're basically been flat on Mullen. We actually have a flat trade on Mullen right now. So no money lost, no money made. We did get some outs there. We did reload it there and got some pieces. So right now, Mullen is just cruising, and I'm just waiting for Rivian really to get going there. I really think that this, I don't know if it could be a bottom or not, but hopefully we continue to move up, and I don't have to worry about this bottom. I can't see it here, but it was 29.50 coming into play. We'll do a little bit of work on that when we get back from Brendan.
Just saw some of the casinos popping back to the upside here. Win bounced off this level on the daily chart around this 51.5, 52 area a couple of times. Tried to hold 52 there again, guys, for Win. Still down huge, though.
Still down huge, and obviously
we got out of that.
There's so much weakness, but like even a small bounce in the market it does give you some intriguing opportunities. Pinduoduo actually just got off of these lows. I'm going to adjust my next take profit. I was sitting in front of the low of the day, which I think I mentioned the next level I like to get out. But this 54.75 for like 20 minutes now, well, yeah, about 20 minutes or so, has just been holding this bid. So I'm going to get out some shares in front of it between 54.75 and 55 even. Just if I'm going to take profit in front of the lows and there's a support level, and I want to make sure I'm grabbing some of that right here. So we'll go ahead, ring the register another time on PDD. Admittedly, this will be the most frustrating. We don't do frustrating stock of the day anymore in the afternoon, but this 100% will be mine. But you got to let it go. You got to be able to short the prices that are available to you or whatever it might be. And the next trade happened to be in front of 56, unfortunately, for me there. Affirm as well, which we finally got into. Got up to VWAP. Faded off 22. I got 21.88. I got some shares out there at 68. I'll bid in front of the low of the day again, but that's checking back in toward that high. My stop is at 22.10. I want to make sure we don't get stubborn with this, because if this is the bottom, you don't want to get caught short at the bottom. I want to go back to Upstart very quickly. Here is Upstart still squeezing. Like still squeezing to the upside. Upstart's going to kick my butt, because on Friday we were talking about this as a long, and people were like, why do you like the long on Upstart? It was simply because of the short interest and because it was refusing to break the low, and it does the same thing again here today. So Upstart off to the races. We were long this in the afternoon on Friday and then did not come back in and punch long when it broke that high. I think it can last pretty decently here, because the stock has been crushed so badly that the shorts have been leaning on this for a very long time, and there's a lot of profit taking to be had, admittedly. So you look at this has basically done nothing even today. Like, until you get above about 29 or so, what has this really done? It's still within the range from the gap down on Friday. So there's lots of room for this to be able to still go back into the upside. Obviously, 29 even is going to be a pretty big resistance level for Upstart. And I get it, it's gone $3.50. You're asking yourself, how can it go further? Well, just when in doubt, zoom out, and that'll tell you it's still got a massive gap to fill.
Yeah, thanks. What's up, John Stevens? They're messaging me on Baba saying, you gave us the trade and missed it. Yeah, well, hey, that's just going to happen. Welcome back. Thank you, Mr. Moose, there on the chat. And thank you to everybody there on Twitter. I will review some of that. But meanwhile, guys, the stock that just doesn't seem to want to stop right now, shout out to AMC in the building one more time, guys. Big time movement. We have, again, it's almost like I just painted this on here, but that bottom right there, 1410, we have it on board. We just took another piece out there at 69, so we're getting pretty light now on AMC. We're just letting that thing float to the upside. We saw it take out that 60, then it started to go back upside, so a nice little move now for AMC, as we are now pretty much at the high of the day for ourselves here. Mullen would be nice to go. That's what's holding us back. And we did get that out again there on Meta. So, we don't want to be scalping this. If it does take down 163, we'll get out on Meta. But Meta's my biggest stock by far. It's the #1 name P&L wise here on the show today, Meta. So there it is. Nice trade to the downside. And then I flipped it to the long. And here goes Meta now, hopefully back up to the upside. But Meta, the #1 stock there, PLRX, trying to cruise. But look at this one, almost all the way back and now touching out at 19 and change. I think we could just get out now if this breaks through. What is this level? 1850. So PLRX, I guess if this name drops multiple dollars, then we would be in trouble. But I already talked about only being into 20% of this thing left. Unfortunately, we let it go. We talked about the high side there. PLRX right now failing for all of us wishing to retire on this name. However, if you were long from before, then it's been a huge day for you. Congratulations to anybody on that PLRX. I might just get out if we bake the 50 period right here, guys. 19 break, we're going to get out of this one. Just put the money in our pocket and run away. So it's been a hell of a successful day. As I see Prad stepping in the building, it's going to be a good one, man. 10:20, and it's time to go over to Brendan with small cap recap out of PLRX if we take 19.
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's have a look at a couple of things here that we were talking about in the pre-market. One of those SRG from Friday. Remember, huge move up on monster volume. There was so many other things, I think, to look at today in small cap land. This kind of got left behind. Give you a really good test of some of the levels we hit late in the day on Friday out of the gate. I missed that, so just took the break of the pre-market low there down to 980, 975. trying maybe to double bottom currently 975, 980. So just be careful. It is easy to borrow as well, so it can get going to the upside if it wants to. I was super patient, or trying to be anyways, with PLRX. It failed a number of times up here at 21, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then broke to the downside. Got stopped out initially, but we'll work that downside now. See if it does want to give up on that 50 period, Sean, for PLRX. Back over to you.
Yeah, and if it does, we're gone, and we're almost, there we go. So I was going to say, there it is. It's out now as it just takes it out right now. Then also on the downside, we'll give back nothing on Meta, but that's why we took out 60% up here. But the problem is this long's at 50, and most of these outs here are in the 80s, some in the 90s. So a little bit of a loss as we tick it down, but again, pretty much flat because there's 6 outs there and then 1 out there representing 40% as we break back to the downside. So yeah, these shorts, man, just wish we would have held all of them, I guess. But Twitter's been kind of okay. That's the one that's sort of holding up. I'm pretty happy with our out there on AMC, and now we got to look for some more shorts. Maybe Neo, maybe Baba, if that's popped back up side again. But yeah, these shorts really starting to print out one more time.
Yeah, we're continuing to fall downside. Like we said, there was a trader back when I first started out, and when I was a trainee on the floor, in a bear market or whenever the market was trading to the downside, would just yell out all day long or all morning long, short the pops, short the pops. And I think he did that so that he wouldn't chase, but he would stick with the trend. So we got a couple, Affirm being one of them. I took some more shares out there, 21.5. Pinduoduo was the other one there. Twitter has been a pretty good one as well to be able to reload some of those shorts. And you know what? I didn't consider shorting Microsoft, but it tried to break VWAP, and then it rejected there as well. So essentially, that pop got stocks to VWAP, or I mean some stocks to VWAP, and pretty much no better. If you can find something that got off some big lows and got through VWAP, then maybe you've got some relative strength. Until I see it, I mean, I'm not really believing that we've got any kind of a significant bounce. One name that we have not looked at this morning, and it's going to be the same thing as any of these charts, Coinbase, which was super strong late last week, has faded hard off this 57 level, which is a big level. And when I looked over, I'm like, oh, I remember 57. 57 was where this thing essentially broke out from on Friday morning, and now you've got this 57 level acting as resistance on Coinbase. So if there's level to be shorted, I think it's 57 even on coin on any kind of a pop. Not saying that we'll get a pop to get it to 57, but that's where I'd look to be short that. The only thing I'm long is still this Mullen. And if you go to the higher time frame, this is what you can kind of see. This is breaking out from that 127. It cannot seem to break below that quarter mark. However, it's running into all kinds of resistance. Been offering 34s, 36s, and 38s on the way up, and have not been touched just yet. We just pulled back again below 130. It's running out of time for it to show some strength here in Mullen, unfortunately. But hey, as long as it's above 125, then I can hang on to this long position. It's just a bit of a disappointing one here in Mullen.
Yeah, you tell me about that again, man. I think that's pretty been disappointing for sure, but we do have a new trade alert finally onto AMD. Let's just see what happens. Of course, Meta does pull back from that 163. I just wanted to get out to make sure that trade still, had, I guess I got to cancel my 162 bid. I don't know if that's going to come into play one more time. But here's the short into AMD. So this is just a starter position. The reason why I want, reason why starter, because I was thinking if it continues to go down, we want to have something on. But at the same time, obviously well aware what just happened there. Okay, we got more AMD. So here's a nice little pop back. We want to be short until it breaks above the 50 period. So like Neil said, trying to find names that are popping and dropping and staying short, and talking about that trader friend of ours that we had there short the pop. So here comes one right now for AMD and for the market. So we are going to be short this. It's coming up. My next short's going to be in here into the 80s and 90s, because I'm well aware that I love AMD longs, right? And so I don't want to be caught trying to average into a short or thinking that I got to do something when I don't, So let's wait to see here what happens with AMD. We'll wait for that. My out, I've already decided, is going to be 77.50. So if we get back up here, that's 77.80. I'm going to probably get out at 77.50 or so. So there is going to be a couple more averages in on a sort of a pop back up, but then an out on 77.50. If it goes to the upside, goes AMD right now. Rivian finally back up into the money there, so that's going to be a good trade for us. Now on Rivian, as that one hits 30.50, so there's the out for us there. Not good yet, hopefully good late. So that's going to be the trade for Rivian. I don't ever like it when Neil says "uh-oh" because what does that mean?
Well, it's good. For Pinduoduo shareholders. It just broke the low of the day. Now over $1 in the money. But I actually wanted to quickly, and again, it's a good trade. I'll go to it in a second. But Roblox here, bouncing off 37.5. And the reason I think this is important, this had a huge breakout last week, especially on Friday, just a monster rally. But all week long, you've got the weak support just held up here on Roblox. And it's down 6.5%, so crushed like the rest of the market. But this could be a level worth trading off of. And this is, if you're going to try longs, make sure it's off a really good price. Like that 62 in Microsoft made sense. Roblox in front of 37.5. I think that's going to make some sense as well. Might have missed that opportunity, but hey, if it wants to show some strength at that price, I'll try going to that well. The entire week, it was a buy off of this price. I think that gives it some significance at least. Pinduoduo, this is what I meant. I mean, it's not for the position, it's for the stock. My 15's not going to go back far enough, so I'll go to the daily chart. Now that you're through that pre-market low, you get back to this bottom right here on June 13th at 52.5. That would be the ultimate target for me. If we get down to 52.75 to 53, I want to get out of this trade. I think this is where you can be headed for today. I think $50 in the 50 period is where you're headed this week on PDD. I just don't think you're getting here today. I wanted a 57, whatever.
Yeah.
And the short's off 58. None of that crap matters. So 52.5, that's the ultimate target for me on PDD. I'd be out once we get there.
Yeah, I like that. So PDD there, AMD has pulled back into in the money again for us here. So let's see if this one continues to make a little bit of sense to trade this to the downside. So back into the money at 76.50. Well, flat now into the money at 76.50. So that one's trying to come out now to the downside. We do have a bid. I just randomly threw a bid down here, 76.30. So let's see if that can come back in sort of where we started this train. We'll see if that can come out one more time on that. And then what was the new trade? Mullen was starting to move. It was AMD and AMC. So yeah, no, nothing really too new there. What do you guys want to talk about? Upstart, Neil's already talked about that a little bit there. Amazon, short off VWAP. I like 40 for Rivian. Someone said, okay, me too. I hope 40 can go. I don't know if you like 30, 40 or what you're talking about here. But Rivian with, again, another nice move back to the upside here. So we'll see if Rivian wants to be that name there. That will continue to work for us or not on Rivian. But that's a level there. Tesla 721, AMD, AMC, Shopify.
Oh, here's one.
Yeah, Shopify's down 8% by the way.
Thank you guys in the chat for this. One of the reasons why it's the best community, I say it every single time this happens. So take a quick second. We say hit the like all the time. Yeah. Hit that share button as well, because the bigger we grow, the less times we'll miss out on something like this throughout the entire morning show. And apologies, because I know I mentioned TBLT once, and I should have said it more than one time. You're going to see what's going on here in TBLT at this 250 level. I kind of wrote it off. I like 2/4 for support on the stock. And when I look at this is churning and wanting to go. So when you hold all morning long, you get a gap up, you get a retracement, you hold the morning bottom the entire time at 250. If I can get 261, 262 longs, I'll go ahead and take it. I'm not sure we're going to get that opportunity. This is a stock that had breakout before, got to about $4, has room to run above 3. I think its next resistance is about 320, so that gives you the pre-market highs. But this is a buy, pure risk to reward. Low 60s off 250, and then if it breaks this channel, you've still got room to that high. Like a 285, 290 break still gives you room to some of that high. I'm going to get on this bid. I think it's worth a look. It doesn't mean it has to work, but it's been giving you essentially 15 to 20 cents on a $2 stock, like 30 or 40 times all morning long, and I haven't traded it once. And our favorite segment of the morning, due up right now. I don't know if TBLT's on this list, but let's see what's going on with the social sentiment at the big screen with Brendan.
Yeah.
Hey guys, let's have a look at how things from a sentiment standpoint are looking as far as what's being talked about on social media. One thing of note, I actually included Friday, or the end of the day, I guess the afternoon and the morning here in this board. So some of this is coming from Friday. And the reason I did that is because I saw AMC was on here negative today. So I went back to see what the difference was if I added Friday. It was negative anyways. But remember, AMC having their best weekend of the year so far with movies. There are some comments over here I just noticed, though, that are definitely positive. But sentiment negative so far for AMC. Mullen here positive as well. ENDP SPY, though, to the downside, obviously the entire market getting hit a little bit here today to start. Tesla, what a flush out of the gate so far this morning. Twitter on here downside as well with the news that Clovis Oncology we were talking about a little bit last week. Big move on Friday, back to the upside, positive once again. But again, this is just a visual representation of some of the comments coming through on social media, guys, regarding some of the stocks we're talking about today. Back over to you.
Okay. Yeah, social media stock alert here for PLRX. That might have made that bottom. So we did get out on that night. Was it night? It was a VWAP break. So we got it like 1915 or so. So not like I have too much FOMO about not getting out of this name, but or getting out of it. Sorry, but PLRX continues to make a move here back up to the upside and holding that 19. So that looks like a solid long. I mean, you know, if you're long this name, you can look at that 19. We did wick. If you want to play that 1850, which I almost did, man, it was almost an 1850 wick long trade for me there, but we didn't take that. So, you know, another one to look out for there. Whoopsies. There we go. I punched out, of course, on that one. So let's watch out for PLRX now coming back into the downside. We'll give it to that 1850 now. That's where that bottom wick is. So I feel like there is potential there in grabbing that trade. So PLRX downside there to that 1850 should be where you give the long at this point, I feel like. And here we go, man. This name just really taken off, and that's going to be NVIDIA. So NVIDIA taking off to the downside, or sorry, NVIDIA. AMD taking off to the upside as I was looking at NVIDIA, which gave me that idea. But 77.25, one more short, and then we're out at 77.50 if it breaks it. So a decent averaged in position right now for me here on AMD. And yeah, 77.25, one more, and then 77.50 is going to be our last out. But look at the futures. That's really the problem, as you've now ticked above. So I like the name, I like everything about it, but we're starting to tick above now on the ES and on the NASDAQ. So I don't like to short things when we're down here like that. So let's wait to see where we go. But so far, so good, I'm hoping here on AMD, but 77.50 is going to be our out. Congratulations, anybody long. It looks like that's going to print a little bit for you. But Rivian, Twitter short is still in. And then that TBLT, you talked about that. That's going to be a good one. And other than that, man, like Meta's 163.50, Microsoft, Clover 252. I mean, there's some new 52-week lows being hit in the cannabis spot. That's another name that's been pretty low. Alibaba trying to bounce a little bit. Maybe there's some relief in Baba today as well. But yeah, man, some nice downside moves happening here. There's Baba. Baba's coming up right now to 111. So that could be a good little break long if this market wants to pop, which right now we're short AMD. So I'm not really feeling like the market popping. But this Alibaba right there through 111 isn't horrible.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take another leg out on Twitter there. Can't seem to get to that 34 even, so 34.15. It might be every 10 cents now instead of every 25 that I look to take some profit on that short. Coinbase did get to 57. I was just talking about that, and they made this little wick high up to that 57 level, and then an immediate retracement back into VWAP. It's actually holding now above VWAP here, so this could end up being a breakout trade at 57, but it's resistance until it's not for me, so I will short it in front, and then if we catch a breakout, you know, we'll see what Bitcoin is doing overall. Oh, give me a break. We actually have to pay for locates. I always forget this. So we don't get free locates on Coinbase anymore. So I'll go price those. They're usually pretty cheap, less than a cent a share. But 57 to me is short until it's not. I just got another leg out on Twitter, as I mentioned. And then PDD, when the market is bouncing like this, and this is continuing to flush through its lows, this is why I'm saying hold on all the way to that 52 level, because you know, some things are just relatively weak at this point. And now down 11%. I got to check some of these other Chinese listed names like Bilibili. Where are you at on this stock? Down 10% as well. So like the overall weakness, I think, is extending further in some of the Chinese names. So maybe that's the place. If you're looking for any shorts to pop, maybe it's those. Although Bilibili, this is actually holding its support at the bottom, unlike Pinduoduo. So there could be something there if you're chasing any kind of I guess, reversal trade. Not that I wanted in Bilibili.
Oh man, I feel like honestly, man, like some of the best longs here are going to be in that Microsoft. And I know you looked at that already, but Microsoft down there, pretty strong considering like the NASDAQ's down almost 2% and was down 2%. Now still is 1.8. But look at Softy, only down 1.23. A nice little run back up to the upside here and trying to take out that 264.50. So I was looking at that. I mean, It's like a tricky situation for me because I'm short AMD, and you don't want to be short AMD and then long into softy. But Microsoft is trying to break out. I'm also debating a short here in Microsoft as well. But we are just trying to get back to 12,000, like we said here. So I think I'm going to test a short in Microsoft. But it's strong, Sean, but it's strong. Yeah, I know. So I don't know. Yeah, this is going to be a name here that's pretty difficult, 264.50. I mean, we could short it into 265 if that wants to go. I think that's not a horrible play. Let's do that. So any of these pops upside here, I still feel weak on the day, so we definitely want to be into that. So let's just kind of acknowledge that this market's pretty weak right now, and then think about shorting Microsoft into 265. We'd be wrong, man. We'll lose on AMD, we'll lose on softy, but let's just see if it can work out here. Negative into the day. I mean, I don't know what we think about this market. Are you not? You're not really long anything, really.
Well, just Mullen. Someone just
Yeah.
asked me if I'm in that TBLT. I just got into it now. It hadn't gone. Here's that 50 level, by the way. It hadn't gone to 62 until literally 2 seconds ago. So I just got into it. 250 is going to be the. Of course, when I finally notice this trend where it's just bouncing off these levels and giving you 20 to 30 cents, could be the time that it breaks. But I'm going to always take that chance. It's a risk-to-reward style play. Like somebody was keeping this bid alive above 250. If it ends up being a fail at this point, then it's because I got to this party a little bit late, unfortunately. And that's going to happen to you. Sometimes you wait, and you catch a pattern way too late. Coinbase, we talked about getting that short. Still have a chance to get it off that 57 level, but this is one of the few names showing some strength. And by the way, I didn't go back to Microsoft. You guys know Sean just did. This is still super strong.
So
getting
strong.
out, obviously,
I should have gone.
at VWAP, a bit of a mistake there. 266 was all kinds of resistance in the pre-market. I don't know that I would try shorting Microsoft until then, for anyone that's looking that one up. But Microsoft, one of the strongest names you're going to find in the market that I can see. That is an upstart, by the way.
I feel like I should have gone there, man. I feel like I should have gone at 265.50. We talked about taking that 265.50 level, and we didn't do it. So that's probably going to wind up being a little bit of pain there for us by not doing that. But let's just have another look. I mean, it could... Again, remember what I was saying here, and it's like Neil and I have to be flat at the end of every single day. So it is sometimes pretty difficult to sit here and try to pick and choose like what we're trying to do on this market, because that's part of the problem, right? Is that as this market tumbles here, like we can't hold everything, so we got to try to find like the best opportunities. And I'm still thinking pretty short on the market here. We've broken back down. We're starting to make little higher highs here over the last little bit, but that wick bottom there, wick top to 119.50, maybe that's something I still like to see it test 12,000. I assume I'll be out of my AMD if we do test that 12,000. Wow, we were waiting for a reload at 77.25. That only got to 77.21. We'd probably be in the money now, guys, if we have that 77.25, but we don't, so we're going to wait for that. We're actually going to down tick our order to 77.20 right now. So if we can get that, that's what we'll do. 77.20 right now on AMD. Actually, let's just wait for 77.25 as the market's starting to come back to the upside right now. We're still in the money today. There goes Rivian, nicely done to the upside off of those bottoms at 30. That needs to take out these levels. If the market's going to rip, I still think there's an undercover trade here in Rivian moving back up to the upside. So that's sort of the ideas that I have right now. And over there at the big screen with Sector Watch, some green marks there. I'm interested to hear what those are with Brendan over there at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, they are far and few between, but let's have a look here. This is the materials group. So some of the resource names, Newmont on there actually up 1.6, SEE, SHW as well, back to the upside. We talked a little bit about FCX last week, big move to the downside, continuation there, almost 4% for FCX downside. But yeah, a little bit of positivity in the resource group. Far corner over there, energy still under pressure, big move down, 3.2 right across the board for energy producers today. It's tech, it's consumer discretionary names that are leading right now as far as the negativity is concerned. The semiconductor group, specifically all over the watch list, 4.5% for NVIDIA to the downside. AMD following suit, 3% to the downside. PayPal, the worst off in the software group, more than 3% in negative territory. These are all the casinos down here. 9% right now for LVS, win, and the cruise lines as well here tagging along, I guess, for negative sentiment today. Etsy, Amazon, downside. Some of the car makers here, there's Tesla, 4% in negative territory. So consumer discretionary and tech, as I said, leading to the downside. There's Twitter, 6.7 now for Twitter to the downside. Communication stocks, the entire group getting dragged to the downside along with it, including Meta there, Netflix below it, both more than 4%. So lots of individual big catalysts today. Very, very few on the positive side. About 0.9 right now for the S&P, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, a bit of a strong comeback there on the, well, I mean, both futures. It doesn't really matter, S&P or the NASDAQ itself. You got it 38.5. And shout out to, in the chat, I think it was just mentioning Marcelo, mentioning that 38.50 on the ES. And that was good. I mean, very, very early on, I think on Thursday, I guess it was. Sorry, late in the day at Thursday, early on Thursday, 38.50 was a good support level. We just bounced off it here, but you are still red on the session. So as impressive as I want to say this rally has been, you have reversed a bit. I was looking at AMC there trying to get back above VWAP. Oh, I still have lines on this chart. Trying to get above VWAP there. I'm still sitting in front of 44, which is crazy. Like 14 even. I've been at 14.06 pretty much all morning long. I'm not sure we'll see that again, but above VWAP, that would reestablish the long that we did have, which is at 1460 for myself. It did stop out at that below that 50 level. We got to the high of the day at 15 even. Still some trouble breaking that. We get above VWAP, and I'm going to look to go back into some longs above there, trying to catch 60s on AMC. Been a pretty strong stock. If there's one thing that's been this, look what just got to the low of the day. I'm still offering on DWAC here. It did stop me out at that $30 level, put a wick high in. I tried to get this consolidation back below 30 and then back to the low of the day. So that's what happens sometimes for you on DWAC. Now I could have just shorted it and said I'm going to hang on to the short no matter what happens, and it would have worked out. Probably don't want to do that because what will happen is that day that it doesn't come back, you've essentially ruined your entire day. But DWAC did eventually sell off. It's still up 10%. But it did eventually sell off through the low of the day. Just didn't make any sense. It was a sympathy rally at best for this on the Twitter news. And speaking of Twitter, even with the market bouncing, that's still holding its trend pretty well. So I think shorting the pop's still okay on Twitter. But a few names trying to break back out here. Twitter, not really one of them.
No, and I like that. That's why I like Twitter down there, like you were saying, for those pops. A good play there. And one stock here that, again, still the number one stock here for us on the show, but Meta. Like, look where we got out, literally at the bottom one more time there. So I don't know exactly about what I was doing there, but Meta right there, out at the bottom. So not a great call there for us on Meta as 164 now coming through 164.50. These are the outs that we were looking at there to the upside. So yeah, not great for us on Meta. We identified that this was a super strong name. We really like Meta here. So it's not like, I don't really know. I'm not really certain on why I got out, to be honest with you, but we did get out of Meta there. It broke through that 163, and I was just playing risk to reward there. We got out of 60%, and then we got out of the last 40 for basically 40-cent winners, 50-cent loser there. So, you know, happy with it, but not overly pleased on that out there. We made some money. Like I said, it's hard to say that like you're upset at a stock that's your number one stock and really the best one there, but here we go again, AMD, like, short AMD not going to be the number one traded stock on the show today because we're short this name. We're short at 76.90. Looks like it's trying to go back up to the upside. It's hilarious because I said the market would test 12,000. Since then, we've just kind of been going to the upside, and I'm trying to fade out on some of these plays here. So not a great trade so far. Definitely here on AMD. So we'll look to see where we can go on this one, but not a good one. We're short. We're going to get some out. If it does come back in like to 77.10, something like that, if we could take a 20-cent hit on this, that'd be great because right now it's looking like we're taking a much bigger hit than that. So yeah, that's out at 77. Damn it, 77.50 there. I hate to lose, but sometimes it does happen. 77.50 coming out right now on this name. Not a good one, guys.
And just to come over to the one name that we haven't mentioned Apple once today, and shout out for a couple people mentioning it there. When we talk about pre-market support to resistance, Apple just turned that one into it at 145.5 here. So 145.5, 146. Now, don't get me wrong, a similar thing is happening on Microsoft at 265, but we've already talked softy. But Apple, it's trying to hold 145, which is the 50 period as well. on the daily chart. So this is a pretty significant level for the overall market here. I mean, Apple closing above or below this is a pretty good sign. As long as we're above, you have a chance this market wants to maybe break out and actually give this Monday morning sell-off a chance at a bounce. So below 145, I'm going to prefer all of the shorts pretty much everywhere. And it's the same thing. Microsoft below 265. Those two names are below those prices simultaneously. I think I want to be reloading shorts. Right now, I just want to be holding on to the shorts that are working. That's kind of my feel. And there's a couple of longs that I liked. I don't know if we're going to actually catch some of those longs. At this point, I don't want to be chasing anything to the upside. I tried Coinbase short off 57 and probably had way too tight of a stop. Like, this is how much I was willing to give Coinbase, like 15 pennies. And then we actually are right back down to 56. So you give it more room and would have worked. But I kind of felt like if we were holding above some of these levels, you're going to run toward that high of the day, and we'd have a chance at that 58.5. So a bit of a mistake there. I'm going to stick to the names that are actually working. Twitter reloads are good. PDD is just dying. And then Affirm, we haven't been able to get back into tight to that 22, but that looks like a pretty good level to be reloading every single chance that we get. So Affirm, I don't have any trouble reloading in front of 22s. I'll probably stay away from Coinbase at this point. And then we're just holding on for dear life on PDD. I mean, I think if the market goes another leg down, we're going to get those 52s, a 52.5 to 53 out on PDD.
Yeah, hard to disagree with that one. They're on PDD, so good trading happening all over the place again today. Like I said, it's just a matter of picking your direction, I feel like, and trying to like hold out for it. And then sometimes you are going to get stopped out. And I use an example like AMD where we're not stopped out on that name. And we did get some out when it came back in there. I told you 77.10 or so. So now it's coming back in and now we're in the money now on AMD. So like I was just saying, oh man, this is not a stock that I want. This is like a bad name for me, blah, 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 AMD. And it comes right back in. So I think the name of the game here is really just going to be patience for this. So, you know, just another name to watch out for here is AMD. Now my outs, if I can get something in the 90s, we'll do that. We'll do a little bit, and then we'll hope that this does fade out. But remember, the market is still above the 50 period. So far, so good here. I might even just take some more out right now on AMD as we just, like you're bouncing off a little bit there. Let's take some out at 03 if we can for flat. There it is. So we just got those. So we'll just take a little bit out there at 03 on AMD and then see where we go. Now back into the 90s. Now obviously we're in the money on this, but don't think that that's true. Like our normal price was $76.90. It's now showing us in the money because we do the first in, first out method. So I do have a negative print right now on my account for AMD. So we're red. We're still going to give this up to $77.50. However, no more averages in. If it gets taken out, it gets taken out. We've sort of made our bed. Now we got to sleep in it. So let's do that here with AMD. Another out down there as we sort of respect that 50 period and the market also bouncing off that 50 period. Look, I know we had a lot of trades in here. I know it's been a pretty good show. If you can hit the like button, that'd be great, man. Today's like count just at 1.4K. So let's see if we can get that to 2,000 before we flip it over there to the midday show. I know Trader Brad, Ian, and Luca will get a lot of likes from you guys as well. So let's see if we can flip that over right now. And then, okay, come on, AMD. Did we just get that at 03? Yeah, we already got that price. So, all right, our next bid here is in the 90s on AMD. Like I said, hopefully that'll come through for us at some point, and we'll look at that again. So AMD downside, but it's money talks, man. I mean, the Dixie, the dollar's been going absolutely crazy. We talked about USD versus Euro at 20-year lows today against the USD is the Euro. So let's go over to Brendan and see if it held up any better.
Yeah, not much of a surprise. The answer is no, in a big way so far today, almost a full percent for the dollar once again. Back to the upside. We were talking with Frank Caberna from the Small Exchange on Friday about parity, remember, with the euro. I mean, we're so close right now. It's basically $1.7 in positive territory or for the euro right now, but down again a full percent. Remember he was saying there was a couple of analysts saying 2023 we might see the euro below the dollar. I said 2023, how about next week for this thing? So here we go, back to the downside again. I threw up a chart over there of this one, the yen, because it's 24-year lows for the yen, down a full percent as well. You got to go all the way back over here to 1998. if you can believe it. It's crazy. Last time the yen was where it is today. Australia and New Zealand being dragged down with this as well. 1.7% for the Aussie today. New Zealand as well, 1.1% downside. Cryptocurrencies not faring much better. 8% for Ethereum and about 6% right now for Bitcoin, guys. Back to you.
Oh, wowzers. Look, there's going to be volatility pretty much everywhere, and that's why we try to give you a good view of everything that's moving. Now, one name, this position board off, sorry, apologies, guys. The position board looks like it's off again. Once I get a fill, it'll look like it'll correct. I am short Affirm still, 2188, still short PDD, still short Twitter, and still long on Mullen. But Upstart, which is still squeezing, although it pulled back into VWAP. I saw it bounce off that 2760. Okay, so that was resistance. We had to cover at 2760 for our best fill in the afternoon on Friday. Now looks like that's going to be support as well as VWAP. I'm going to try and get bids in front of it. I just feel this could be on a collision course with a breakout here. That would be at $29, but if we can get a price in front of it, maybe playing off VWAP first before eventually looking at that 29 break, I just want to go with this trend. Not many names are going to be up today, and I know it feels weird to call Upstart one of them, but a pure squeeze play could be the catalyst. Sometimes in a weak market, it can be those small caps or these squeeze type plays, which will give you that strength. On that note, we got to check back in on AMC with less than 10 minutes before we send you guys to the midday show. AMC struggling at VWAP. So I guess we're back to thinking about that 14 even. I only want prices in front of 14, or 1380 particularly, or prices in that 60 to 70 range above 1450. I don't want to be buying this bottom end of the range here. I want to wait to lows or catch it when it looks a little bit stronger above VWAP. So I'm going to be patient with AMC, but I want to buy these VWAP dips here in Upstart.
Yeah, AMC's been a good one too. We only have that one in, a couple outs there. AMC a big winner for me today. And then, by the way, while we were gone, we'll hit the bang there because you got to sometimes have your orders out to get filled, man. And there's another example right there on AMD. We had that order out at 96. We talked about that. It actually came crashing down there as we threw back over to Brendan. And by crashing down, I mean, it just cranked through 77 and literally stopped basically at my wick there, 95, 96. So we'll see if it can come back in one more time, and then we'll take out some pressure there on AMD. Hopefully, it's got to settle below this 50 period, and then we'll look at VWAP. People said, someone in the chat there, what's up, Internet Enforcers? Thank you so much about my daughter there. She's just a beast at baseball, and she loves it. So that's been definitely a blessing in disguise for me. But yeah, so down to the downside here comes AMD. It's got to stay below though, right? I mean, these futures right now dancing a little bit. We'd like to see it take out this 50 period to the downside, and then we'll have a real banger on board. So I'm going to try to hold on as much as we can for that. And then the same thing true for Rivian. There's that 3060 print that we said we were waiting for as well, going back to that tick right there. So an out again on Rivian, but we just took another piece at 20. I don't know if this one's going to go, but I do think that this is a little, if the market rips, I really think Rivian, possibly finding a bid down here at 30 is pretty cool. So we'll wait to see if that goes. Here comes AMD back in. Come on. I don't normally want this market to tank. The only longs that I don't know if Neil's board is fixed again, but I think it was Mullen.
It's just Mullen.
And Mullen's not doing jack. So here it comes back down through 125. It's a good thing we got a couple outs there at 33 and 32. But yeah, like Neil just said there, you might have heard him, it's about to break. And that's going to be my out as well here at 125. So it's just not working, Mullen, today. Unfortunately, that news already hit, so you had to have been long in the pre in order to really take advantage of that. But I heard Brendan, I don't know if it's news or what, but what's up, Brendan?
Not much in the way of earnings, guys, just to give everyone a little bit of an update. So tonight, there's basically nothing. Tomorrow morning, we get Pepsi. Wednesday, from the airlines, we get Delta in the pre-market. And then, my apologies, tomorrow we get Pepsi. Yeah, Wednesday we get some of the airlines coming through. And then Wednesday, Thursday as well, we get banks coming through. Citigroup, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Morgan Stanley all this week. So a huge week coming. Kind of quiet today, however, for earnings, guys.
Well, okay. I mean, Pepsi's an interesting one because you're going to start to separate the companies that have the pricing power and inflation and the ones that don't. I like to think that Pepsi's on the former side of that most of what they're selling is stuff that we're going to be buying this summer regardless. So, I'm kind of looking forward to a possibly good print here, but it's at a big resistance level on the higher time frame, and you cannot ignore, in a bear market, you respect resistance, right? And if you can see what's happening, it's been breaking out, and it just got a double top here at 73. It's had some trouble since it's gotten to that price to be able to continue this good move to the upside. It's got room to run. We clear 73, and you got $5 of room to the next level, but that's going to be my line in the sand. If we're below that price, I think there's going to be some opportunities to short it back into the 50 period, and then it plays both ways. Right above there, you're working to 178. So I'm kind of hoping that we're sideways and having the chance to trade off this price level instead of running away from it with Pepsi. But we'll see about that tomorrow morning.
Oh, Nelly.
Oh, my God.
There it is right now. Let's go AMD. Print, print, print. Downside, downside, downside right now on this behemoth. As now we're well in the money on AMD as it continues its move down in. I'm actually bidding 77 right now. So a nice little move as I hear Prad talking. Yeah, Prad, we're short 77.25 right now on AMD. So hopefully there it is. Yes, got a 77 print right there on that name as we continue to fall down in. That's why good thing we got out of some Rivi in there as well as the market collapsing on itself. AMD, we talked about it. Like I said, it'll be interesting when we have Rob coming on the show as the new guest host. But I mentioned to Luca when we sat down, go short. So I'm interested to hear if he was able to do that as well today, as that's been a nice move to the downside. Anything short, if you had it early, has been good, but there was a little temporary rally there in the market. I liked your Microsoft level. I really think that's going to be a good name to watch. Apple, I like Meta as well for some of these longs. And the reason I just go back and, you can say whatever you want to me or whatever, but I really feel like there's some value tech names included in that would be all of those names, Microsoft, Meta, and Apple, as well as, I don't know about the chip names, but some of those PEs are getting to be pretty attractive. I like, not your Intel, but I know you've been talking about Intel. At these levels, I feel like there's some no-brainers sometimes.
Well, I think at this
if
point,
you have it 5-year,
if you have a 5-year horizon, you're at the dollar cost averaging point for some of these names. I think that's the interesting thing. You know what we didn't talk about?
I love
today?
how we used to be 1 or 2 years down the line. Now we're 2 to 5, extending it. Now I feel
in Intel's particular case, some of this has to do with the foundry play
they
and
have politics,
building the new plant. And the politics is they haven't passed the chips bill, and even when they do, that transition for them is going to take a couple of years. So in their case, it really is 2 to 5. We didn't talk once about the Mustang. So
what was about it?
The Ford, the new people hate the fact that it's called the Mach-E, or it's called the Mustang because it's not.
I don't know the news. What is it?
Oh, apparently the reviews are really good on it. They're fantastic over the weekend. So I didn't look at Ford at all. We didn't talk about the stock once, but that should have been in play a little bit today. Maybe we'll have a look at that in the afternoon show.
Yeah, I was looking at Ford. We can look at it. Good call out right there, Ford. So let's just do it quickly here. I was looking at it, thought 12 was going to be interesting today.
It's going to be down today, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. See, here's 12 right there. It didn't even break 12 on Thursday, Friday when we had a nice little rally there. So that's where I was looking for this to break 12, and then really the level's 12.50. So, Neil and I both, and I know Arun does this too, and that's I know because sometimes my charts have his levels on them when I get back and making key levels. So I feel like that's a pretty key one right there for Ford, 12.50. So good shout out there by Neil on that one. As AMD continues to fall down, we talked about being net short this one today, and we are once again way back in the money now on this name. But again, needs to come back down a little bit more. Let's see if we can get into the $76 mark here, especially if we stay underneath the NQs here, underneath the 50 period. Oh, what I was getting at before I got sidetracked by myself, I guess, was that someone said what time frames? Yeah, it's a 50 period EMA on a 1 minute chart. So I hope I answered that question there. The bull next. Yeah, good call there, Zoko Trade. I don't know what I was. Hey, interesting name. I wonder what the story about Zoko Trade is there. But yeah, you're right, man. I wrote on the sticky note, Neil knows the story here. I mean, obviously we're together with the Bulls and the Bears, but we were turning that around every day.
Yeah, we just keep forgetting.
Yeah, and we just keep forgetting. So today,
Arun and I forgot last week, too.
Right, so today we forgot to turn that back around. But I've been talking bearish. The sticky note says bear, 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 bear all over it. Every idea was a short, so my bad. Should have turned that one around. The funny thing is, I know we got to go over to these guys, but, you know, Twitter is really one of the most interesting names to me today. Why? If you come to my screen quickly, it's not moving. So, like, this name is pretty interesting. Like, I would have thought that, hey, we were down, like, I woke up and got the text, I guess it was, probably at 4 a.m. when it opened up. The market today, Twitter down 7%. I was like, okay, here we go. A nice little downside move for Twitter, but no. It's pretty much at the exact level that we were at before. So, I don't know. Are you still short Twitter?
Oh, I'm still short.
Yeah, so
I just think it's turning
I feel like
into a
that's the
trade.
right play.
You got to reload it, man. I just think at this point, if it pops to up, you can reload. But otherwise, now we're just holding out for it to go back to 34. But before we go over, oh my goodness, Tesla, that collision course with 700 is imminent.
Oh,
I
no.
know Luca's going to be all over of that one for sure. So let's, without further ado, send you over to Trader Prad and Luca. Go get him, boys.
Welcome to the Midday Show. It is Monday, time for a brand new spanking week. I'm your host, Trader Prad. This is my boy, Luca.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone had a good, relaxing weekend. Back at it. You know, market's absolutely wild today. And yeah, Sean wasn't lying when he came in. He just looked at me and he said, just short everything. Just short everything. It's going to be solid. And yeah, shorts are awesome this morning. And you know, Tesla, kind of wild, right? Like the Twitter deal falls through and then Tesla just seems to be a magnet. I initially thought like Tesla were going to the upside, like maybe we'll test that 800, but no, we're testing 700. It's probably coming into play today. And you know, let's see the most recent low being 711.42. Let's see if we break that 710 area and then go for that 700 test. So we'll keep our eyes on that, and yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well today.
Yeah, I didn't even have the YouTube chat open, so let me get that open. But in the meantime, let's start off with a couple of stocks that I'm looking at today. Here, just give me a quick little second to click this button over here. Click on this little 3 buttons over here. Minimize this, and we got the nice little YouTube chat open. What's up, YouTube chat? You guys are looking beautiful on this Monday so far. A couple stocks that I started trading. So obviously bearish-minded without a doubt. Bear Pride, it's on a bear day. You got to look for shorts. I got into an NVIDIA lower daybreak, kind of a lower daybreak, didn't work out. Then I tried on the high of this consolidation, which also happened to be VWAP area. That one didn't work out. And then later on, closer to 153 was the short that ended up working out. Down on NVIDIA slightly, also down on its partner in crime, AMD. Shorting the semiconductors wasn't really working out for me, so I kind of just gave up on them and I moved on to a weaker sector, which happens to be our Chinese stocks today. Chinese stocks, once again, with the same COVID-19 catalyst coming in, BABA, NIO, Pinduoduo, and also not just the COVID-19 catalyst, also the Chinese regulators. We're talking about how these big tech stocks weren't showing their documents for the non-monopoly or anti-monopoly rule set that they wanted to crack down on. So BABA getting pushed down a little bit. Scalp in the range pretty much. Almost the same trade as NVIDIA or AMD, which is shorting in front of VWAP, shorting the range high and scalping it at the range lows. Just going to take advantage of this range all day. I don't think we see a range break to the upside or a range break to the downside. But if a range break to the downside does happen to show up, then you know I'll be in there on the short side taking advantage of it. Right now holding 60% on my BABA short. Here's my Microsoft short real quick, too. Microsoft short was one of my only successful tech stock shorts today. I did fail a short right here at 264, so I waited patiently for that 265 level, which happened to be a pre-market low. I also thought that, you know, maybe 265.50s, we could pop up to that near the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart before we actually started seeing some rejection. So my size on this 265 was very little. I covered it for about $1 per share profit, and then I'm holding the rest of the shares to see if we can go right back to the lower day, as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are indeed down today. At NASDAQ down 2%, S&P 500 down 1.13%, and S&P 500 at the lower days, and NASDAQ not really at true lower days. So I'm a little cautious on the tech sector shorts, but Chinese sector, FXI, shorts all day.
Oh yeah, guys. So I'll share my my Apple short with you that I have here. So I short at the top here, 145.40. You know, this market, definitely a whiplash market. You know, you never really know what to expect. Off the open, I sort of kind of scaled back, said to myself, let these moves really, exhaust themselves, then make decisions. So I had the long going into this level, it was pretty clean. And then kind of had the short over here, 145.40, and just covering a little bit now just pure trade management. I'm not sure if we're going to get a VWAP bounce. I mean, Apple feels around this level, it feels sort of weak, but, if 145 holds, then, maybe we break trend and go back to the upside, get a test. But at this point, overall market kind of towards the lows, like maybe we break VWAP and keep going. So I sort of do want to hold a piece for that, but yeah, definitely going to manage that. And, as Prad was talking over there, Tesla just broke 710, didn't give a clean flush. Like I actually tried to get short below 710 and I missed the fill there. And then it only went to like, what was the low there? Like 708.50-ish. So, not really like the move. I mean, I thought we would have saw like maybe like a $5 flush just because the overall weakness in the market is like definitely favoring the sell side. And yeah, Ron saying reloaded NVIDIA 150. Is it at 151? I haven't had NVIDIA on my list today. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, up at everything just kind of sold off today. It was like absolutely wild. I was also looking at TBLT. They reported a decent amount of revenue, I think it was. And it was like 3 million revenue, but like this is a very small company. So I sort of like loaded the long over here thinking like maybe we're gonna go. And then we just sort of barcoded all day. So like at this point I knew like, hey, I gotta just get out of this, let it go, is what it is. And what else did we have here? Yeah, guys, AMC 15. Like, are we going to 50? Like, I would love, like right off the, what is this, pre-market here? Or this is off the open, actually. I had this on my back burner. I didn't even see it. But AMC 15, like, what a level to play off, right? Look at that. Comes to $14.99 and then flush right back down. Gave you a whole $1. That's pretty solid. But I'm just going to take a look here at Apple to see, is this going to break trend? I'm going to have to get out of this. Especially if the market wants to now go back up, test VWAP, or are we going back down? You looking at anything, Brad?
Yeah, I just want to talk about something, very glad to have educators such as Greg, Neil, Sean, and even Brendo up there to teach us how gateways and everything work. For example, on NIO just now, I was trying to take some profits near the lower days for NIO, and I'm crossing the ask to take profits on my short. For example, NIO was trading at $20.73. I'm throwing an ask at $20.79 on a BATS gateway, and it's not getting filled. So I'm wondering what's going on. I'm above the ask. I'm actually punching the ask over here to get out, and I'm not getting it. Then I realized there is no size on the BATS gateway on almost any level for NIO. So then I figure out, wait a minute, I have more than one gateway available to me. What gateway is there size that I can actually punch on? And instead of having to punch 79s, there was size on ARCA books right above the penny that I was looking at, which happened to be 74. Just crossed over to ARCA and punched it, immediately got my position taken out, and I got my profits realized. So that was the advantage, just a quick little idea of how good our software here, P-Pro 8, is, and having direct market access is how useful that really is. Being able to know the level 2, being able to read the level 2, where the size is. For example, I see these MEMAX orders. I could punch them right now, but if I was to throw a BATS order, I'm not getting filled and stuff like that. It's very, very useful to know all of that. Now let's move away from gateway is on Rogers. Yeah, hopefully not, because we know exactly what happened with the Canadian economy when Rogers went down, and that's crazy how like one telecom giant can screw with the whole economy so easily just by taking the services down.
Yeah, guys, look at this move on Apple straight to the upside. And again, overall market looks like it's pushing back towards VWAP, everything pushing. So, probably going to have to cover this. I think if we break 145.50, I'm definitely out of this trade. But we'll see what happens right now in the next few seconds. Kind of nasty candle to the upside there. Couldn't get out and cover that earlier. But it is what it is. I'll just let the stop play itself out here. And there
Chat's
we go.
calling MRK. Let's go check out MRK from the chat. As the market is popping right now, hence I popped out of my Microsoft short and my NVIDIA short. I'm watching NASDAQ make a higher low and really push towards VWAP right now, and I have seen the last week where the market opens up downside, trapping the bear Prad, and then just launches right back to the north side and turns green. So I'm not looking forward to any of those moves, especially in the tech stocks. I'm going to stay away from them, and I'm going to go directly to weakness, which is your Asian stocks directly. But I want to talk about your stock that got pulled off from the chat, MRK. I believe this is Merck. Let me quickly go confirm that, MRK? Yeah, Merck, and I believe there is some sort of a buyout rumor for Merck, or Merck is buying somebody else out. Let me see if it's in our... No, Merck is buying somebody else out. I forget what the other company was, to be honest. But that was a news that came out sometime last week. So MRK, I believe, still going off of that. And I saw someone in chat saying long pharma. Let's go quickly take a look at XBI on Amex to see if pharma is up by any chance, or biotech stocks. Looks like biotech stocks are down. And real quick before we send it back to Luca, and NASDAQ seems to want to reject VWAP once again, which means shorts loading up back at 152.50 to 153 on NVIDIA, or shorts loading back at Microsoft 265. Does not sound like a bad idea at all.
Yeah, guys, I see somebody in the chat saying, check out BABA 110. Watch out for that. Yeah, so like, look at this, right? Had that sell-off, and I think Ian will cover this. I'm not sure if he had the short going down here, but that was like everything kind of same thing, just like straight red candles. Now we're going sort of sideways, and look at this 110 area, just bouncing off 110. So you have this sort of like break of 110 and then pop back, right? Break of 110 and then pop back. Here, it couldn't even break through 110. So I sort of want to try this like long here, just with a tight stop, see if it, if it holds. Like I'm expecting that like we could easily break, but I think like you can easily give this like 50 cents, and then for a move of like $1, maybe like 80 cents. A decent risk to return, but just the fact that this kind of barcoding here, down 8.7%. And the question is this going to trigger SSR today, right? So SSR would definitely be below the low because it's not SSR right now. So maybe around like 109 area. So, I think playing off that 110 is definitely a good look. So yeah, thanks for the heads up there, whoever called that. Jonas.
Yeah, that 110 level is actually my profit target level. And as I mentioned, we're just going to keep on shorting this 111.20s to 110 all the way to the downside. Just keep on scalping it. If 111.20s does break, we take our stop and we walk out of that trade after scalping a dollar range all day. Well, that's what we're looking to do. I'm looking to just scalp this range all day on BABA. I'm currently holding 60% on my position, and currently holding quite a bit of my position on NIO also, which is doing pretty much the same thing as BABA. The one ETF that, thank you for Sean for mentioning this to me, when I'm always trading Asian stocks, Chinese stocks, is I'm always looking at FXI, which is currently at VWAP and trying to go above VWAP, which might not be a good thing for my BABA, sure, but I don't believe BABA really breaks out of a 111.50 at the end of the day today. But, we don't want to anticipate, we want to participate, and I have my rules set based on how the market takes BABA to the upside, how I'm going to play off of those rules. And if BABA keeps on trading to the downside, allowing me to scalp shorts all day, we're going to trade that stock like an absolute buyout stock, provide liquidity on either side. Bing bong, have you ever heard that one in a while? That meme kind of died off, didn't it? Apple trying to bounce back up. We'll leave that for Luca whenever he gets back on. Most likely Luca's going to cover that. So I'm going to look for some stocks from our watch list. If you're not signed up to our watch list, you're making a big mistake for yourself over there. Lots of free work being put into our watch list on a daily basis from Brankles and Brendo, the two Bs, putting in work over there. Couple stocks, obviously you guys know Chinese ADRs, but I want to talk about one of the same catalysts, but not the same catalyst, but the COVID-19 catalyst. The tech stocks had a different catalyst in it, but the COVID-19 catalyst in China, LVS, Las Vegas Sands, WYNN, Wynn Resorts, LVS on New York, I believe. Yep, LVS should be to the downside. Yeah, once again, down 9.54%. And as Luca was mentioning earlier, LVS getting ready to go touch that negative 10% marker, which will put the stock on SSR mode, technically allowing the stock to not be as hard to short it, but you can still short it.
Yeah, I see somebody saying thoughts on DWAC short, or I'm not sure if you're asking short. Personally, I'm not trading the name just because the good old days of DWAC absolutely going insane. Now it's like it's a stock that it does 7 million volume today. It's up on the day, but there's still like a 15 to 20 cent spread on it. And normally I don't trade these names like too well. But for anybody that doesn't know, there's a name Fun on the NASDAQ. This one, sometimes can be fun to trade, and it's sort of like a sympathy play, and probably an easier play if you're looking like a sympathy short type play on this. Fun could have played off that 150 level this morning. But in terms of DWAC, I'm not really, I don't know. I think I like to just say this name, I never traded well. I traded well like the first week that it went live, and it was like absolutely insane. And you know, every time I pull up the name, I just think of the banger trade you had on it.
Let's go.
And yeah, and like, you know, like now it's just like kind of like on the back burner. I mean, you could probably play the range on this, and like I'm assuming shorts aren't like too expensive. Like I'm assuming it's pay for shorts. But you know, that 30 level, kind of play the over under there, like risk 31, like that seemed decent. And then look at that rejection off VWAP, like just kind of like bounce back and just like reject off VWAP and like back down. So I think, you know, if we get back to VWAP and we hold under 29, then could be another like nice play, like range play towards the downside. I mean, I doubt this thing gets back up to 30, 31 and then breaks highs. Like I just don't see enough volume. And even if you're looking at like the morning volume, like look at that morning volume compared to now, right? Now it's just absolutely dead. So like it's probably going to remain dead for the rest of the day. So if it does get up to VWAP, maybe a potential good short opportunity there.
Yeah, you know, with Twitter's deal falling through, DWAC does seem a little bit more juicy at this moment. I just got wicked into a Microsoft short near 265. Not too much size, and I'm not giving it too much leeway room either. I don't want Microsoft to take away all the money that I made on it today. But coming back to Twitter and the DWAC, you know, Twitter's deal falling through, DWAC could just start catching some traction very soon. Would like to see if they do still plan on turning this into a product or anything. I think the last news was they were not going to go through with it, but I'm not sure if that's accurate. So if that ends up standing to be true, then yeah, DWAC is not going to go anywhere. But the fact that Twitter fell through and the deal's not going to go through for them, I like the meme that you posted in our group chat. It's like, was this all just a ploy to just offload Tesla shares and not get caught or not annoy his Tesla fanboys? This was just a whole little scheme. You know, to offload his shares and not get caught, which could very well be true. You know, it's all theories and opinions at the end of the day. No one really knows the truth about it. But I thought the 5% number that they came out on Friday itself of the fake accounts was a good number, and then Elon was gonna go through with the deal, and then within the next day, I believe the deal just fell through completely. People are saying, how is Twitter not falling apart? I mean, Twitter's down 7.5%, and it's inching towards the low a day and pretty much trading around there. I don't know if that's not falling apart. But then again, though, off the opening range, it does look a little boring. We're stuck in a 40-cent range over here. We'll see where Twitter ends up going to eventually. It could be a bunch of people still holding on to the shares and not letting it go out of hope or prayers or whatever. These are all just theories and opinions. Like I said, not worth spending too much time coming up with a theory over here. The market move is not fun for us. There's no point in trading it.
You know, like Twitter, what were they at before everything kind of popped off, right?
52 area or something?
Well, yeah, so, I mean, well, before, so I think this was the initial move, right? Where he said, okay, I'm going to buy the company, which was on like around April. And if I'm not mistaken, and you know, like it was in this range before, right? So you gotta remember that, like, you know, it still is a company, right? It still is a company, like they still, you know, like are operating and everything, right? So like this is kind of where they were free floating before. And then, you know, the deal falls through, like Elon, you know, like I'm not buying the company, I'm not going to pay 54 a share, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, it kind of finds its way back into the range from before, right? And, you know, like even going back to like, you know, it has a lot of levels. This here that I'm looking at, this is the daily, right? So it's like, you know, this is going back 2019, 2020, 2021. And, you know, like it's sort of like in the range, like call it like, you know, 32 to like 40 area. Like this is like the range where, you know, it did quite a bit of volume. Then obviously you had the 2020 fall off. Then you had like the run up. So, you know, like, I mean, not like, it's not going to like fall to like 25. Like that would be like absolutely insane. So like it'll probably find some balance like in and around where it is right now. But I think if we get down towards like the 30 area, then it becomes interesting for like a big sell off there.
Sorry, I had to cut you off.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm actually triggered long into my Alibaba position here. And you know what? I'm going to give it room. Like, obviously, I expected the 110 to break. And now the question is it going to pop back up? And where's the, let's see here. Let me just bring this up quickly. And, okay, yeah. So obviously, you know, like, I'm not sure if it's going to trigger SSR. If it gets to the SSR level, then, like, I'll reconsider adding more. I'm not sure if that's going to be, like, I'm thinking that's going to be in front of 109. But if we just bounce from here, then maybe, like, see if we could get out in front of like 110.50, or if we get there quick enough, maybe 111 in front of VWAP. I mean, just came down from there. Maybe we kind of chop around and go sideways for a bit. So this one, I'm just going to be patient with it and hold on and see where this one goes.
Yeah, I don't. Is there anything like these Asian stocks don't trade on BATS gateways or anything? Like even Baba is not filling on BATS. I gotta use other gateways over here. It's pretty annoying. But anyways, NIO is currently near lower days, so taking more profits on NIO over there. Currently loving the fact that I'm able to have the day that I'm having with these Chinese stocks, with these Chinese stocks. So Baba pushing down, NIO pushing down, easy trades in my opinion, or how I used to say, free money. And then Luca would always come in and say, "Shut up, Brad. There's no such thing as free money."
There's, we pay our dues. There's no such thing as free money.
Yeah.
Even though you get involved in a trade and it feels easy, it feels good. Feels like, oh wow, that one was free. Like think about all the times you lost, all the headaches that you went through. So like never free. Just always pick and choose your stress, right?
Indeed. And this Microsoft right now as NASDAQ, I keep saying NVIDIA because NVIDIA is in the back of my head. NASDAQ hitting VWAP and pushing right back down and gives me a nice little fill at 264.96 on Microsoft. Instantly 20 cents in the money. Let's see if we can take Microsoft back to that $1 per share range where we covered earlier, or even extend it a little bit more right back to 262, taking the market right back to lower day and taking Microsoft back to lower day. Couple short reload opportunities across the board. Let's take a look at stocks from the chat now. MULN going back into algo mode. I know Neil had a MULN long, and I actually want to see if I can find the catalyst for what MULN was. Maybe the catalyst was sometime last week. I forget what the catalyst was now.
No, there was. Brendan can have it. They got a deal. I don't know.
They got some sort of a deal. Brendo will maybe put that in the chat for us, and we can talk about that. But MULN looks like, yeah, it pushed up 7% off that news, and now pushing back down under VWAP to go test buyers around the 100-period EMA on this 5-minute chart, which happens to be around $1.22 or so, $1.23. We'll see if this can take off. Right now, NASDAQ, as I thought, was pushing down. Actually, is said, yeah, no, Brad, you're dreaming. We're not pushing down. We're still hanging around in the same areas. So that Microsoft short, which was 20 cents in the money, is now only 10 cents in the money.
Yeah, so I'm adding to my Apple short here. It just feels extra weak, and even though we're getting this market pop above VWAP, it seems like people are trying to slam this down. So, I'm gonna hold this, see where it goes. But not to talk about the same names. I just want to manage this very quickly and see if we could look at something else as well. Alibaba seems to be around break even as well. And, if this market's going to kind of hold below VWAP, then this is definitely a really good position to look for any large caps that you guys are looking at if you want to average into those.
For some reason, I have on my sticky note over here, BBIG. I think I wrote that down on Friday because someone in chat mentioned that I need to look at the stock today. I pulled it up. I forget what even the catalyst was. I think they had some sort of a vote or a meeting, some important catalyst today that they were supposed to have some volume based off of, but clearly BBIG not really doing anything exciting, trading like an absolute buyout stock within pennies. Down 6% overall, almost 5 million shares traded, 4.4 million shares traded over here on BBIG. What's the spin-off that they had? TYDE on NQ, yeah, Cryptide on NASDAQ. Are they trading pretty similar? They look pretty similar on the move side too. 8% move on TYDE today, but at one point it was down more than 10%, which triggers the SSR mechanic on TYDE. And we've talked about that already today, so hopefully I don't have to say that. But if anyone does want to know what SSR is, please feel free to ask and we can talk about that. XPEV, NU, MULN, SABR, NIO, Palantir, ARVL. Nice, a bunch of stocks coming in from the chat. Since I'm already short NIO, let's go take a look at XPEV, which usually just copy past the move on NIO. Even Li Auto, these three Chinese automakers usually have a copy pasta move. And for those of you who don't know what copy pasta is, it's kind of like a gamer term, I guess, or a Reddit/4chan term. It just basically means copy paste move coming in from XPEV and NIO. They sympathy plays for a better term for those of you who are trying to understand that sympathy move over here. The overall Chinese sector obviously has been getting beat down, so this just traveling along with them to the downside goes XPEV down 9% with 5 million shares traded. PLRX having a pop right now. PLRX, you guys were trading the PLRX on the floor today. Let's go see what's going on with this one. PLRX up 117%. So Pliant Therapeutics higher after releasing positive safety and efficacy data from phase 2 clinical trial Late Friday, study focused on, patience with. I'm not even going to try and say that because that's going to be hard for me to say. Idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. I tried it. There you go.
Those are always tough, right? It's like, you look at these. I'm like, yes. That sounds really good. Okay. Or, oh, yes, that sounds really bad. I'm like, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, PLRX, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I actually thought, I was looking at TBLT, and I initially thought, I'm like, this is the name that's going to go, because I think the float on this was like 1 million. It seemed like it was positive news. Like, it didn't really have like a very, very strong move to the upside. So I was trying to kind of weigh all these things. I said, you know what, let me try to get this long going if we kind of skyrocket into it. And then, go figure, PLRX, I like take out my headphone, and I hear like, oh, PLRX is the one that's going nuts. This one's into a halt. This was like absolutely insane. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's unfortunate, looking at the wrong name over there. But that's why pick 1 or 2 names, maybe 3 names off the open that you're looking at, and go from there. Like, you can't look at like 7 different things at once. I've tried it; it's very, very tough, and it's very tough to like manage all those positions at the same time, right? So like you want to really like go with your high conviction names, and if the setup doesn't hit, then it is what it is, right? And I see Rick saying Mullen Automotive signs agreement with Amazon deliver partner for EV cargo vans. So there you go. That's
what happened with Rivian. What happened with the Rivian deal that they had? That Rivian supposed to make them cargo vans. Now they moved on to Mullen. Okay, I don't know if that's the actual news. If that is, I'm straight about to go over to Rivian and smash the shorts on Rivian now, because this was their #1 plan for, or even the deal that they signed up with Rivian was for the whole cargo deliveries and everything along those boards. We know how that test not too long ago played out. They had battery issues and so on. And now if Amazon wants to move over to MULN, that's an easy short on Rivian. Amazon delivery partner, Amazon and Rivian still have a deal. Yeah, it says Neil put that in the chat. But is that the MULN news? Like they got to make cargo vans for Amazon? Partner with that. With the partner of Amazon. So it's not actually Amazon. That is way, way cleaner now to make sense out of. Awesome. I'm thinking a tradable bottom will happen on July 18th, a week from today. Well, that's like a crystal ball kind of guess. We'll wait for July 18th. We still got a week for that, so we'll wait for it to see if that will play out. Hey, two cool dudes, let's talk about something new. NLIT, Northern Lights acquisition. What is your opinion about this stock?
Let's see. Sorry, which one?
NLIT, Nancy, Lucy.
NLIT.
India Tango.
Let's have a look here. NLIT. Okay, 60,000 shares traded. I'm not sure if this is the correct one, but 60,000. I'm just gonna leave it here. 60,000 shares traded. $11 stock. This is way too low of volume for me. I don't know if there's like a, if this is like a sort of like there's some news and you kind of have an angle on it. But, when I look at these names, I just let it go. There's no way to kind of day trade this one. Not to always look at the same names, kind of just recycling. Looks like Alibaba slowly is going to want to start working here. I'm sort of waiting, like I'm patiently waiting for my Apple fills, but I'm not sure if there's a lot of selling, but there's popping at this level. So I'm just trying to manage this at the same time. Alibaba looking like it wants to run up. I think if we get like towards like above like 110.50, then like maybe it gets interesting to start taking profit there. Sorry, there was one other thing that I was actually going to talk about here. I totally forgot now. Let's see my list here. Yeah, there's another thing. I heard Neil right off the morning talking about Meta. And, it's unfortunate that it's not at that level anymore, like 172, 173 area, because, this was like just recycle. Like, I mean, this was sort of like a gift, like looking at that 172 area and like right off the open, like the 166 breakdown. I think maybe Sean had that. And that was like super solid. And now we're kind of like in this range. So, definitely going to, anytime you get like you see like like a name like Meta where it's like weak at 172 and then like opens up, like gaps down and like sells off on the open, like these are the names that are probably going to be super weak like around VWAP. So it's like you get the sell off, you get the pop back to VWAP, then you get the selling at VWAP because, anybody who like didn't get out, like, couldn't really get above that 172, then the breakdown and then, like kind of get the slam down here. So like this was super clean if you had it. I was trying a few new gateways. This one caught me off guard. This was like an extra bad fill on my part, but is what it is, whatever. But you can't get them all, right? And
something I keep noticing on Microsoft is 264.80. Someone keeps on reloading 10,000 shares and they get cleaned out. So I'm going to keep watching this stock while we go over to Brendo to find out what's going on the social sentiment side.
Hey guys, an update for you, a bit of a mixed board to show you so far today. Again, if you're seeing this for the first time, this just gives you a visual representation of what's happening on Twitter, what's happening on StockTwits, all the social media platforms as far as what people are talking about. Twitter front and center here, obviously negative today on the sentiment side, along with AMC, which is a little strange because of their best weekend of the year coming from AMC today. SPY on here to the downside, the Qs as well downside. MULN over there in the corner on that deal. 600 orders coming through potentially for Mullen. There's DWAC as well, back to the downside. I mean, it's kind of chopping around, but grinding lower if you look at the entire day as a whole. Tesla as well, negative, even though we started the day in positive territory. Pre-market gapped up, remember, just big flush right out of the gate for Tesla. So the rest kind of choppy. I mean, back and forth. Amazon on here, that red box on here, Apple on here, all in negative territory. AMD as well being talked about, guys, to the downside after a couple of negative analyst notes. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, bunch of social sentiment coverage over there as to what the Twitters, your Reddits, and so on are talking, discussing, your Twitter Spaces, talking and discussing about stocks. Some of them for sure has got to be your Chinese stocks in them, right? And Hanzo B in the chat is asking me for a review, possible review on Pinduoduo. His target on his short for Pinduoduo, or sorry, their target. I'm not sure if you're a girl or a guy, but you know your target on Pinduoduo is apparently 52.50. And I'm gonna start off with I do like that target. You're picking this day's low over here, 13th of June low, which happens to be exactly $52.56. But then a couple other factors stand out to me. This white line over here is the 50-period EMA on the daily chart. This blue line over here is the 100-period EMA on the daily chart, which happens to be 53.42. And go look at the low of day today, 53.55. So pretty much only 10 cents away from the 100-period EMA on the daily. Pinduoduo seems to be finding some support around there, and we're already down about 11% on the stock. I don't know if I'm going to expect much more of a bigger move to the downside when BABA can't break 110 to the downside and NIO can't break 2060 to the downside. NIO, with weak catalysts and everything going on behind it, still above $20. I'm expecting a test of 20 on NIO and BABA to break 110. So if neither of these are going to happen, I don't think we'll see Pinduoduo really go down to that low of June 13th. I think we'll just keep on seeing buyers coming in around there. All of this at the end of the day are complete guesses. We don't know if buyers will come in later on, sellers will come in later on, or any negative catalysts will start hitting the markets. The way I would be trading it is if you're short anywhere around these areas, you are in no sweat territories. You have nothing to worry about. Take your profits on the way down here. Try to aim to scalp most of your profits in this range, while maybe hold 40% or more of your position to see if you can get that push to the downside. I would not hold more than 50%, maybe 40%, 45%. See if you can hold that much for a move to that $52.50 that you're looking for. And if you don't get it on the way through back to 54.50 or even 54.30, I would have a stop in profit so you're not giving money back all the way back to VWAP. That's just the way I would be trading the stock. It's up to you.
Brad, I appreciate you helping me out there. I was waiting so long for this Apple short to come through, and it was super weak, but it was just, you get these kind of flushes lower, right? And it's like, if everybody's seeing the same thing, I sort of ask myself, is everybody covering at the same time? And then once they finally finish covering, then you get the final flush down. It's like, look, the market's at VWAP. Now it's deciding to go lower. So now I guess Apple, finally decides to go lower. And, just trade management. Let's see if we can get a VWAP bounce there and then maybe responsibly take a majority of the profits. But yeah, this one definitely, be very patient with this one. And at any moment, this could rip back up, right? So this is what I'm watching. This is what I'm kind of hoping that it works out for me, right? And Alibaba, still kind of sideways, but not really moving. So patient with that one. And yeah, guys, let us know anything else that you're watching. Watching KSPN. So let's have a look here. KSPN. KSPN, 4 million volume traded, up 85%. Nice oh, he had a nice run towards 5, and this one kind of halted a bit too. This one, I'm not sure, is there any news on that I popped and dropped, now trying to build support and move again. You know, this one, let's have a look at the float here. Let's see, float checker on this one, KSPN. Oops. Okay, so you got another
scope. Oh,
this one, Caspian Holdings. You know, not really sure, and I'll show you guys. Caspian Holdings. This one, 1 to 2 million float. So you know, definitely a low floater. But you know, like it didn't really do much volume. Like was sort of dead, and then just kind of out of nowhere, like popped. So I'm not sure if there's any like potential news on that. But when you get something like this, you know, zoom out. Normally, I stay away from these. Like when I look at something like this, and it's like, you know, no volume, and then just kind of moves wild. You know, the spread is still, from what it seems, like 5 cents, 4 cents on like a, you know, kind of $5 stock. That's kind of wild. You know, so like moving up to 5. I think 5 psychological level. Just kind of glancing at this on the daily, like maybe you get some resistance at 650. So you know, maybe potentially still has room to go. But at this point, like I'm not too sure. I mean, you know, like unless I'm not really sure if there's any news on that one actually. But you know, if it does decide to hold VWAP here and consolidate, maybe you get another leg up. But just keep in mind that, like, you know, when you have volume that like really spikes, goes into a level, and then volume dies off, like, you know, there's a good chance that like this could just be sideways for the rest of the day, and even if not, like kind of trend down and go lower, right? So you know, if it holds this, if it still continues to hold trend, then maybe potential reload long there, but. You know, not something that I'm you know, gonna jump into right away.
Yeah, Luca hit the slap shot with the Apple short, baby. Nice little Apple short. I'm still working on my Microsoft short. Notice how I keep getting the fills at the same price on the upside of 265 here. And I just instantly get into profits, about 50 to 40 cents in the profit, scalp out some money, and then get back in. Just going to keep on doing this as long as I can, taking advantage of these ranges in the market. I love a range-bound market because I could keep on scalping the crap out of it, trade it like an absolute buyout over here, and then if I'm in the right direction, I get to take advantage of that right direction by holding some size for that move. So for me, the right direction is to the downside, sadly, as the market is still weak today, down 2% for NASDAQ, well, slightly above 2% right now, down 1.95% for NASDAQ, and down 1.07 for S&P 500. So as the market is indeed pushing down, we're expecting Microsoft and Lucas Shore to ring in the cash register, ring in the cash register for that Apple shorts. How many points per share are you in the money?
I have like 30 cents, but like, you know, like it's just a kind of like a low, like a relative, you know, summer trading, right? Lower volume day. So it's like, you know, look at this, right? Instantly moves to 145, and then now it's all the way back at 127. Like I didn't cover, so like this thing is really just kind of pissing me off right now. But you know, it is what it is. I'm trying to be patient because if we do get that VWAP break, and you know, if the market wants to move down and kind of test the lows again, then this is like a solid short to hold. But keep in mind, you know, European close now, so like market might most likely, I mean, I've seen this before where it's like holding below VWAP, Europe closes, then we get the sell-off, right? Then we get the continued sell-off, or maybe we pop back up. So, you know, looking for that kind of decision, but I have a good profit target, so we'll see what happens there.
FIE, Fife on a pop. Let's go check out Fife over here. 4.8 million shares traded. I remember the stock from Friday or even the day before. Yeah, look at the stock since the 5th of July, just going absolutely haywire. We're looking for what new levels come into play on FFIE over here. 3% move to the north side so far, and it's actually on SSR though. So it was down more than 10% at one point and started taking off to the north side apparently. Now we just wait to see if we see any size on the bids so we can rely on that size and let the stock just rip up. NASDAQ did move back up, so my shorts that were pretty deep in the money are somewhat in the money still, but not really that much.
I see somebody saying Novavax still on a downtrend. Yeah, so Novavax actually, I think they announced today like the White House bought like some more vaccines. And it was a sort of like, I guess it's like a sell the news event, right? Like moving up into that level. And then today, like really popped, extra strong, really popped. Okay, wait a second. I got to manage this here.
Well, I got you. Yeah, market popped right now. Market, S&P 500 had a nice little pop on the 5-minute chart over here. We moved from 38.58 to 38.68, so 10-point pop on the S&P 500 5-minute chart, and there are no dark pool candles on the future. So these are legitimate candles. Buying clearly came in. Look at that small rise in the volume candle over here compared to the candles next to it. Now the question is, can the market actually find the volume to punch above the 50-period EMA? That's the Tiffany blue line right here, or the 100-period EMA, and then really turn green. I've seen the market do this before to me, where I'm deep in the money on the shorts and the market turns around and turns green, and I'm sitting here looking like an absolute dummy as to what's going on.
What is going on?
Lucas confused.
I'm so in the money. I'm like, okay, here we go. I look back, I'm break even. Like, what? What is going on here? And then you get this kind of wild pop, and then I'm like, okay, I got to manage this. This might smoke me. And then I'm like back in the money again. So this is, wild kangaroo day, up, down, like, be careful with your positions. Definitely a day trader's market. If you're in the money, take your profits, be responsible, scale out, add back if it pops back, if you see the level, if it's still in play. There still is quite a bit of selling from what I'm looking at. So, I sort of want to hold on, but at the same time, like, there could definitely be short squeezes where, like, this thing breaks levels and runs like 50 cents, 70 cents around you, right? So, and RC, Luca, do you have a BABA stop? So, like, BABA's holding, right? BABA's not really moving. Like, I'll show you this again. It's like BABA's holding, and, like, if we go SSR, like, I'll be notified if this is SSR, and then you can't really, like, punch in, initiate short positions. I don't really think, who's really going to continue selling this on a day like today when it is barcoding like this? So I'm super confident on this. With this one, there's no stop. Like, for me, I like to use stops if I'm managing quite a bit of positions, and I'm not going to notice if there's going to be a quick swipe or whatever, or if I think something could, like, swipe me, like, randomly, right? So, okay, so here we go. So now BABA's pushing to the upside, looking like we're 42 cents in the money on that. And kind of interesting, somebody actually jumped on the offer and, like, instantly got taken. So, like, looks good. Let's see if I can hit my target. I think I want to get out of this just in front of 111. So maybe I'll get out right now, see what happens. It's good. It's solid, like, 50-cent winner, right? And, like, for this, it's like to me, this is like a 1-to-1. So I'm not really going for like a move through VWAP. It's more so like maybe we get a 111 test. So I'm going to try to get out in front of 111. But also, like, discretionary, like, like if I can't get out. Yeah, let's see if we can get out right here, actually. It feels like, okay, there we go. Perfect. So, yeah, so cover that BABA move. That was solid. Like, that was solid. And go figure. Like, I look at the chat. Someone's like, yeah, do you have a stop on Alibaba? And I was like, let's look at it. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm out of it now. Okay, solid, sick. So, sick trade.
Fix your mic because it keeps rubbing on your jacket.
Sure, yeah. So, solid trade there. And, like, if it keeps going, it keeps going is what it is. But, like, I'm going to use VWAP as a sort of resistance area. I know, like, you were mentioning that you're favoring the short on Alibaba.
Yeah.
And I look at the 110 level. I'm like, well, I'll take the long. And you're like, oh, well, this is where I'll cover. And I'm like, okay, well, let's exchange shares over there. And, worked out solid, very nice. And, like, you had that kind of volume spike into not really VWAP. I think this touched maybe like 110.90. But you have the volume spike. Now, the real question is, will there be follow-through, right? Will there be follow-through? And, yeah, guys, just to cover this, like, look at this market. Like, literally, we were down here, and I had my fills to cover some at like 45, like in front of VWAP. And, like, then we popped. So I was like, okay, like, let me just take a little bit off. As soon as I cover, this flushes to the targets that I had. I was like, okay, I'm not going to take that now because I took it over here. And then we ripped all the way back to break even. Didn't stop me out. And then this is when I was like, okay, I got to manage this. And then we instantly flushed back down. And now we're kind of sideways. And maybe we slow down now. The market looks like it really, like, pop, drop, and roll. Drop, and get a little bit of a roll action into the end of the day. But, hopefully things slow down, and that was like the final kind of pop before we go lower. And I'm assuming all these large caps are moving together. But, yeah, let's have a look at Twitter. I actually had a nice VWAP short at Twitter as well. I was looking for the reload, but unfortunately could not get it. And this is something that you guys can look at. Like, if you're looking to kind of, scale into your shorts or even take shorts because you see something on the tape, it's like, if it doesn't come back to VWAP for you to reload on your short, you could always take it short, like, around here with, like, way less size, and just, like, say to yourself, like, okay, if it pops, I'll continue to add even more size to make the average around this area for the size that you want. And if it goes, like, it goes, and you just have less size. So, like, maybe I should have done that there, but it's unfortunate. But yeah, you can't catch them all, right?
Yeah, the same Pokemon, my friend. You can't catch them all. You know, if the market was Pokemon, and you know, we'd be having an even tougher battle trying to catch all these Pokemons over here. Ooh, Baba with a nice pop coming in. That means I'm gonna start taking some more fills on the upside. Yeah, I got a fresh new fill for my short. Reloaded. Where's the reload button? Where's the? Okay, I'm reloaded. I gotta spend some time learning these emojis over here. But you know, we'll just we'll just do the floss button. You know, we'll start learning these buttons slowly over here as Baba gives us some more shares to go short. Now we're looking for NIO, which is 18 cents in the money. Microsoft, 60 cents in the money. So we did cover Microsoft not too long ago in that same range, and we're looking to keep on rinsing and repeating these trades as the S&P 500. You saw that pop that we covered, that 10-point pop. Instantly after that pop, we see a rejection once again at VWAP coming in. 10-point pop, nah, bud. VWAP rejection, pushing it right back to maybe low a day. And now, yeah, see how more selling is piling in onto the market. So that means that our shorts on Microsoft are looking a little bit nicer now. 60 cents in the money, and yeah, market pushing back down. That's what we need over here for our shorts. I'm not really long anything, and I don't know what I would even be long. I guess you'd be long PLRX today because that stock absolutely took off with the FDA catalyst it had. Even DWAC had a nice little green move in it. Let's see if we can find some. PHUN also moved off the move off of DWAC. We know that's a sympathy play that happens all the time. Look how small my relative volume leaderboard scanner is. Look how small my relative board volume scanner is. This is ridiculously small. This usually is like has a scroll wheel on it where I can do an infinity scroll like this, and it just never stops. So that just goes to show what Lucas said not too long ago, how the volume in this market, it's summer market. You know, it's not going to be a hot boy summer market because there's not going to be volume in there. Get ready for smaller moves, which means you might have to take more size and give stocks less room as the volatility in the market disappears. And speaking about volatility, let's quickly go take a look at what the VIX is doing today. The VIX is coming back down under 30. We're at 26.41, and not too long ago we were at the 200 period EMA, which happens to be 24.95 on Friday.
Yeah, everyone, you know, chat, much love. Prad's hair fire today.
Really?
Oh yeah, your hair's always fire, dude. My hair, you
I
know,
get clowned on it every day,
50-50, you know, like sometimes looks good, sometimes bad, but you know, is what it is. But yeah, guys, you know, like small cap summer, as we were discussing, like hoping that like every day would have a catalyst, every day something would be moving. And you know, even though things are always moving, obviously like all days are not created equal, right? So it's like, you know, you have certain moves. I like when the volume scanner shows like a lot of names over 100%, and like you don't get that every day, but when you have like these gap ups that you know you have multiple names that are over 100%, because that's like really, really exciting action. There's multiple names to choose from, and then you kind of go through the list and you're like, okay, these ones short, these ones long, these ones low float, these ones, and you look for like a variety of setups. You know, when you have like one name, one or two names, and it's like, you know, like it's maybe a potential like, you know, like a lighter day, like you don't want to put on too much risk, but there still is opportunities. Like for example, you know, TBLT, you could have just like recycled a lot of shares. This was very, very thick despite, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that it said it was 1 mil float. Like, you know, like when, you know, like the book was kind of thick and like you could have rotated a lot of shares. I sort of gave up because I really was going for like the moon play, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, guys, Apple finally working for me, finally getting that VWAP test. Is it now going to bounce back? Like, where am I covering this? I have no idea, but I just want to see this clean flush through VWAP and go towards low of day, and that will make me excited, very excited. And yeah, that's
you doing the winner chicken dinner dance, buddy, for your Apple short, as the market is indeed pushing back down to the lows. Maybe, I mean, S&P 500 has been pretty range bound. I'm waiting for NASDAQ to really hit the lower days, or at least break this range that we're stuck in. We're stuck between 11,900 and VWAP, which is 11,960. So I think if we break 11,900 over here, we could easily push to the downside of the lower day and then extend the losses a little bit bit more on NASDAQ, and NASDAQ extending losses means tech sector extending losses. Now Microsoft, 80 cents in the money on Microsoft, and BABA and NIO. I reloaded on those shorts for NIO right here. A little bit lower than where I wanted to on NIO, but that's because my average was so good on NIO that even adding over here, my average doesn't really drop below 21. My average still 21.04, allowing me to take this trade, and I'll look to reload again at 21.20, all the way up to 21.20 if they do go up there. And BABA, the same thing almost, but I wanted a little bit more size. They didn't give me my second order type, or my second order fill, sorry. So not going to complain about it too much. We still have a decent amount of size to take advantage of this dollar range that we've been taking advantage of all day. Let's move back to some of the other stocks that Chad is looking at. Made 2K on VLCN pump. I'm not sure I want to pull up a stock that you just said pump it, but we can quickly take a look at it. 21 million
I think he's
shares.
just referring to his own, like, pump it, let's go. Like, he's excited.
Okay.
Let's go. Congrats, VLCN. Sure, I'll have a look, give Brad a break now that I'm done stressing out over this Apple position. Holding the rest for the dream of low of day test. We'll see if it comes, but it is what it is. And VLCN, so up 45% today. Not sure catalyst on this one. And guys, let me cover a quick kind of tape for tape read for you here. So obviously D here is dark pools, right? And this is VLCN. So on these names, when they start to do a lot of volume, you're going to start to see a lot of dark pool, a lot of shares traded in the dark pool. And, when you're seeing these very strong moves up and then consolidation, what you'll notice is this is at least what I notice. It's you see the strong moves up, and obviously everybody's very aggressive, buying it up. Maybe it's positive catalyst. Then it kind of goes sideways. And when it's sideways and the volume dies, you see a lot of mid prints. So I have yellow as midpoint orders. So if somebody hits the bid, it'll be red, see 24. If somebody buys 25, they'll be green because they're buying the offer. But if it trades in between that, it'll be midpoint. And a lot of the size overall in the market is traded in dark pools, in a variety of dark pools. It's just a better way that institutions can trade and kind of, not show their hand on lit gateways. It's easier to trade very, very big size in dark pools. And when people are talking about small caps and how some small caps are potentially manipulated and they use dark pools to do that and blah, blah, blah. It's what you're looking for on the tape is you're looking for so you're looking for the size that's being traded. So it's 1,000, 2,000 shares at a time. Then you look and you see, oh, there's a 50,000 share order that went off at a certain price point. So when you see that type of size being traded, obviously everything in context, but you see that big size being traded, and maybe. So what I like to do is I like to say maybe this is a fair price because this is big size that's being traded here, and then you add some context. Was it running into a resistance level, and then it was a green print in the dark pool, meaning there was big dark pool size over here, and it got taken, and then did the tape stall, right? So if the tape stalls at that level and you see a big size traded in a dark pool, you could say, okay, it's at a resistance level. There was some big size traded in the dark pool. How does the tape look after that big size traded? And remember, guys, context is key and relativity is also key. You cannot play the game of trading without relativity, right? Without historical levels, historical kind of information, as well as relative information on the day. And so, if the thing is constantly doing 10,000 share block orders, then 20,000 shares is not a big level, right? 20,000 print is not big. But if you see a huge print, then that could be telling, right? It could be a small tell to add to whatever you're looking at. If this thing is holding trend, as an example, this is sort of not as clean of a trend as you could see on what I'm guessing is a small cap mover. But if you see this thing bouncing off moving averages, and then when it gets to moving averages, there's either a lack of selling or a lot of selling into big dark pool, kind of absorbing the bid there, then these are the little tells that help you make decisions to kind of either add to your position or start a position. So if this thing's running up, it's very strong, there's a lot of volume, and then it drops down, holds trend, and on the tape, you're seeing either big size on lit gateways or you're seeing a lot of selling into big dark pool bids that are there that are hidden, then you say, oh, okay, maybe this thing is going to pop again, right? Whereas on the flip side, if you have these wick off top kind of things where it's wick off top, wick off top, wick off top, extra large volume, then a slam down, and the volume then dies, now the short is good. So whoever's taking a look at VLCN, I'm sure that you're out of position here, but how many times do small caps do the same thing over and over again? They go for that high, right? And let me just make sure that everybody sees the volume here. I know the position board sometimes covers it. You know, like look at this volume right here, right? So it goes for the high, increased volume, makes the high, then goes a little bit sideways. The volume dies, right? Goes a little bit sideways, then goes for that final high push, right? So the high was 240, runs to 243 on increased volume. These are stops being blown out. And every time stops get blown out, it's not genuine buying. And so then you get the flush back down. And when you get that flush back down, that's a little liquidity vacuum. And now it goes lower, it breaks trend. And then if I had to guess on this, we're probably going to have a VWAP test because now it's kind of dead. You know, volume is very slow. Maybe you get a little bit of pops, but it's probably not genuine buying. And things like, you know, 22 million volume traded. I'm not really sure like if there's a catalyst or whatever, but you know, when you're looking at these names and they kind of like break trend like that, or they have these wick off tops where it's like liquidity vacuum, go for the high a day, does a lot of volume, then volume sort of dies off. You know, like you could probably say to yourself, look, this is probably a good short here, but just keep in mind if you are doing this, you want to think in terms of percentages, not cents. Like I think in terms of cents when I'm trading large caps because it's easy, right? I say like, okay, if I can, you know, get 70 cents on this Apple trade, and if I'm risking 30 cents, like maybe it's like a 2-to-1, and I could take like unlimited size because it's Apple, you know. But when you're looking at these small caps and you're trading your own account, like what I like to tell people is like think in terms of percentages, right? Especially because, you know, maybe like you don't have like lightning fast platforms the way we do over here. So like a lot of times I'm like, okay, my risk on this is 6 cents. But I hear a lot of like small cap traders, you know, like they say, oh, my risk is 6 cents, but then they get smoked or they lose like 15 cents or 20 cents. You know, like maybe like manually putting it through. So like it's easier to just think in terms of percentages. Like you're like, okay, like you know, like if I'm gonna trade this and this is gonna be like maybe like a B setup, not like an A+ setup because it's not gonna be like a 30% move. Maybe you get like a, you know, like a 10 or 15% move, which would be like a 20-cent move down to $2 if you're like taking the short over here and risking off high a day. You're like, oh, okay, you know what? Like this is like I know my risk on this, and it's like it might be like a 20% move. So like this is how I'm gonna scale into this trade, and this is the size that I'm gonna take on it. So. And I see somebody saying 700, so I'm assuming that's Tesla. Let's have a look. So Tesla breaking 705. And, you know, I'm actually surprised that 705 was not a clean break to the downside because every single time we have days like today where things sell off very aggressively, every time it's either 905, 805, 705, the 5 level is a clean break down to the even dollar level. And even the 10 level is sometimes a clean break, but it is not. And I guess maybe that's because it probably it came such a long way, right? And I think Neil was actually mentioning the 765, which was the high of last week. And like, I mean, you know, it didn't really pop up to that. So you could, I mean, imagine this thing popped to like 763, didn't break 65, and then you just held that all day. Like that's like amazing. Like, what is that, like 100-to-1 almost. But yeah, so like we'll see. I mean, maybe there'll be like a bounce off of 700. I don't think that's where SSR will trigger. Let me actually do some quick math here to make to kind of figure that out. Sorry? Oh, 680 SSR. Okay, yeah, so we're far away from that. I just figured like maybe if you're running into like a level like 700 where like that's where the initial breakout took place, and then it goes SSR at that level, like maybe that'll be a solid bounce. But you know, if 680's SSR, then you know, like the bounce a little bit less there. And you know, market looking like it wanted to go towards low a day, but sort of stalling here. So I mean, just checking on my Apple short, still 42 cents in the money. So you know, the stress is now gone. And yeah, let's see here, Luca, you are solid. Thank you for that. I just want to say, since nice people give good advice, trading over 20. Yeah, you know, no problem. I'm always happy to share my experiences, like what I see. I'm not always going to be right? Like I'm gonna be wrong more than I'm going to be right. Like that is day trading, right? I'm going to be wrong all the time, and then hopefully when I'm right, it pays for all the wrong and a little more, right? Like that's what trading is, right? Put the risk to return in your favor. And this is why we look for these like kind of levels, like what are good levels to risk off of? You know, like if it's a 1-to-1, like I shouldn't be taking too much risk. If it could be 2-3-to-1, that'll be awesome, right? So, you know, like, yeah, just, you know, make sure that risk is in check because risk is everything in day trading.
A little bit behind on this news for myself, I guess. I was gone for a quick little break. Peloton teaming up with Ashton Kutcher for New York Marathon training. We'll see where this one goes, as Luca always says. You know, I have my opinions about Peloton. We just gotta wait and see where Ashton Kutcher and you know his very cute wife Mila Kunis will take Peloton over here. Today on SSR, though, on Peloton, as we are down 10% overall, and I'm not seeing any size on the bid that I want to exercise this setup that I always like to talk about, which is the SSR long on. But if I do see size on Peloton, there will be my first opinion, my first barrier for going long will be my own bias on Peloton. But if some buying does appear to show up randomly, we'll take advantage of that off of the Ashton Kutcher news that came out not too long ago. Can you give us your key level ideas on GME? With GME split coming in now, I really want to just wait and see where GME moves down to and how it trades. Does it get back above 100 after having that split? Do apes come back in and we see a bunch of volume coming back in? Today, sadly, only 800,000 shares traded on GME. Going into 12 o'clock, we're only like 40 seconds away from official lunchtime. I'm used to seeing GME trade millions and millions of shares before lunch. So the lack of volume today in GME, lack of volume across the board in any stock, I guess, would just tell you to kind of stay off on these positions. Couple levels that you're expecting GME to hold up. Right? If you look on the daily chart over here, it's the bottom right chart. I'll open it a little bit bigger. Look at these consolidation bottoms near $110 or $115 and these high near 150 to 155. So this range is going to be very important. I think we might just be in this range all the way going into split. And then after the split happens, we might just kind of copy this movement in that new split price, and then we'll see if volume can come back in. But real quick, I want to go find out what's happening currently with Brenda.
All right, into the lunch hour we go, guys. Off the lows for U.S. markets right across the board. We are still being led lower right now by the NASDAQ, and tech stocks almost 2% here, 1.92, 1.97 for the 100 and the composite. If you go up the board a little bit, also a whole ton of negativity coming from the Russell 2000 today, 1.8% to the downside for the Russell 2000, 1000 and 3000, also a full percent. The Dow, the S&P also in negative territory, but as I said, we are off the lows, so an improving situation overall. A couple things of note: NVIDIA with the there was 2 or 3 separate negative analyst moves this morning on the chip sector. NVIDIA still struggling here today, 4.2%, right at essentially the bottom end of its range. This is a bit of a problem, however. You can see volume kind of dying off here as we head into, as we said, lunchtime. Li Auto, wanted to mention that it came up to this high. Once again, the high it put in right off the bat, out of the gate this morning. Looks like it's going to fail here once again. So Chinese stocks remain weak on the day, guys. Back over to you.
Chinese stocks indeed very weak. Sorry, as I put a potato veg in my mouth because I was expecting Luca to take over, but Luca had to go to the washroom. So improper timing on stuff in my mouth over there. Would you buy Google ahead of split? Yes and no. No, because I can't afford to dish out tons of money like that on Google. And if I want to buy Google shares, I would like to own more than one share at the $2,000 price. And here's where Neil comes in and goes, fractional shares, Brad, fractional shares. No, not for Google. Sorry? Put it in the chat. Yeah, he's putting it in the chat. Let's go take a look at what Neil says. Put it in the chat over there for Google. I personally, though, google.to. Okay, google.to. This is your, this on, CDR on TSX, a lot cheaper, a lot easier to invest in. I guess I could go this route, yeah. You did talk about this for Tesla and the other stocks too, I believe. All the big tech stocks inside the NASDAQ in New York should be in TO in the same way as what Neil's saying. So this is something I would do. Google splits Friday indeed. It should be July 18th. Are we that close to July 18th though? It splits... well, I guess it splits Friday evening, and then Monday morning it goes into that split time. So I know a lot of my friends personally who do own Google shares. One of them is actually Ian himself, who will be coming on in the next 30 minutes or so. I'm a big fan of Google. I'm a bigger fan of Google than I am of Amazon, right? That's just because I've grown up with Google all my life, and I've seen Google evolve into being the tech giant that it is at the moment. So based off of all those catalysts, yes, pre-split or post-split, I will be wanting to put Google in my portfolio the same way I have Apple, AMD, and even Microsoft. So and it just comes down to your risk tolerance at the end of the day on that one, because 20 shares off of pre-split, 20 shares off of post-split or 1 shares of pre-split is the same thing at the end of the day. So it doesn't really make that much of a difference what you're doing on that side. What's your opinions on buying Google pre-split or post-split?
So I mean, it's basically, pre-post split, buying it like, the day before, the day of. I don't think it makes a difference. But, one thing I did actually want to talk about, I'm super excited for Google. I'm super excited. Like obviously Apple being like one of the large caps that's the easiest to trade, has the best moves in my opinion, the way that I trade. And, as Amazon was, when they did their split, I was like, okay, Amazon's float is going to be like 1.8. So I did the math, and basically Amazon's float is like 1.8 times, sorry, off the top of my head, let me correct myself here. And as I watch Tesla going for the 700 bounce, so if obviously this comes first, we'll have a trade on this because this is definitely super exciting. But Amazon's float, off the top of my head, I want to say was like 9 billion, and Apple's was 16 billion. So the way that I looked at this was, okay, Apple's kind of expected move in, let's say, like a 5-second increment is like this amount, and you have Amazon, which is now going to be that much sharper, a little bit less liquid. So let's see how it trades. And I thought it would be a little bit better, but I still want to prioritize Apple. I think it's a little bit easier to trade. I like the way it trades better. But now Google coming into play. So where I was going with this, Google coming into play.
Stop saying that, man. You're waking my phone up.
It's exciting. It's exciting because their float is post-split is going to be 12 billion. So it's going to be more liquid than Amazon, but it's going to be faster moving than Apple. So I'm making a bold statement. I'm going to probably have the most shares traded on Google by the end of the year as opposed to Apple. Assuming, and I'm making this assumption because, these things kind of move together, right? Like, like the overall NASDAQ, you pick your names. Certain people gravitate towards certain names, or depending the level that you're playing off of. So, like when you're watching the tape, you're like, okay, like I see a lot of selling on this name, but I don't trade it well. Or sometimes you look at like other names, you trade it better, right? So, Google's definitely going to be super exciting. And something to note, there's like $2.5 billion notional worth of calls expiring this week for Google. So like obviously there's going to be a tons of volume, and I think that equates to like 20 million shares. So it's not like an extreme amount. But it's like based on the 14-day rolling average, it's like 1 times daily volume. So like it'll be extra interesting, and I think Google will probably open around like 121, 122, 123 per share, like if I had to guess. And if as it inches towards like that like 121, 122 area, those are where the calls are expiring. So like if we open like closer to 120 and then get a move to 121, 122, it'll be really exciting to see how fast those moves are, how sharp they are. I'm expecting lots of liquidity. I'm expecting a little bit of a better type of trading day than Amazon day one. But again, it is midsummer, so like maybe it'll be slow. Maybe the morning will offer really good opportunities, and then it kind of slows down. But yeah, as a trader, it doesn't really matter. Like just kind of react to the moves that you see.
Twitter is apparently bleeding, so let's go check out Twitter. I did say there was no trade on it for me. Yeah, here goes Twitter though, now 9% down, finally breaking that range that we were stuck in on Twitter. Market not really pushing to the downside. NASDAQ still stuck in that same range. S&P 500 also stuck in the very same range. I'm watching UVXY come down to VWAP, so maybe if UVXY can now start bouncing off of VWAP to the north side, maybe we see the market actually breaking off that range to the downside and extending its losses as Twitter is pushing towards that SSR territory. Is now down 9.35% on 37 million shares traded overall, finally giving us better moves to the downside instead of just being stuck in that 10-20 cent ranges from VWAP that we've been looking at from before. Currently waiting on NIO to give me some profits on as it's pushing to the lower days. Also, only a couple pennies away from lower days and a couple pennies away from my order to kick in. The same thing happened on BABA. BABA pushed down for a profit. Territories, I took some profits out on that side when it did push down. And if we see a move back up, you'll see me I have an order out to take more shares on that one. Moving to some stocks from the chat now. Let's see what you guys are looking at today. NASDAQ 100. Oh, sorry. NASDAQ. Sorry, go ahead.
I can actually like cover this. So I see like, you know, like the debate between Amazon, Google, and everything. And yeah, guys, keep in mind that like Google like doesn't like as like a, you know, like the reason why these names are splitting is because they do no volume. So like let me show you an example. Like we never trade Google because it's trading one share at a time in a dark pool. The spread like right now is like $1.50. So it's like right when you like, I mean, look at the chart. Like when you see the
filter
chart,
out
like,
all the 100 size on them and then show them.
yeah, like so like it's like if you filter it out and you show like okay 100 shares. Look at this. It's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. So if I now imagine this. Okay, imagine this. It's a ghost town. There is no party. Nobody is on this dance floor dancing. Now imagine me running out there all excited. Okay, you know, Google, I like it. It's going to be a breakout. Let me buy 100 shares. Punch, boom. I'm the only one on that dance floor. And, you know, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. So, like, this is why I don't, like, ever trade Google. I've never traded Google in, you know, all my time being here. But when it splits, there you go. There's one. And if somebody watching is like, I'll show you 100 shares. And I love how they bought it, too. But this is the thing, right? Like, you go on this dance floor, just expect all the robots to play games. You know, you jump in, they jump right back, and they react to you, and they make it very difficult. Unless, like, I mean, it's not moving, right? It's just kind of like doing nothing. It's at VWAP. So the thing is like once this splits and does a bunch of volume, it's going to be very exciting. Now you can trade it, and you know, obviously Google is Google. It's like when I'm like, you know, trading Apple, like one of the first things I told myself was I'm gonna stay away from shorting Apple, because I think it's like a stronger company and I like the upside a little bit better, which is like, you know, it's just me, my own rules, like arbitrary rules. But, you know, like once Google splits, it'll be very exciting. There'll be more volume, more liquidity, and you can actually jump in and out. It's not a dance floor with 5 people on it in the last like minute of this explanation here. And I see somebody saying front ran 700 on Tesla. Okay, yeah, nice job there, nice job. I was worried that it came actually towards 700. So like, you know, the thing is like when you get these, that's a solid play. Like look at this, right? It goes down, and if you're watching the tape, like I wasn't really watching it here, but like sort of little consolidation. Then when you get those pops here, like this is like extra clean, right? Extra clean. And it's like you're in the money right away. Then you could either put a stop at break even, see how high it goes, or kind of use some prior resistance levels. I tried to do it, or sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. But like I tried to do it like I had a like little long over here at like 725, thinking that like, okay, like this is where like you would have gotten short. Then it bounced back. Okay, if it breaks this level, you'll get some stops that triggered. And look at the way that I structured this, right? I got long. I got the majority out because I thought this is going to be short-lived. And then, so this is a long, but I had a stop in. And then I held the rest for the dream. I was like, if maybe we run back to VWAP and get to 750 again, let me hold some. But, you know, I got on a break even, like it's not a big deal, is what it is. But, you know, like this is how you structure your trade sometimes, right? Like hold like 5%, hold 1%, hold 10% of the trade just for like the extended move that's potentially there. And if you lose on it, is what it is. It's not a huge deal. Like it's not too bad, right? So yeah, that 700 level, same kind of situation, you know, like I like that bounce play. I actually was hoping that we would get towards 700 so we could see if there's any size there or kind of play off of that level. A little bit too far. Like I was thinking of maybe getting the long there, but like I really like when it gets into this level and it like flushes lower and then reclaims and then pops. Like that would have been like A+ kind of scalp for me. But you know, like maybe it'll get there later today, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Microsoft just now popped up to 265 and gave me more fills. NASDAQ still very range bound between those. What was it, 1190 or 11900 and 11960, so around a 60-point move in the NASDAQ, just stuck in that range. Still below VWAP though, so I guess shorts are still in play as I get more size on one of my top shorts of the day. Well, you know, not top shorts, the third best short of the day so far. Microsoft instantly back in the money, 20-ish odd cents or so. Trying to throw out an order, trying to decide where I want to take my first profit target. I guess we'll take it at the same areas where we have been scalping it for about a 50-cent scalp to the downside, because I'm not even risking that much to the upside. The risk is maybe at best 20 cents. So if I get a 50-cent reward, we'll think about covering some profits and holding on for that move later on to VWAP or below VWAP as the plan has been for ever since we started trading. I like the little run on AMD on the 5-minute charts as loan. So let's go check out what AMD is looking like. I stopped trading this stock after taking that initial loss on the short side. I guess this 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart is actually holding up as a barrier, $77.60 being the high of this range so far. If you're shorting that range and scalping it to the downside, you're able to get a nice 60-cent range on AMD, the same way I've been getting a 50-cent range on Microsoft. I also want to go over to check on NVIDIA. This is another stock that I almost gave up on shorting after taking the couple losses that I did. Kind of doing the same thing that Microsoft and AMD, I guess all tech stocks in general, are doing, range bound, as NASDAQ is the leading factor for that.
Yeah, and I'm seeing somebody saying, guys, Tesla 700 mil doomsday calls. So I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. But, you know, one of the things I was looking at is there's like a 1.3 billion notional expiring this Friday at 800 on Tesla. So the fact that it was up, gapped up, you know, like the whole Twitter Tesla kind of combination, that's why it was up. And it was like so strong like Thursday, Friday. I was like, okay, like, is this gamma squeeze worthy? Like, is it going to squeeze towards 800? So I was actually looking long in the morning. I didn't take the trade. I was like waiting to see if it held up. But like, you know, it just kind of sold off like so quickly, so fast. So I don't know if you're saying because doomsday is like, you know, like I would assume down, meaning doomsday puts like at like maybe 700 level. But yeah, you know, like I guess like I was completely wrong on my assumption for that 800. But you know, it was once it's the nice thing of being a trader. You look at the tape, you see like, okay, where are people taking trades, and right off the open, you just saw all that selling, and you're like, okay, that's completely off the table. And yeah, somebody was saying like. What do you think of AMD short opportunity here? I mean, it looks like it's like just me like kind of glancing over at this. I haven't traded AMD today, and I was sort of just like, as a kind of broader market, obviously you're seeing me like take the Apple trade. I mean, you could probably play off this level with the assumption that it's not going to get back towards like, I think if you take a short like around this level though, like the true stop on this would have to probably be like 78. Like if I had to guess, like over 78 or over like 78.50, which is like the pre-market high. Because like it could literally like, you know, kind of wick around over here and then test VWAP. It could go for a high of this kind of range push, and then with that stop everybody out and then get like to 77.80ish. So like, you know, like I mean overall like the market is holding below VWAP, but just keep in mind that these moves through VWAP are very, very violent. It's like, okay, it's like very slow. It looks like it's going to go lower. Then it breaks VWAP like we had over here. This was stressing me on my Apple trade. You know, very, very sharp to the upside. And just pulling up the NASDAQ because, you know, NASDAQ and ES seems to be losing its correlation just a little bit. But, you know, it's the same thing. It's the same kind of idea, right? As it gets to VWAP, it's like maybe like people get a little nervous. You get some shorts that are covering their positions, especially on a day like today. And just very, very sharp up moves, and then it reverses. Very, very sharp up moves, and then it reverses. So like at this point in time, you know, lunchtime, maybe a little bit less volume, but like, are we going to get another sharp up move and then move down? Or it could be just a sharp up move and keep going, right? So like, you know, kangaroo market, like we're obviously down 1% on the day, 1.8% on the NASDAQ. But, you know, like, just keep in mind that like, you know, summer trading with this type of volatility, with like all the, you know, all this action in the market, it's like, you know, like these things could move like 1 point against you, like before you're right? So like, just keep that in mind and make sure you're managing risk.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat have been telling you to cover your shorts. Now is the time to cover shorts. The bottom is in, the market's bottom. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, guys. You know, we have our trading methodologies. You have yours. That's the beauty of the market that we're in. Everyone clashing with their methodologies, thinking that they are right, is what moves around the market. So, you know, Luca is one of the best risk managers I've seen on this floor over here. You know, his ability to take ridiculous amounts of size and manage his risk the way he does. I have yet to see any trainee or even graduate with his amount of experience do it the way he does. So trust me, he will manage his trade. You don't need to message him constantly every other message and tell him to cover his shorts. He will cover it where he wants to.
So one thing I want to say that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
So like last time, you stepped out for a sec.
Yeah.
And I was in an Apple short, and I was like waiting for it to like click my level or whatever, and I was like giving an explanation about something else, and like the whole time it ran all the way back. And like this is the thing, guys. Like, so like right now, like even like on my Apple trade, like you're seeing this, right? You saw me take that trade. Like the majority of the size is out, because this is a good example here. Like you got to trade what's happening, not what you want to see. So like obviously I want to see a move through VWAP, you know, the market's below VWAP, it looks like it was going a low a day. Obviously I want to see a move through VWAP and then like a run towards like, you know, 144.50 or even like 144. Like that's what I want to see. But like I'm going to trade like what's actually happening and like what makes the most sense. So it's like you take the trade, you get the majority out like where like you probably should, where liquidity is going to fill you, right? And then after that, you just kind of hold, right? So it's like I have a very, very small position left. And so like if this stops me out, like if we go like, you know, like 145, if we break like this 50-cent level here and I stop myself out, I stop myself out. But like I'm not going to stop myself out for like an extra 5 cents. Like at this point, I don't care. Like I took the money. It is what it is. So like I do appreciate you guys like cover the shorts, you know, like keep an eye on it. But, you know, at this point now, like the fact that we didn't flush lower, like I'm not going to get out over here because maybe we continue to flush lower. And like I want to hold like for especially like, you know, I went into the trade saying like I'm going to hold this like last piece to see if I could really get paid on it. But if I lose on it or if I break even, like it's no big deal. So like when I'm this far in the money, then I put a stop in. Because now it's like it's on the back burner. I don't care. If it does get back to this level, just get me out anyways. And it's a kind of reminder that like, okay, now it's back to that area that I initially shorted. Pull up the name, look at it, and am I going to short this again, right? But yeah, you know, I definitely appreciate the heads up because of last time, right? That was actually really funny. I look back, I'm like, yes, I lost all my gains on that one. All right, hopefully you guys enjoyed the explanation that I gave because I lost everything on that. But yeah, no, it's all good, right? That's the beauty of having stops. You know, sometimes they work, but like in a short term, like when you're getting into position, it's maybe not the best idea to have like these very tight stops because you're just going to get wicked out and then you're going to try to get back in, only unless that's a part of your strategy. But, you know, like, and now I'm just kind of glancing over at Apple and sort of doing that same kind of, like, this is the area. This is probably the area that everybody's like selling. It doesn't feel like once you get the initial selling, the initial follow through, the initial move down, like this is the big selling. And then you could recycle the level, but just keep in mind that it might have a little bit less selling, you know, and you want to kind of look at everything together, but it might have a little bit less selling. So just keep that in mind. Like, don't treat like the first time it might be A+, the second time it might not be like A+, it might be like A- or B+. So like if you are going to reload, maybe don't reload like the type of size that you wanted to add there. Like I was trying to add way more size than I actually wanted, than I actually got. Sorry, but it was unfortunate that I just couldn't get the prices that I wanted. But going like now looking at it, I'm not going to reload the exact. I don't even know if I'm going to reload at all. Like I'm not going to reload like nearly as much size if I do add to this.
Joseph Blogs also in chat keeps saying, market's popping, market's popping. Well, here's the market for you. Here's the bigger market. S&P 500 still stuck in a range, man. I wouldn't be using the words such as popping and psyching yourself out on praying that it's moving into your direction. You know, I've done that before. I've been in those footsteps before where you see a small little move in your direction and you think it's actually popping. As Luca was saying, you know, play the information that the market's giving you. I don't see the pop in here. I do not see the pop in here. I don't see the volume rising up either. As it is now officially 12:21 Eastern Standard Time, the market time telling you that it's lunchtime. Volume is not in the market just yet. We could just see the pop later on where the longs come in and save the day for us, but we're not there just yet. So I would urge you to be a little careful on that side. Let the volume come in. Let the market break out of VWAP, or at least this range that we're stuck in completely. Same thing for NASDAQ. Let the volume come in. Let it break out of the range. Notice how the market can't even go to VWAP this time around. We only popped to 11,940 from 11,900 instead of moving to that 11,960 like we did the first 2 times or even 3 times. Let the volume show up. Let us break VWAP. Let us break the 50-period EMA. Turn the market into somewhat of at least only being 0.5% down, then I'll say, yeah, the market's popping, the longs are in, the shorts are out. Go burn the shorts and squeeze the shorts to the upside. Sadly, we're not there just yet, and hence I am loading on my shorts on Microsoft. Once again, arrows every time we go up to go short on Microsoft. Arrows every time to go short on BABA every time it pops up, especially like right now above $111. Notice how NIO has not broken or not moved up back to the high day, so if, or at least under the range highs. If NIO pops back up, we're taking more size short on NIO too. So just rinsing and repeating these trades, sticking to what's working, know what's working for you, and keep on repeating those trades for yourself. yourself, it's not much harder than this, really. You know, you can make it as hard as you want for yourself, or you could make it as easy as it is right now.
Yeah, guys, Tesla approaching that 700 level. So let's see if we get a breakdown now in the next like 5 minutes. I mean, this is what, so whoever played that 700 bounce, anybody who was looking at that, you know, like it was good the first time, right? Because this is the bounce, right? Now it's like a retest of the level, and it's not always going to come to like the 700 level exactly. And even though it could still bounce right now, the likelihood that we don't take out 700 if we get close enough to it is a little bit lower, right? Is a little bit lower unless there's like extreme amounts of size on 700. So like this is the bounce, you know, like you're in the money, it looks good. You gotta cover, right? Because like then this happens and now we're going lower and like everybody panics. People play the bounce, it gets up there, there's no follow through because obviously it's a down day, it's down 7%. And now it goes back down and the panic sets in and then, you know, everybody just kind of like offs their position and then it sort of balances off in this range again. You know, like if we now go and actually test like 701, so the low is below 702 will be a new low on the day, and if we break 702, probably 700 is going to test soon. And if we test soon, like we're probably going to take 700, and then whether we whip back or not is completely up to the market and whatever it wants to do. But you know, like at this point, the bounce play is off the table, and I'm actually I like see, you know, Tesla's hard to manage with like a kind of like short into the level. But if I was like the perfect trade, like the perfect version of myself would like be short right now and then like watch this like go to 700 and then cover at 700. But like the thing is like, you know, like you could short right here and this thing could just like whip like $4 against you again and then go back down anyways. And it's like, I don't really want to like take too much risk now. So like, I'm not really going to do that. I mean, if we break down through 700, I think, you know, it's a no-brainer, like take it short, like quick scalp, but it could easily reclaim 700. And if it does reclaim, like if it breaks 700, goes 698, and then reclaims 700 to the upside, like watch out. Like this thing could easily go to 705 very, very quickly. So it's something that like is a very, very fast, like, you know, scalpable opportunity for anybody that's looking at it. And I'm not even 100% convinced that I want to actually take this because, you know, like it is a fresh level, but like the best case scenario would be, you know, does not break 700 right now, kind of pops, gets back to like 715 area, maybe in the next hour or two, and then towards the end of the day, maybe we get more selling because, you know, CPI coming out, people selling ahead of that, like overall market weakness. If there's really, really big selling, like it comes in at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day, and midday is just kind of sideways. And then if we get that kind of pop action on Tesla and then kind of move back down in towards the end of the day, maybe like that kind of magnet effect towards 700 or 700 break gets like a little better, a little easier. But at this point, it's like even like draw it on the chart, right? Like look at this. It's like so low. Like if we break, like where is your target of 700? If you take the short there, like where are we actually going, right? Like maybe 695, but then you like, you know, like the bounce back is going to be extremely, extremely violent and tough to manage. So like just keep that in mind for anybody who's considering that. You know, probably better like you know, the bounce play is probably like you put the, you know, odds in your favor, I want to say, but like it already happened, right? So like at this point, you want 700 to break, reclaim, and then that's your sort of like your next like whiplash liquidity vacuum type play. But you know, just keep in mind volume like a little bit light today or right now, you know, like midday lunchtime. So you know, just keep that in mind. Size down and just make sure you're not offside. If you're offside on that one, like just cover very, very quickly. That's what I would say.
Yeah, the market is very much sideways, pretty boring. And I see a lot of people in the chat sound a little confused. I see people saying flat market. No, it's not flat. It's down almost 2%. The move off the open is pretty bearish, pretty negative. The move off the going into lunchtime is pretty flat. I'll give you guys that. There's no doubt that the move going into lunchtime is flat. We're trading sideways, higher lows, and so on. And so we got to create our own excitement. So look at NIO over here. Let's hit that downwards arrow animation as NIO did create a new low a day not too long ago, taking more profits on NIO to the downside. So my idea of NIO going to negative 10% might just come to fruition as I am waiting for that profit target level on NIO hitting SSR. Currently low a day, $20.56. We're trading at $20.58 right now. You guys have seen me load up on the shares on this trade multiple times. My number one stock of the day, NIO. My number two stock of the day is BABA, which you saw go right back above $111, go up to, what did I say? BABA's not going to break 111.2. a random arbitrary number that, granted, I picked out of a hat over here, but that's just my leeway room above 111. I'm willing to lose 20 cents per share above 111 to say that I am wrong. But it is yet to happen, and I've been able to constantly scalp the shorts to the downside on BABA. That's all it is. It's just constantly taking trades that have been working for us. One of it happens to be Microsoft. Sadly, Microsoft is not pushing to the downside. NASDAQ did create a small little red candle right after the green candle, and had me a little excited. But then my answer that I gave to one of the viewers not too long ago is these moves that we're seeing, the kangaroo moves up and down in the market sideways going into lunchtime over here, nothing to be excited about. Market's doing absolutely zilch. No moves are coming into play. Maybe the shorts you have from the starting of the day are kind of breaking the lows, for example, NIO and so on. But this is the time of the day. This is also the type of day where it's okay to not make a trade. Maybe you had trades off the open and those trades paid you off multiple dividends. But going into lunchtime right now where there's no moves happening, no volume across the board, it is time to maybe not force yourself into a trade, not go out there and fight the JP Morgan algorithms and the Goldman Sachs algorithms and so on. Keep your profits to yourself. Come back when the volume actually shows up. Hence, that's why you're seeing me not even push too much size on this Microsoft shorts every time I'm reloading. Okay, I'm reloaded. Yeah, I'm reloading it, but I'm not going here with 1 million shares like I always do. I'm probably doing it with, 500,000.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I saw somebody ask, where is the CPI number? So, guys, tune in because we come with that fire every single day, come with the news updates every single day. And, if you're on the go and, you can't tune in or you miss it, you can always come to investing.com, economic calendar, and you pull up, investing.com, economic calendar. It shows you yesterday, today, tomorrow, this week. So you look at this week, you look for the stars. The 3 stars are big events that are going to move the market. And you come down, you see, okay, Wednesday, at 8:30 a.m. sharp, you have month over month for June CPI, and you have month over month, year over year from June in comparison to last year, right? So these are events that are definitely going to move the market, and this is going to set the tone for the market on that day. And for any of our Canadian viewers, we have an interest rate decision in Canada as well. So, they're expecting rates to go way up, 75 basis point hike there. So, will be interesting to see how that affects Canadian markets as well.
Well, Luca, you're about to be off and we're about to get Ian on. So you got anything else left for the chat?
Guys, stay profitable, stay patient, wait for your levels. Every day can be a good day, but you're battling yourself, right? So, enjoy the rest of the day. And if things are not working out for you, it's always good. Take a walk, drink an espresso, relax, enjoy. And, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. So, enjoy the rest of the day.
Hey, man, as long as you didn't have to up your AK, it's a damn good day for sure. That's right. That's from Ice Cube himself. Absolutely. Just don't go up that AK later on, That's all. Unless it's in Warzone, then up that AK all you want. And make sure it's a golden AK that you're up in. Oh, yeah. Tote that AK around your bag, boy. But, yeah, here's Microsoft right now trying to push down for us, waiting for the trades to work out once again, obviously. Believe in the shorts for myself. That's what I'm doing. I believe in the short side today, but I am ready to take that loss very quick in case the market wants to turn around because it has done to me before last week. So I'm not prepared to let that same thing happen to me again. Very okay with not making a single dollar today. Very okay with also making tons of dollars today. Depends on what the market presents itself with. And we got Ian. Whoa, hold up. This guy's got shorts on. This guy's like, he's got one of those Zoom meeting fits on. Shorts on the downside and a nice dress shirt on the upside. He's got the Zoom fit on, boy. But looking good as always, Ian. We'll give you a second to mic yourself up and load up over there. What if you have to use your SKS? Still a good day? Hey, SKS is one of my favorite weapons in Tarkov, and so is this guy's favorite weapon, I believe. The SKS snaps. I love the SKS, but as long as you're not upping any weapons, that should be a good day. Let's just leave it at that, man. That was just a song. I don't want to go into anything crazy conversations. I know we will very easily dive into that. Everybody battle against yourself makes a good, nice day. Luca keeping 100. That is true. It is you against yourself and you against the market. Something that Greg mentioned to me on the golf course. It is you against the course. So over here on this course, over here on this golf course that we're all, losing and winning on a daily basis. It's always you against the course, you against yourself. You always want to just get better on that note, right? Focus on your mistakes, focus on getting better. And now that Greg's actually back in the office, we got our golf sessions back up again. You know, there's a little joke that Dad's not in the office, so no more golf sessions. But now that Dad's back in the office, golf sessions are back.
Yeah, no, excited to hit the links again this week.
Hit the links.
You guys caught me there. You know, so here's the explanation for, you know, the shorts on the bottom, dress shirt on top is, guys, I usually change for the show. You know, obviously, you know, gotta look a little bit nicer for you guys on the show and whatnot. But I usually change because, you know, when I trade, I like to be super comfortable. You know, for me, that's usually like a hoodie or like a t-shirt. Usually a hat as well. You know, like Arun always talks about, you know, trading while you're comfortable. You know, you always see Arun in like a hoodie or a sweatshirt or whatever as well. Yeah, I'm just loading up here, and we'll get into some of my trades shortly. You know, I'll tell you what I was looking at earlier today.
Right on. As the market's still just beating around sideways, not really doing anything exciting. So let's go take a look at some of the stocks that the chat's looking at. I see Meta is greater than VWAO. Not even sure what VWAO is. Let's go see if I can find the stock. I'm not sure what this one is. But since you mentioned Meta, I guess we're going to quickly go over to Meta. I can't find VWAO. Not going to spend too much time wasting on that one. Meta currently at $164. Can we get the chart? There we go. $164. I believe someone said Meta was a little stronger than the rest of the market. Maybe it was Sean or Neil. So if that's what they believe in, I'm not going to be sitting here trying to battle on the short side for Meta. But Meta is down 4%. And Microsoft, maybe they were talking about Microsoft and not Meta. I can't remember really what stock they said was a lot stronger.
It was Meta.
It was Meta, right? They said it was stronger for some reason. So I'm just going to leave this one alone. You know, Microsoft has been working for me. But Meta platforms around this 164 all the way up to 165. You know, it's a pretty big range, almost $1 range. But if you're willing to trade your shorts or get your shorts in that dollar range for a profit of maybe $1 to the downside, go for it. I just don't like that risk to reward ratios, 1:1 ratios, not fun for me. I'll be looking, Meta above VWAP. That makes more sense. That is a lot more clearer now. Yeah, Meta is indeed above VWAP on the 5-minute chart here, as you can see. Depends on now how big of a move can Meta get, as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ do seem like they could just create a green candle.
Yeah, no, I've been trading. I've been trading pretty well today. I'm 4 for 5. Trade a couple buyouts as well, but my biggest name by far is BOVESPA. I was super short bias on BOVESPA this morning. And no, guys, I'm not going to call it wrong. I've been practicing, guys. Don't worry. I've been practicing all weekend for this one. Yeah, I know I was super short bias on BOVESPA just because on the daily here, there's a double top at 125, right? So Thursday, Friday, nice rejection of 125. You know, I already talked about 125 being rejected before. So, you know, creating a thesis around that. Basically, you know, this was before I knew about, you know, the fine with BOVESPA this morning. But I wanted to short it, maybe like a 120 breakdown, pre-market low breakdown. Obviously, it had a huge gap down, you know, because of a negative catalyst. But, you know, the same thesis was still there. So I took the 115 breakdown. Now, my best cover was around 113.40, 113.30. And I was sitting there thinking, this is great, man. You know, right off the bat, right off open, I get a $1.70 winner. And then it just continues to flush. It flushes all the way to 110, right? So this was like almost this was a $5 winner for me if I held at least like a small piece, but that's okay. It's, you know, it's my best name by far on the day. I had a cheeky long off 110. You know, I thought that was like kind of holding up a bit, and it has held quite nicely actually all day after that huge flush down in the morning. That was a quick scalp. I tried a couple shorts here. I didn't really like that position, so I just managed out of it. You know, offered, you know, averaged into the position, then offered or bid out around break even, so that was fine. You know, good thing because it ran up all the way to 111 again. I tried to short around 111 here. And I think maybe, now it's tested 111 like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, like a handful of times and rejected. And now it's like kind of rejecting, kind of not rejecting. So I think I might leave this one alone for now, or maybe try like a smaller size position or something like that. I tried like I ran a tighter stop, and I wish Brad would have said that 111.20 thing earlier, because then I would have risked up to there and held this a little bit longer, at least for like a scalp or something like that. But overall,
last time I gave a random number, you were like, "Oh, arbitrary number, arbitrary number, arbitrary number."
It was funny because you even called it an arbitrary number. You're like 111.20, arbitrary number. Yeah. But no, it seems like 111 is still kind of
it's
the
giving
range.
the stocks a little bit of a room to work in. Now I know if I get stopped at 111.01 and then it goes back in, I'm gonna be very pissed off and I'm gonna go on a tilt mode. I know if I do that to me on 111.05, the same thing's gonna happen. Now, what is the number in my head above 111 that if it breaks, I'm okay taking that loss? In my head, it just happens to be a 20-cent risk. Right? And that's for BABA. Maybe for Microsoft, it could be a 50-cent risk. For Apple, it could be also a 20-cent risk. Depends on the type of stock, depends on how much volume that stock is moving. And based on my little experience that I have, I can quickly see like the spread of the stock and how it's moving on the side of it to just come up with a random arbitrary number and be like, okay, if it breaks this level, I'm walking out of this trade. I don't want to deal with it anymore. And the loss is the loss. How does Russell Peters say? Lose? Lose is lose. Lose is 100% lose. Right? So if that lose is coming, then the lose is 100% lose. But forgetting that right now, it looks like we're actually going to catch that loss on Microsoft as it's pushing towards my stop. Microsoft on the ask, there's about 10,000 shares on see, my random arbitrary number just so happens to be where the size is. 265.21 is my stop. Watch it get triggered right now as it breaks. There you go. 265.20 had some size. My stop was 265.21. That size wasn't there before. But now as Microsoft starts pushing to the upside, we take our quick little loss. We're still up on Microsoft on the day, so not a single worry in my trade over here, as we did scalp it multiple times and we took a small little loss on the last few shares we had left. Now as the market's pushing towards the high side, S&P 500 above VWAP, looks like S&P 500 finally clearing VWAP over here. The next level in question is this 100 period EMA, which also happens to be the pre-market bottoms. But NASDAQ, more importantly, did not get to VWAP. So if NASDAQ did not clear VWAP over here, I think S&P 500 is going to instantly come back down below VWAP the way it did around these areas.
Yeah, even on the ES here, like we're giving a pop to the top of the range, obviously, right? So, a little bit of buying coming in around VWAP. But look at all these wicks around this 3870 area. That held as the support in the pre-market on the ES. So you know what? Maybe a little bit of a rejection or a pullback into that range. Obviously after the morning flush, having more of an inside day trading a range, as Prad has been talking about all morning or all day on the midday show here. But that's the kind of market that we've been in. And that being said, you got to kind of pick your spots, risk appropriately, size appropriately as well, and kind of take care of it that way. I am going to try and get short on BABA there. I'll give it one more go. The second best name on my list today was Twitter. Twitter, obviously huge negative catalyst. Elon pulls out of the deal, something that we maybe all kind of saw coming, but regardless or not, he did it. And then, so I was thinking short, right? So I was looking at the 3420 area in pre-market, and more so like maybe like 3440. That started to break down. I took the breakdown of 3420. I covered some for a scalp. I added to it on breakdown of 34. That was a decent trade there. Covered that as well for a scalp. Stopped out the rest break even. I took the 34 break again. And I know you guys are gonna look at this like, Ian, why'd you cover this position so quickly? So I took a little bit more size on this one, and then I saw it do nothing. Like I got executed 33.99, and then I saw it like just ticking around 99, 34. It actually ticked to 34.01. And then I didn't like that at all. And then so I just like bid out. I think I got like 96. So I took a few cents on the win there. So that was decent. But obviously, huge move back to the downside here. I tried one short here. I thought there was like an iceberg around 33.50. That was a mistake. And then just quickly stopped out of that one. And then now it's just kind of consolidating, doing not too much around the 33.50 area again. So I think I'm probably done with Twitter for now. It's going to trigger SSR soon, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. SSR is going to be down to 10% on the day. So I think that's probably going to be around like 33-ish, 33.10 for Twitter. So I can see it like totally kind of get in there. The last name that I traded momentum-wise today was Win. So again, they're shutting down the casinos in Macau. Obviously a negative catalyst here for Win. That being said, we were trying to take the 52 break down short. There was quite a bit of size there. What was weird is that it broke briefly, so it wicked us all in. It wicked me in at 99 or 98. And then it just went right back over 52. So I, had to quickly stop out of that one. And then I had a cheeky long. I'll try to I'll show this on the 1 minute chart so you can actually see it. Yeah, I like if what is it Luca always says, like the short is wrong, like the long
abort the long or something.
Abort the short, the long can't be wrong, something like that. So the short didn't work there at 52, so I tried the quick cheeky long above 52. That was a decent scalp actually, so I got back most of my loss there. But overall, Win is the only negative name on my list today, and that's okay because that was kind of like a weird thing. I got wicked into it, and it is what it is. I kind of just left that one after that. I haven't really been trying to trade that one or focus on that one again. What Prad said earlier was interesting is that you don't want to get tilted, right? You don't want to over trade something or take a loss and then look at it and be like, oh man, like that's a negative name. I can't have a negative name on my bot. Or you don't want to get tilted and start over trading. So I kind of just left that one alone and called my loss on Win for today.
So Mike, did you say something about iceberg orders?
Yeah.
So Mike Murphy in the chat is actually talking about iceberg orders and what your definition is. I think you might have it a little different than what it actually is. Iceberg orders are not just orders split into small orders, because then we over here who have access to the markets directly will be able to see said orders on different gateways or on the same gateway being broken down. That is not what an iceberg order is. Iceberg order is an order that is basically hidden. For example, if I want to take 1 million shares of Apple, but I don't want the rest of the world to know I'm taking 1 million shares of Apple, what I will do is I will iceberg that on a gateway that allows me to do so, and I will only be showing 100 or 500 shares to go long on, let's say, 145. So I'm showing 500 shares on 145, but every time it goes to 145, you see the level that says 500 go to 499, maybe 495, and then jump right back to 500 until all my million shares are cleared off that level. Granted that I want all my million shares over there. Now that is what an iceberg is. You just see the top of the level. You don't see the rest of the book that person is intending to take. So when he's talking about an iceberg, he's verifying that it's an iceberg by seeing a stock go to a certain level, ping that level again and again and again. You'll see the size decrement from the level 2, but then whip right back up to the official size that it was. So that is what an iceberg is. This is how hedge funds and other big traders, even we at the floor over here, have access to trade on iceberg orders in order to hide our actual intentional size. So that's what an iceberg order is. The other term that you were thinking about, like we will be able to see the orders right away when it's piling in, and look at the market right now. I feel like a little dummy taking that stop on Microsoft, but then again, I saw the size on there, so I didn't remove my order. I said if that size is there, they want to clean out 10K size on Microsoft at 265.20, maybe the longs are indeed in. But then right away, what I noticed was NASDAQ didn't do what S&P 500 did. S&P 500 popped to that 100-period EMA. Here's the S&P 500 chart. It popped to the 100-period EMA, and it pushed back down, which gave me confidence. And since NASDAQ just popped also to VWAP and didn't really break VWAP, gave me confidence to get back into my Microsoft short, the exact same size that I had earlier, on which I got stopped out on, but this time a way better average. 265.12 is my average now, and instantly in the money for about 24 cents on Microsoft. NIO new low a day coming in at $20.54, 50 cents in the money on NIO, and BABA 40 cents in the money on BABA. Or sorry, BABA.
Man, I was offering out on BABA. Man, now you got me saying it. BABA again, but it ran away from my price. I got into Amazon. I got into Amazon just because, same sort of story as BOVESPA, risking off this like 113 area. It's been trading a tight range. If the market starts to break down back to the downside and rejects this area, like I said, then, maybe this Amazon does break down below VWAP and, starts to work to the downside. Would be more comfortable with it if it breaks this 112.50 area. But we'll see. I'll give it a little bit of room here. For now, I like this trade. Yeah, I think I'm still offering on BABA. We'll kind of see where that goes. One more thing I wanted to talk about with the iceberg there is what the example that I had on Twitter is that essentially the offer was 33.50, and then or the bid was 33.50, sorry, and then it kept getting hit, and you see the 33.50s, getting executed on the time and sales there. But the bid kept reloading, right? The bid kept reloading at 33.50, and then eventually it broke or whatever. But it just showed that there was someone just soaking up those shares and then just buying that position up at that price, right? Where's your positions, Luca? Yeah, Luca is not here. I'm Ian. I think they just got to change over the position board, but then you'll see my positions.
Hey, stop slacking back there, boys. Get off your phone.
Then you'll see my positions. I'm short Amazon right now. And then I am in also a buyout, but we don't have to talk about that one. That's just kind of boring. And then, yeah, that's it. And I'm trying to get short on BABA again, but I think I missed that boat, so I'll just kind of cancel that and, wait for it to come back up. And if it comes back up, then we'll get short.
Dating, what? Why am I repeating what you're talking to me in my ear? Stop talking to me. Okay, where are we going with the market over here? Market's still hanging out. S&P 500 still holding above VWAP. We did slightly push under VWAP, but we are holding above VWAP right now for the S&P 500. NASDAQ still showing us red, so thankfully we're not too worried as we keep on stacking the money on our accounts today. Thank you to NIO and thank you to Baba. Really, I want to go check on what Pinduoduo is doing for my buddy Hanzo. Hanzo, you're still expecting that 52.50 level, I think, and if you are, hopefully you appreciated my analysis on this trade. We saw that 100 period AMA bouncing. That's why I did not like the 52.50 level, but nothing wrong with holding it to that price point in case the market does end up flushing a little bit more from here on out. Market's so boring. I don't know, man. It depends on really what stocks you're looking at, what stocks you're trading. On Friday, I said market was boring. Arun and Neil, both of them looked at me and they're like, well, what are you doing? Like, what kind of stocks are you trading? Because we're up on the day, we're smoking it. A lot of our stocks are moving, and this is the exact same answer that I give to my friends sometimes. You're like, oh, today sucked, today was boring, today I had no opportunities. No, that's negative. There's always opportunities in the market. It just depends on where your eyeballs are glued to. One of the best ways to look for opportunities in the market is by going to stocks that actually have a catalyst behind it. For example, Microsoft did not really have a catalyst today. Apple did not really have a catalyst today, but you know what did? Pinduoduo, BABA, NIO, even those other stocks in our watch list. For example, let's pick some stocks from the watch list. Uber, which had a pretty negative catalyst. I believe it was a negative catalyst. Let me quickly read this. Light on lower volume start, Guardian report, top executives. So let's just head over to Uber real quick. And we have a Uber emoji here somewhere. Where is the Uber emoji? I got to get used to this thing,
I can talk about Uber. I was actually
talk
looking
about Uber
at,
while I find this.
Uber was something that I was actually super interested in this morning. However, I missed the trade on it. I was so focused on BABA there. What happened with Uber is essentially they got like kind of nailed for something that they did back like when they were a newer company. I'm not too sure about what it was specifically, but I knew that it was a negative catalyst. Obviously, it had gap down below this 22 area. And I was super interested in this 22 area because I think it was
I'll just read it out real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Ride-hailing giant had breached the law and taxi regulations and secretly lobbied governments in its global expansion, citing documents spanning 2013 to 2017 that include emails between blah, 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 a bunch of emails over there. I did get a push notification on Friday when we were hanging out for a bit that the article said if you have Uber installed on your phone, you might want to read this article as to how they lobbied and used your information and so on.
Yeah, so there you go, right? So obviously, that's pretty shady, for Uber. And then I think they even said oh, judge us for what we've recently done in the last 5 years.
Judge us for what we will do.
Not what we did back then, but it is what it is, whatever. But yeah, so I was short bias Uber below this 22 area because on Wednesday, I believe it was, it had gapped down below there and couldn't really claim it. And, that was the day that, Pratt and I were shorting off that 22 area. Sean was doing the same thing, and it worked really well that day. But look at this, like it does get above 22. So in that reason, I kind of stopped looking at it and I focused on something else at open. But, I wish I kind of stayed more, attention to this one because it just ended up flushing below that 22. So it made the trade a little bit tougher, but man, ever since then, it's just been weakness now. And then, it tested as low as 21.20. So that was clearly a good short. Unfortunately, not as much range. I was kind of waiting for it to get up to like those 21.80s area to try and make this a better R&R trade closer to 22, but it never really gave us the chance. So, and now it's just kind of consolidating, doing not too much, right? So missed opportunity on Uber for my part, but yeah, solid short on Uber today.
You know what that looks like to me, honestly? That looks like a market on open imbalance coming into the upside a little bit, possibly for shorts covering.
Yeah,
so
it
market on imbalance.
I was watching that, like it was a sell.
It was a sell?
It was a relatively decent sized sell too for the open. Like usually they're kind of small. I think it was like 25, 26 mil to the sell side, which was not bad, but yeah, it ended up popping up like right at open. So now it's just like, okay, this this deletes my thesis or whatever. So when I focused on BOVA, of course, but eventually getting the move anyways. But what did Lucas say? He was like, you missed some opportunities or something. He was, you're gonna miss opportunities all the time.
You miss.
Yeah.
You can't look at all 10,000 stocks in the market and scan it that way to find out where the opportunities are. That's where trusty tools such as Trade Ideas, thank you Trade Ideas for setting me up with this account over here. Tools such as Trade Ideas, scanners in general, that's the word I'm looking for, will be helpful to help find you those stocks and certain opportunities that come out of nowhere. For example, halt stocks. We have a stock that halted not too long ago at 1237, PLTK. So let's go take a look at PLTK. I don't really expect halt stocks to have much volume today as we're expecting most stocks to not really do anything. But here's PLTK, random little volume spike coming in when the stock really didn't do anything since the open. It looks like most of the volume came in around lunchtime or 12:30 or so. We popped up to the high of day off the open drive and then got rejected right off that level, pushing it right back down. So nothing really exciting besides that, down 4.7% on PLTK. This ticker sounds familiar now that I'm talking about it. I think we talked about this on Friday maybe. Yeah, Playtika Holdings. I believe we had some sort of a move on Friday on this position, or maybe it was this day I remember talking about it on the 28th of June, where this position goes from $13 to $17. I believe it was sometime then.
What was that small cap? It was
EVFM?
No. I want to talk about PLRX. PLRX was the one from today. This was a crazy one this morning. And again, I wanted the long, but man, the 15 broke out, and that was the long I was looking for. But it looks like in the morning, you could have pretty much taken any breakout or any long. Good, solid halt here. It was nice to see an actual up halt that opened and, gave a nice push to the top side. The last couple small caps that halted, they opened down, and I forget which one I was caught in last week. That was actually my first halt. It wasn't last week. I think it was a couple weeks ago, but that ended up being a loser for me there. This one actually halted twice to the upside. And you see the second halt obviously opens down, and then, man, look at this action though afterwards. Just gravitating towards this 19. Initially when it came here, I was like thinking, oh, like this could be a bounce here, and it was kind of getting a little bit of a bounce, kind of catching a bid. But then it just did nothing, and now look, it's literally doing nothing around this 19 area. So probably just going to leave that one up alone for the rest of the day. It is up 115%. They had a positive catalyst this morning. So obviously, huge move, but it is what it is. NVIDIA weakness, someone said in the chat. So let's take a quick look at NVIDIA. I actually haven't looked at AMD or NVIDIA this morning at all. Just because I want to focus on things. I know NVIDIA had the price target cut, right? So that was also in the morning watch list, guys. If you don't already, I would subscribe, or I would, suggest subscribing to that and just taking a look at it, even if you don't, use those plays. But you can always use it as like a cross reference or whatever for your own research kind of thing. But man, look at this breakdown here. 155 seems very, very solid. So a setup that I like to take a lot is if there is weakness in a particular name, maybe they gap down off of a negative catalyst. In this case, NVIDIA gapped down because of the price target cut, right? So, short bias there. Look at where the pre-market support is, like 155.40. That's kind of like an arbitrary number, but you could have taken that break as well. But more so, an even dollar break, 155. So you take the 155 break, and then you're just money right away. Like that went down to 153.70 in the same candle, right? So that's a $1.30 win within just like a couple minutes there. This is the 3-minute chart. So that's a huge win, of course, right? So that's how you kind of structure trades. Look at the pre-market, support area, and then take that breakdown low if you do have like a short bias on it. If something is super weak, it's just going to break down and, keep going. Neil always says, like, if that support breaks, then, it has further ways to go. Or if that support holds, then, it could bounce there. But in this case, the support did not hold and it broke down. And now look what happened to it. It went all the way down to 151 and kind of just consolidating around that 152 area, like many names kind of are right now, right? So many names kind of made their morning move. And then just kind of consolidated, during the midday part of the market hours here. I did take out Amazon as well there. So again, like this is a little bit of a scalp. I'm gonna do it again if it creeps back to my prices around that 112.80 area. But, this is the idea here. Scalping off this 112.80, 113 range, scalping out for 20 cents, right? I talked about how this 112.50 area was looking like pretty strong because you get all these wicks here, kind of bouncing around here. I waited for it to patiently waited for it to get down there, and I was like, bidding, 51, 52, and then, buyers start to step in. That being said, now the market is bouncing a bit here, and, there is a little bit more buyers coming into Amazon here. But I'll offer out again, just, maybe a smaller position this time to see, like, if it will work again, if it's not broke, don't fix it sort of thing. So, I'll offer out there and we'll see how that one goes. Veru, let's take a quick look at Veru. That one's being called out in the chat. I haven't really paid attention to this one as I get short there on Amazon. Just want to make sure my stop is still good. Yeah, it seems like my stop is still good. So yeah, same sort of thesis on that one. Veru, there are some buying coming in, right? So it has broken out high a day here. It's up 10% on the day. I'm not sure of the catalyst on Veru, so maybe we can double check on that one. But yeah, Veru having a huge day here. It looks like it's bounced off this like 13 consolidation area that kind of worked from last week as resistance. But yeah, let's see if it can make a run back up to like the high 15 area. That would be quite interesting.
Yeah, we're gonna head over to Brando here to see what the volume leaders are doing.
Hey guys, yeah, lots going on this afternoon. Let's have a look at what is leading this market. You can see, so this graphic, first of all, makes up the entire U.S. marketplace. So all listings in the U.S., you can see 2,444 currently in positive territory, 1,162, little changed. Back and forth, 7,000 then, 300 and change to the downside so far. As far as volume leaders are concerned today, there's this ITRM, little penny stock, 43 cents, 122 million shares. Mullen, top of the list as well, $1.22 right now, 103 million shares. If you didn't catch, the guys were saying on the show this morning, if you didn't catch that initial move in the pre-market, it ended up being to the upside. It was a tough trade, kind of grinding along here for Mullen back and forth. Zeal is here, TQ's here, PLRX. A huge mover today, 55 million shares at the bottom end of the board as well. PLRX top, in fact, of the gainers list so far, 113% to the upside. KSPN and LJPC, new lows topping the board once again today, 1,000 and change. New lows today versus about 50 or so. New highs on the day. Tons of volume once again, though, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, I was just guessing how many stocks there would be, and on that number that Brendo just covered, 10,900, and I believe I see 32. I got pretty close to that number. Let's go. I said 10,000. I'll take that. Only off by 932 stocks over there. Amazon hasn't been at the 2-week 200 EMA since the bottom of 2008 crash, and now Yeah, so market obviously in bear territories. We've known that for a while now, and market pushing to the downside, taking Amazon right back to those question mark zones where everyone's kind of fearful of what's going on in the market. We'll just wait to see if the market extends its losses sadly to the downside, extending the year's losses, or do we finally put in that bottom that everyone's expecting the bottoms to be in? You know, the S&P 500 rebalance we thought should have maybe potentially put in a bottom on the market, allowing us to look for some longs in our portfolios, such as, I want to go look at PayPal. No reason to really be looking at PayPal today. Where am I even typing? Hello? PYPL on NASDAQ, currently trading at $70. And, I bought my first initial long on PayPal near $120, but that was just a testing position. Obviously down multiple dollars on this position, down on almost every single stock I own in my portfolio right now. So that's just the nature of the market currently that we are stuck in. I want to go over to another market that we have not covered all day, and that would be the cryptocurrency market. Cryptocurrency today down quite a bit. Sorry. Okay, cryptocurrencies market down quite a bit today, down 2% for Bitcoin, Ethereum also down 2%, Solana 4%, Cardano down almost 4% also, Dogecoin, the Twitter's official coin, if the deal went through, that was Dogecoin down 5% also, most likely because of the Twitter news extending a little bit more than cryptocurrencies mostly have today, and Shiba moves along mostly with Dogecoin too, which got clapped to the downside. So cryptocurrencies being down means Coinbase most likely with the overall market also kind of having a bad day over here, down 9% on Coinbase right now. Ooh, market just woke up, ladies and gentlemen. S&P 500.
There, yeah.
Go for it.
No. I'm just trying to manage this Amazon short. So something happened there. I'm going to add to this just in case here it doesn't break out, short kind of the pop on that one. I was trying to, there we go. I was trying to bid and, get out of the position actually. But now getting this a little pop, so maybe a better entry here. Now I have a tighter stop. I averaged into it a little bit better. And then, still the same stop area, right? So I still like this position. We are maybe still potentially going to reject this area as now it comes back into my area, right? So I might start a bid out just to kind of manage the position a little bit. And then, kind of go from there and work a better average. But for now, it seems to be respecting. And then did it fill me there? I'm sitting on the bid right there, and it didn't really fill me. There it goes now. So, yeah, so now I've worked in a better average for this one, for this name. And I'll bid actually again there just in case this does start to run. Again, so you know what? Managing the position, managing my risk accordingly. I saw the pop. I wanted to take advantage of it and get a better average price, which is exactly what I did. So on that pop, I'm not too sure what happened, but there was a volume pop in the market as well. I saw it on Amazon. If you were watching on any large cap tech stocks or anything like that, it probably would have been the same thing.
It's a useless pop in my opinion. I mean, look at NASDAQ. NASDAQ at VWAP. This pop was just S&P 500 correlated. I would like to see NASDAQ really pop up above VWAP the way S&P 500 did. NASDAQ clearly a lot weaker than the SPYs today. By that I'm talking about how NASDAQ is down 1.5%, 1.6%, and still seeing rejection at the VWAP levels, whereas S&P 500, we saw that pop coming in not too long ago. Here's my Microsoft short that you might be wondering what happened to it. So I did take profits off that short to the downside, and my last few shares I got stopped out on the break of to the upside over here. But notice how that number I mentioned not too long ago at 265.50, that should have been my stop. As I said, I would have my stop there, but I moved my stop lower as it is lunchtime, or at least lunchtime now coming to an end. I know why that pop came in. Neil just finished his meeting, came back to his desk, and pushed long on a bunch of shares. So he's moving around the market over here. He's just nodding his head about pushing longs over there. Looks like no longs for Neil just yet. Sorry? He's eating his lunch. He's eating, what is that, arugula leaves? I see arugulas in that bowl. Nice little salad bowl for yourself. Dates? Dates in the salad, okay, living like a king over there for Neil himself. But yeah, this is why I am still convinced about the shorts, especially on Microsoft. I mean, Microsoft did pop up, but I could take the short back in again around these same prices, a better average this time, and I can actually hold this price now to 265.50. So even though we did get stopped out on our last few shares over here, Microsoft's still a profitable trade for us on the day today. As the S&P 500 is popping, NASDAQ is now above VWAP. Let's see if NASDAQ can actually take out that 11,960 level, at which point we will walk away from this Microsoft trade and probably not be thinking about shorts, as the market is looking like it wants to get ready for the long side. Thankfully, NIO and BABA not really popping up too much. Taking advantage of NIO and BABA will still be on the docket for us.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because, you know, obviously the Chinese ADRs are a little bit weaker today, right? They have a strong negative catalyst or whatever. BABA got smoked this morning, so I do like the short on that side there. This is exactly, you know, as Pratt managed his Microsoft trade, that's the exact same way I sort of managed my my Amazon trade, right? So when I started this position, you guys saw my average price was 112.80. Right, so I added to it here at and so now my average price is 112.95, right? So I scalped it out there into the low 80s, right? So it turned it into a winner, even though it was looking like a loser for me. That being said, you know, I'm probably not going to continue to add to this, just because, you know, like Pratt said, maybe the market looks to break out here potentially, or it's gearing up for a breakout. I'm still holding on to a piece if it still works my way. You know, I'll look to scalp out those profits near VWAP there, but for now, I'm gonna, you know, be patient with this one and just let it kind of do its thing. I wanted to talk about AMC. A couple people been mentioning it in the chat. AMC had a solid weekend over this past weekend. I believe it was with Thor. I actually saw Thor. I saw it at a drive-in theater, though not at AMC theaters. But yeah, no.
There's no AMC in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. There used to be. There used to be AMC. Oh yeah. There used to be AMC in Canada, so I remember that. But no longer anymore, I believe. Maybe there's one or two or something like that. But yeah, no.
It is, and I'm joking.
I was more so, you know, long biased because of that on AMC this morning. I was looking around this like 1460, 1470 area. That didn't hold, so I kind of just left it. The 14 area held nicely though. Just kind of looking at this consolidation, you know, it closed or it opened above there on, was it Friday? Excuse me, but like while closing around there on Thursday, right? So, you know, Thursday was the big day for AMC, as I think I'm probably going to get stopped out on my Amazon here. Yeah, no, the 14 held nicely on AMC this morning. So, you know, long in front of that, risk off the 14, that gave a really nice bounce. And now it's kind of working back towards the upside a bit. So you know what? You know, maybe going to show some more strength above this 1470 area. I think in the morning it was 1520 or 1510 was the pre-market high. 1520, 1525 was the high from Friday, right? So you know, want to see it show some strength above there.
Something that I'm actually noticing right now on Microsoft that it is popping is this pre-market high near 266. That's going to be my final line in the sand. As the market is moving pretty good to the north side, I remember Sean or Neil, I forget who, mentioning right before they handed off the show to us was that 12K retest most likely coming in for the NASDAQ. Looks very promising right now as the market is indeed pushing up. I'm just going to throw one more order to take some more size on 266s, and then I'll have my stop out pretty close to 266 just in case it does whip right further than that. Currently out of the money, 40-ish cents on Microsoft. Not worried about it at all, as I'll still end the stock profit even if I lose on this trade at the moment. That's just the beauty of taking advantage of this dollar range that it's given me all day, and now we're trying to take a couple trades away from that range. It's still within our thesis, still within our idea overall. If that idea fails, thankfully we still get to keep the profits on this stock while giving away a little bit of it, and that's fine. You know, that's a job of our trader. Look for those opportunities. You can't win 100% of them, but if you're able to manage your risk and give 1 unit of risk for every trade and get 3 units of reward for on that risk that you're putting in, you win 60% of the time. You're only losing 4 units of risk on 10 trades, and you're making about you do the math over there. I'm not gonna struggle over here, look like a dummy with the wrong number, but you get the idea over there on that side. Yeah, no, I stopped out the Amazon shorts. That's fine. You know, I took my winners on Amazon.
It's fine. It's still a positive name for me. I'll leave that one alone. I did get short on BOBA. Same sort of thesis, right? So, BOBA obviously a weaker name on the day. So that's that. That being said, someone said SPY breaking out. Obviously, we talked about the ES, the NASDAQ kind of breaking out a bit, out of this consolidation area. However, it did give that flush move in the morning, right? So we are coming up to that range now. Is it going to give a little bit of a reversal? That's why I went short on BOBA, right? Because BOBA, if we bring that up, where is it? New York. There we go. If we bring BOBA up, it hasn't really broken out of that range yet, right? So it's still kind of respecting that range and, weaker on the day. So, if the market does pull back here, if the market does reject that area that I'm kind of talking about, this resistance area from the morning, then you'd expect BOBA to kind of pull back a little bit harder, and then this position's going to be working quite nicely for us, right? So going to be patient with this one still. Smaller position since it is like, obviously a midday trade here. But going to manage it and see where it goes.
I don't know what's going on with Microsoft. Someone keeps on doing this 10,000 order lots at 264.80. They did that again at 265.80 just now. And they got taken size on 264.80 3 times earlier. And just now, 265.80, exact same size lot, exact same gateway, just $1 full above where they were earlier. So not sure what's going on really over here. But the NASDAQ with the nice little move to the upside was down officially 2% when I started watching the market. Now only down 1.5 on NASDAQ, and the S&P 500 also only down 0.6%, which was also down more than 1.5% at one point in the day. So market with a nice little push up over here. Waiting to see where my order is. I'm on 95s on 265.95s. Looks like, oh, there we go. Can I get the fill on the 95s? If not, I'll just cross down and I'll take it. There we go, nice little fill on 95s. Now we can let the market push up a little bit for Microsoft. See if we can actually break 266 or even 266.50 to the high side. At which point we can say, okay, yeah, we are wrong on this trade. It did push up a lot more than we expected it to. No more is the right direction for Microsoft. That would be the overall idea. Here we go, 266 just breaking not too long ago, as NASDAQ is currently at the 100-period EMA and S&P 500 at 88.76.
Someone said Apple had just broken out 146. It did. So is that a new high day on Apple? Or maybe it was like some pre-market high here. 146.20, I guess, the pre-market. Maybe around there a little bit. So we still got that kind of looming over, right? So if it kind of does reverse, this would be it. If it continues to break out, then, expect continued strength for Apple and, continued strength for the market potentially for that one, right? Took 15% on Qualcomm calls. Yeah, we could take a look at QCOM here. I know it was had a little bit of a catalyst the other day or last week or whatever. So it had this huge run up, right? And we kind of covered it on the midday show there a bit. Man, look at these setups. Like they all kind of look the same here. How they're all creeping up towards like the pre-market resistance area where it flushed, right? So is the market really going to turn around here? Time will tell. Man, a lot of things just kind of setting up here in very similar fashions, if you will. I want to check back on that BOBA short that I have. And no, I'm not gonna say BABA. I'm not gonna do it, man. You're not gonna make me do it. Yeah, no. For now, I like this position just because I was kind of watching it there. There wasn't many buyers above 111, so I did add to it there, and now it seems to be working again, right? So as the market is pulling back, maybe this one will pull back a little bit further. What are you hitting there? We're
gonna cash register for our BABA shorts,
okay,
or BABA shorts, baby, because this BABA be too beautiful. I'm trying to say beautiful, but I can't say beautiful without really screwing that up over there. But okay, what am I trying to say? NIO. I want to talk about NIO. Oop, wrong blotter or wrong level 2, Pratty. Here we go. NIO. As the market popped, NIO didn't really pop at all. NIO moved up to $20 and 65 cents, and now looks like the market might just come back down. So that means NIO might just have. Oh, look at NIO has a lot of size on $20.50. low a day, $20.51, and the size on $20.50, that's about 100,000 shares or more on that size. Well, I mean, it's more than 100,000 shares. I can see it right away. So let's see if that size can actually hold up as a barrier on NIO, not allowing it to turn into negative 10% and putting on SSR, or enough selling comes into the stock, taking out the $20.50 level, pushing it down. This is a level that you can front run on, especially on a day like this today, where the market ended up bouncing off the lows, and even NIO, which does not want to go down to $20, there's a big buyer coming in. Maybe Aunt Kathy. I don't know if she's an NIO investor or not, but maybe Aunt Kathy putting in a big bid over there, trying to load up on the size of NIO, as we saw it moved above $20 not too long ago and hold that $20 level. I personally am waiting for the SSR level for my real target level, which is not too far from here, only 0.8% to the downside, but that would require the stock to clear that level first.
Yeah, no, I was just watching NIO as well. Obviously I am short BOBA, and that seems to be actually working. What am I bidding? Why didn't that go off there? Oh, that's why. Okay, wait, let me just cover.
I got you. In the meantime, while he's covering his trades over there, I can talk about the best segment on the show, which is the YouTube spiel.
Yeah, go for it.
You guys come here just for the YouTube spiel. You guys show up just for this. I know you guys enjoy clicking that like button and that subscribe button. You guys have messaged me so much about it. So go ahead and do that. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. For those of you who want to take it a step further than that, in order to support us over here on our YouTube live show that we do every day, 8:30 to 4 o'clock. If you want to have this nice little green name next to you, you can do so by becoming a member on our YouTube channel by clicking this neat little button right here. It shows you how long you've been a member for, the neat little badges next to your name to show you how long you've been there for supporting us, and you get to use custom emojis in the chat that nobody else will be able to. That is the advantage of being a member. Last but not least, if you want to go an extra step ahead of that and support us, you could do so by buying some merchandise off of our YouTube store. Head over to our YouTube store directly at our YouTube homepage. Click on that little store button over there. Buy some merchandise, and if you do end up purchasing any, make sure you're taking a picture of yourself looking all stylish, sexy, beautiful, and put it on Instagram, put it on Twitter, tag Sean, tag myself, and we would love to share it with this wonderful community that you guys have been helping us grow.
Yeah, guys, I'll always thank you. Big thank you for your support and continued support. I did get hit there on BOBA, and I'm about to get hit again, taking BABA on the bid there. It seems to be working, right? So someone said here, BOBA is the 111 gift that keeps giving, and you know what? You are right, and now we're kind of adding a little bit more confluence around it because VWAP is right there at 111, right? So I talked to you guys through it. I saw it break 111, and this is why it's good learning from Prad here. Because he was
From
like,
me, you're looking for the wrong person.
You can't put your stop right at the 01, right? Because if you did there, you would have got wicked out. And look at the move that it's given you now. Would have gave you the move that you were looking for regardless, right? So having a wider stop, maybe taking a little bit less size, so you can manage your position accordingly. But I saw it break 111. But what I said to you guys is that I noticed there was no buyers above 111, right? So it got above 111. It was like 01, 02, and there was like no green on the tape, right? So to me, that convinced me to add to the position there, so I did. And now we're getting the flush move on BABA. I'm still holding a small piece. I want to scalp out size here when I'm like 30, 40 cents in the money, because these midday trades you might not get as much, right? So they are going to be more of a scalps, and you got to manage the positions accordingly. But now I'm holding a piece. Maybe it tests back to 110 if it becomes super weak here.
I mean, yeah, it's all about risk to reward ratios, right? At the end of the day, and BABA will tell you exactly how to think about it in R to R levels. If you're short above 111, your R to R is even better because you're risking maybe at the max of $11.20, like I said. So if you're short 111, you're risking 20 cents to the upside. As soon as it drops down 20 cents to 110.8. 110.8, which gives you a 20-cent drop. That's a 1:1 trade right there. Now you can scalp that 1:1 trade all day, or let it drop another 20 cents. Now that's a 2:1 trade. I've shown you how it's been dropping a whole dollar, which is giving me what, 8:1 trade this whole time. He's showing me stocks on a day like today that's giving you these 8:1 opportunities for the whole day, nonstop, continuously. That's the wonderful, beautiful opportunity that Bob is presenting us with, and that is why I'm not gonna be taking as much size on Microsoft shorts as I am on the Baba shorts. Easier trade for me to set up over here on this side. NASDAQ did set up like it wanted to go down, but right after showing us 2 red candles on the 5-minute, it started showing buying above the 50-period EMA, but still under the 100-period EMA. A new range has started coming into the NASDAQ futures over here. Instead of getting rejected by 11,960, now we're looking at 11,980. Still only 20 points away from that 12K number that Sean and Neil were talking about on the morning show. So if the 12K wanted to get tested, it could do so very easily and take Microsoft above 266, take Apple right back above 146, which it is right now, and some buys might just be able to come in on the market. So be careful if you're short Microsoft, or if you're short Apple, or even NVIDIA and AMD. For example, NVIDIA right now in a whole new range compared to where I was short originally. Now we're looking at $153 area on NVIDIA, and AMD, man, $78. What in the world? I'm so happy for taking the loss that I did on NVIDIA and go, yeah, forget shorting semiconductors today, because you're losing on these. You don't know what's going on. You do not have the read. And if you do not have the read, just step away from it. Don't sit there and keep on playing with fire. And this is coming from the guy who said I likes to get burnt at least 4 times on Friday.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to admit when you're wrong and, take the L's, take it on the chin, and then move on, right? But AMD, the semiconductors did have a little bit of a negative catalyst this morning with the price target cut on NVIDIA, right? So if you caught that flush in the morning, it was obviously great. Look at this AMD flush, right? So again, I talked to you guys about building trade ideas around like taking breaks like pre-market lows. If that support doesn't work, then you get that flush move and it keeps going, right? So on AMD today, it was that 77.80 area that held super nicely in pre-market. When it broke in the live market hours, it just flushed. It flushed all the way to 76, right? So, and now it's gravitating back towards that 78 area. So if you were trying to short it on the way up, you're probably wrong on this one, because the trend was clearly up. Like I don't have to really draw it for you guys because it's pretty obvious, but if you just I drew that really poorly there, but if you just kind of look at it like that, look at this trend. It's just like a perfect uptrend. This is like a textbook uptrend now. Maybe call it like a bearish correction or something like that if it rejects the 78 area and breaks down from here. But it's tough to kind of short this one when it's like steadily grinding up, right? So you needed to wait for a key level. Maybe it's that 78 area, maybe 78.50. I know the range from Friday was like 78.50 to 80 really. You could have like built a trade idea around that. But yeah, AMD, I left this one alone this morning just because I was focusing. I like the thesis more on Baba there, and that still seems to be working for me. So I'm just adding to that now, being my best name on the day.
AMC being called out in the chat, so let's go take a look at AMC. I am seeing a little bit of a spike in volume compared to the lunchtime, which is a good thing. You want to see volume going up after lunchtime. AMC now up 1% on the day. Let's go, Amy. Amy getting closer to that $15 level, which we saw come into play on Friday with the high of $15.31. We also saw $15 come into play. I guess not 15, but $14.70 come into play on the day that I went long. You guys were pretty puzzled that Pratty Daddy even has a long key programmed on his computer. Usually, the long keys disappear from my keyboard. I only have the short keys to get into position. But, that day we did end up having a nice little trade on AMC to the long side. AMC today trying to go back to test that $15.10. Looks like it was a pre-market high. Let's see if we can do that successfully after, the market having a nice little bounce on it. NASDAQ right now showing me a rejection on the 5-minute candle candle near the 100-period EMA, especially after the last 5-minute candle was a nice green candle towards the north side. So expecting the market to do a little bit more of sideways action between the two EMAs over here, and then maybe pop to 12K, and then the rejection comes in after maybe 1220 or so, or maybe even 1260. Then we see some rejection coming into the market. There goes the S&P 500, NASDAQ trying to push north. So Microsoft shorts, be ready to punch out of your shorts in case you're holding any.
Yeah, and some people are saying take a look at the Amazon chart. Amazon C now is kind of breaking out of that range, maybe. I guess the upper resistance to that range is like 113.30, but now it's showing a little bit more strength above 113. Ever since it's broken above there, it hasn't really, kind of closed below. And it continues to grind higher, right? So, if the market is going to break out, I had a couple of shorts there, worked for a little bit, eventually got stopped out, and now I think, I'm probably wrong on that short idea. That being said, a lot of charts look similar today in the sense that, there was a big flush move in the morning, and then either like a slowly grind up or maybe like a consolidation to the upside. Amazon is still, succumbing to that same similar chart pattern, right? So maybe a bearish correction, call it that if you will, but either way, maybe no trading for now on Amazon. Trade what's working. If it's not broke, don't fix this sort of thing. That being said, I had a couple shorts, but now, gonna hang back a bit on Amazon and wait for it maybe to come towards this like 114 area, 114.50. If it really pops there, then, it's probably gonna be overbought at that point, and we can kind of short it to the downside there.
Someone mentioned Meta. Wow, Meta or something. Not sure why. Maybe because it popped up $1 from here. Yeah, I guess, Meta popped up. Still down 3% on the day, though. So Meta's still struggling over here. The chart's very similar to NASDAQ. I mean, why wouldn't it be if Meta's like 8-9% of NASDAQ? That's how much it is, right? Do you know how much Meta is?
Meta of NASDAQ?
Huh? Not that high? No? Let me quickly go over here. ETF.com. QQQ, Invesco, QQQ Trust. Yeah, there we go. Meta Platforms, where is Meta? Only 3.2. Yeah, so I was wrong. I thought it was 8 or so. Sean said, no, it's not that high. 3.2% of NASDAQ is Meta. Looks like Apple just keeps on going up. Last time I remember seeing Apple only being 10.9. Now we're at 12.68%.
It's held up more.
It's held up more? Okay, yeah. So Apple going up in the percentage and Microsoft staying relatively same as I remember seeing it.
It was funny because I was actually looking at like my long-term portfolio over the weekend. And like I haven't looked at it a long time because it's getting smoked like everything else. But the two best names that are actually holding it up quite a bit are Apple and Google. But Apple, being obviously one of the stronger names throughout the market, throughout this whole downturn, Apple has actually not gotten beat down as badly, not nearly as badly. No. So happy that I bought Apple back in the day there. I actually picked it up I think it was last year. Start picking up Apple.
Okay, big man, we get it. You got money and you decided to put it smartly.
It's not. Yeah, well, that's exactly. It's not that. It's not that I have tons of money or whatever.
Well, I decided to put it on Valorant and Fortnite. You decided to put it on stock market. Good job, smart man. Good job. You know what? My Fortnite account sells for 3K. Okay, what does your stock sell for?
Yeah, probably not 3K.
8K.
Whatever, man. My point was, guys, is that try to invest in good names that that you think won't go down as much, or that have a lot more relative strength in comparison to the rest of the market. You obviously could invest in things that have greater potential, that are going to move more, right? That maybe net you more in a short term. But for me, Apple was never a short term thing. It's something that I want to keep holding or keep adding to for a while.
Yeah, Sean said something similar to me. He's like, stop playing with these Cathy Wood stocks, these growth stocks. Go buy Apple. Apple's not going to lose 50% of its value
if you don't know what to buy either, Apple's a great place to start because, like you just said, it's not going to, exactly. You can't really go wrong. iPhones are always going to be there.
Man, as soon as an iPhone drops, you see a line outside the block with 13-year-old kids just waiting to buy the newest phone. So I get the hype behind it. I'm just an Android guy. So, Apple is like a little non-existent company for me. But that being said, it's one of the biggest companies. You got to own it on your portfolio, no matter how much you hate it. And that's why I own it. And I keep complaining about, it's kind of like the same feeling with Palantir and Ferrari. It's like, I don't like that Palantir is helping Ferrari, but I like Palantir. So I'm going to be buying Palantir. And speaking about Ferrari and Formula One, Carlos Sainz, baby, not the wrong car blew up. I needed the Red Bull to blow up, not the Ferrari.
Yeah, that was epic too. Like it really like kind of exploded and like started like blowing up from the inside and the fire. But man, the track marshals like they were slacking. I don't know if you saw like
they were pretty late on it.
Yeah, they were taking their sweet time bringing over the fire extinguisher. One guy actually brought over the fire extinguisher, put it on the ground, and then walked away. And I saw that. I was like, what is going on? Like help Carlos here. He's like gonna burn alive. But no, he got out safely, which was good.
But I think Brendo has something to say about that crash. Maybe he's shaking his head. Let's go to Brendo.
It's because they can't touch it. It's because the electricity hasn't been shut off. They get shocked if they do. So anyways, yeah, crazy race. Let's have a look at currencies here, guys. Big move for the dollar back to the upside. 0.9, in fact, for the DXY, all the way to 108 at this point. Crazy move. Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon on the show, by the way. Make sure you stick around for Frank. He'll give us his take on what to expect this week. We were talking about, with Frank on Friday, parity for the euro. It's basically there right now. This is 2002, June, in fact, of 2002, the last time it was trading where it is today. Almost parity for the euro. Just absolutely monstrous moves today. The British pound all the way back to 119, a full percent to the downside. Australia, New Zealand, big moves as well. 1.6 right now, 1.1 for New Zealand. Bitcoin, Ethereum following suit. Ugly day because of dollar strength, guys. Back over to you.
Nice move in the market. Yeah, so that 12K number that we were talking about finally coming into play, only a couple points away from there for the NASDAQ. I think we actually got like as close to even 5 or 6 points away from that 12K number. So MSFT clearly pushed up to my stop and took me out. So now just waiting to see if the 12K level can reject. Way better price positioning on Microsoft here. Final shot. Oh, did it take the stop again? It did take the stop. So we had like a 5-cent stop there just to play with the trade a little bit. So not much of a damage coming in. S&P 500 though, what a move on S&P 500 right now. Earlier Joseph was talking about the market popping and it wasn't popping. This is market popping. This is the market going from being down almost 1 full percent to only being down 0.5% for the S&P 500. NASDAQ, which was down 2 full percent, now 1.32. I see people in the chat talking about DJIA. I'm guessing you're talking about, let's go here. Yeah, on Amex, here's DJIA going green is what people, I guess it's going flat, not going green yet. No volume on DJIA over here. SPY on a roar. Yeah, indeed. S&P 500 on an absolute tear to the north side right now. Market moving very cleanly to the upside. Let's see if we can look for reloading on some of these shorts near higher days, or does the market really turn around? Look at Apple. Did 147 even come into play? Or was that a dark pull candle? Let me quickly go confirm that over here. No, 147 did not come in today. We have a high of 146.50, but clearly new high day for Apple.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at, man, what a ranging market. Like, it continues to range again and respect support levels and respect resistance levels. Maybe, come Wednesday, CPI data is going to drop at 8:30 in the morning. So the morning show will obviously cover that. But maybe some fireworks and some directional changes for the market that day. Going to keep that in mind for sure. I wanted to talk about Roblox. Someone mentioned a little bit further back there in the chat. Look at this 40 area on Roblox. I know that on Friday it broke out and showed a lot of strength, pushed all the way up to 44, but then closed near back like around 41 area, and now it's broken below 40 again, right? So same sort of thing that a lot of names have done today. Breaking below that pre-market support level and giving a solid flush move at the open. That's exactly what happened here at Roblox. Roblox has had a huge run up in the past, 3 weeks, it seems like. A huge run up to the upside, and now it's turning around this 40 area, right? So, giving a pullback here, I wouldn't say trend is done yet, because this is still a solid uptrend, still respecting the 50-day area there, but maybe getting a chance to give you some better entries as opposed to chasing the tops on Roblox. But yeah, overall down 7.5% today, so a solid pullback for the name.
Roblox, yeah, Roblox indeed did move quite a bit last week. I remember it moving to the north side quite a bit, and now sadly back to the downside goes Roblox with the help of the market, so I wouldn't be too surprised about that move. I'm looking at AMD right now at $78, man. Insane move on AMD, right back to the pre-market lows. Let's see some of the stocks that you guys in the chat are bringing up. HLBZ on NASDAQ, I believe. Penny stock, only 800,000 shares traded on a penny stock. Nothing too exciting, but here's the excitement part that made you bring it up, I guess, is the volume on the stock is starting to go up at the moment, and we just popped about 10 cents on a penny stock, so quite a bit of a move coming in for HLBZ. Not sure what the reason is, but having fun with the move for anyone who is invested on this position. Veru question mark. I know you were talking about Veru. Maybe Veru is just doing things that it's used to without a catalyst. Once again, up 10% over here. I didn't see anything in my morning prep for Veru, nor is it on our watch list. So not sure exactly why Veru is doing what it used to do back in the day. But I guess no complaints about that, right? We like seeing stocks move around. That way we get some opportunities to trade around with. And here's Veru trying to take out the high of the day and push towards that $15 level, only 20 pennies away from there with 8.4 million shares traded today. So let's go see what that is on a relative volume scale for Veru, 1.58. Anytime it's over 1, that's good enough for us, but I like to look for stocks with at least 2 or more. That being said, I am trading Microsoft, I am trading Apple, which are less than 1.
Someone said, can we take a quick look at Tesla? I know Luca talked about Tesla a little bit there before I came on. He was more so looking at today. What's interesting here is that on the daily, it would slowly kind of catch bids, have explosion days, right? So, consolidate for a day, another explosion day, right? All the way up to 760 there. Today, though, however, obviously, this has to do with the Twitter news. Down 5% today and testing closer to that $700 area again, right? So 750, obvious area for Tesla, but it rejected that area today, gave a decent flush move off of it as well. Man, it's kind of surprising because, Tesla looked like it was gearing up to just test 800 and blast right through it, but it looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit more patiently for that one. What else are you guys talking about? I've seen PLKT get mentioned a handful of times here. Let's bring up that one. I haven't really heard about it today. I guess it's New York. Is it?
Well, if it ain't NASDAQ.
Yeah. No, I know.
Is this the Lucas methodology being applied somewhere else? If it ain't short, go long. Well, if it ain't NASDAQ, it's New York or EMEX.
It's not. It's actually not.
PLTK, yeah, it is.
Or maybe I typed it in.
PLKT is what you're typing.
Yeah. What is it?
PLTK.
That's
PLTK.
You want to try bringing it up? Or?
Yeah, PLTK, NASDAQ.
Oh, PLTK. Oh, I saw here PLKT. Okay, that's why. Do you want to talk about it?
I talked about it earlier,
okay.
and PLTK was moving around quite a bit. We saw the volume spike coming in. Before that, the stock didn't really do anything. What was interesting is with that volume spike, we got rejected right off the opening drive candle at 930 right here. So that was pretty interesting to notice. We rejected off that, pushed right back to the lower days, and then we are now coming back to the high day. So not sure what exactly is happening on PLTK. Volume was in this candle right here, and then volume right back to being non-existent. So if nothing's really happening on the volume end for me, there's going to be almost no reason to take a trade on PLTK. I'm going to keep the stock on my watch list though, just in case, going into the end of lunchtime. Officially, lunchtime has ended 39 minutes ago, but in my mind, lunchtime doesn't end until 2 o'clock because I don't really see any volume, any markets doing anything fine until 2 o'clock. So when you actually get pushed into the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendo, maybe we see PLTK coming in with another volume spike and an actual catalyst that has some news bearing behind it to take advantage of. Right now, NIO short, which was one of my best shorts, or still is one of my best shorts on the day, number 1 stock on my board, NIO, currently only 34 pennies in the money. BABA flat, absolutely, and Microsoft short also absolutely flat. Someone wants me to take a look at ITRM. So let's go over to ITRM on NASDAQ. Another penny stock, but actually doing tons of volume. I like seeing penny stocks that are doing volume, not the ones without volume, right? So 133 million shares traded on this one today with a high of almost 50 pennies. Not really there yet. 46 pennies. Let's just say 47 pennies, rounded up to 47 pennies being the high a day on ITRM.
GME, I just kind of noticed, has some buying volume coming in, right? So it broke out above 130 now, and more buying coming in above it. So pushing a new high a day. I quickly looked at AMC as well, just to kind of see if they're kind of trending together. And I was trying to see like when it broke out, and you know it was around this area. So AMC not getting the same amount of buying volume coming in, but regardless, AMC is pushing towards these highs from the pre-market as well. I already talked about that 15-20 area being the high a day from Friday there, but I want to see it kind of push up towards there and show strength above there, and then you know maybe it can continue rallying. Not sure why GME. You know, a lot of buying just came in there, but this is a clear uptrend now, right? So it held VWAP nicely, so did AMC. And then, you know, same sort of range, like we were talking about playing that BABA range off VWAP. You could have played this range as well on GME or AMC, this VWAP range here, down at like 128, kind of buying those dips, using VWAP and obviously 128 to kind of protect your position, and then holding for this bigger move now that it's giving as it breaks out high a day and shows some buying momentum to the upside. The market looks like it is breaking out a bit more as well. So I want to take a look back at Amazon because I was trading that earlier. And now that's slowly grinded up, right? No, so now it's broken out that 113.30 area that I was kind of talking about. That's the top end of the range. But reason why I didn't like this short any longer was because it wasn't really giving decent pullbacks to the downside, right? So you see back here, like obviously, okay, first rejection gives you a solid pullback. The second, third, and fourth rejection actually gave you decent pullbacks down to 112.50 area, right? So I tried the short the first time, it worked nicely the way it's been working, but now it's just kind of slowly grinding up towards to the upside there, breaking out of the top end of this range. So now, for now, the short at least is kind of done, or that idea is kind of done.
Yeah, I'm just managing some positions over here as the market keeps on trying to test this 12K level, just trying to see if I can find buyers coming in or sellers coming in on the overall S&P 500 or on the overall NASDAQ market, sorry. But 12K did break. Here's your NASDAQ chart, NQU22CM. 12K did break, and we're waiting to see what exactly is coming into the market. It looks like we're not going to stick with that 12K break. So I'm going to jump into a small little position on the short side for the NASDAQ futures. But, you know, it's flirting with this 12K level here. We'll wait to see what happens exactly around these prices.
Now, I was just looking at this BABA position and seeing if I should add to it, how should I manage it kind of thing. Here's the thing, like the market is, you know, trending up. It's clearly, you know, getting a little bit of a breakout to the upside. That being said, 111 has still been respected pretty nicely on BABA. I'm hesitant to add to it just because, you know, if the market does continue to break up, maybe the 111, you know, gets reclaimed or whatever. That being said, you know, I don't mind it here. If it continues to reject this area, then, you know, we're still going to be living life in this short. I don't know if it's going to give the same sort of pullback that it has done. You know, I was just talking about the pullbacks on Amazon, how that's worked. You know, this is what, the third or fourth, fifth time that now it's tested 111. So maybe the fifth time is the charm, and maybe now it breaks out. But for now, it still seems to be working. So, you know, I'll stick in that one. It's basically at my price now. I'm basically flat on it, but it's only like 10% of my position, my original position. So I don't mind if I take the L on this one, since I've been, you know, scalping it out all day and taking the wins there. KSCP has halted. So let's take a quick look at that. NQ as it loads. Is it NQ or did I spell it wrong again? Oh, that's why. KSCP. There you go. So yeah, halted to the upside. There's like no volume traded on this like prior. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, Nightscope.
What's that?
This is Nightscope.
Nightscope?
Yeah, they make like robots and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know those security robots that walk around campuses in like some American universities?
No.
You never see those advertisements for Nightscope?
No.
That's crazy. All right.
I don't know. Do you want to talk about it then,
No,
since you
I
seem
was
to know about
just trying to explain to you what Nightscope is. I mean,
okay.
But yeah, go for it. You were looking.
No. So yeah, we'll keep that on the side screen. Just when it opens and whatnot, we'll cover it. Man, PLRX kind of getting a bid now too. Look at this. It's like for the longest time there. And I'm actually going to switch it to the 1 minute chart because I want to see the details of when this actually started to ramp up. So it was like consolidating, not doing too much around this what is it? 18 area, and then now it's testing 20, right? So up 125% on the day. I'm not sure what kind of caused this huge pump up here. The past literally 5 minutes, it's catching a huge bid, but it looks like it broke out 20 actually, and then wasn't able to hold above, right? So 20 is clearly a key level. That was where it kind of rejected in the morning there, but now we're kind of testing higher. So gonna keep an eye on this one as well.
Yeah, market just flirting around with this 12K level. I was 12 points in the money on the future short. Now basically about to be flat on the future short. It's just flirting around. Let it flirt around. Let it decide what it wants to do. And then if 12K actually breaks and taking the market with it, we'll most likely see some good longs coming in. But what excites me is NIO and BABA not really doing anything with this market move. They're not looking to go up at all. They're looking to stay down more maybe, especially because the move to the upside is not coming in. So that makes me happy on the shorts on that side. You saw me get right back into the Microsoft short, which is now 15 pennies in the money. And I'm basically doubling down on that short by also shorting the NASDAQ futures. So if that doesn't end up being good for me, that might just end up being a little tragic instead. That's not what we wanted to do for us. GME dipped to the 130 breakout price, says Neil Roberts in our chat. So let's go check out this 130 price. Yeah, look at that. We're actually coming down to 130 on GME, up 1.2% now on GME. Remember how I said I like to see some volume on this, at least 1 million shares? We're finally there. We're at 1.3 million shares traded on GME now after about an hour or so from the last time I said that. Let's see if 130 can hold. In my opinion, if market comes back down, 130 does not hold. There you go. 130 already gave out. Now we're looking for a possible retest of 129 or 128.50 to see if buyers are around there and then launch back up to the north side. Part of this move looks very duplicated from AMC to me, and yeah, it's a little bit of an AMC sympathy move.
Yeah, no, I was just going to talk about that, right? Like AMC has rejected this 1490-15 area, right?
I'm sorry, ringing the cash register to the shorts, baby, because the NASDAQ futures now 11 points in the money for the short side. Microsoft 30 points in the money for the downside. NIO still in the money, has been in the exact same spot it was earlier. And BABA, which was flat, is now pushing. So ring in the cash register, baby. Sorry, Ian, for cutting you off.
No, that's all good because I'm still in the BABA short, so that's not working again. But it's crazy how things can kind of just turn that quickly, right? So, the market is giving a little bit of a pullback here. And then, obviously Brad said he was flat, and now he's like 12 points in the money. So I was flat on BABA, and, I was quickly more than 10 cents in the money on that one. What I was going to say about AMC is that it rejected this 1490 area where it got the flush move off of this morning, right? So, GME and AMC trading in sympathy. And I was also going to say, this is why I'm hesitant to buy dips around breakout areas on GME as opposed to just catching the breakout the first time. I'd rather just catch the breakout the first time because it's a new area. It's undiscovered, this price area here. So, the breakout can be good. And the 130 breakout was very good, right? You were quickly in the money, like 75 cents. If you were patient with it, you could have got $1.50 on the winner.
Was it very good though?
Was funny, very funny, very funny. But yeah, I guess it was very good. But yeah, no, eventually, crept back down to 130, and now it's testing below. If you buy this dip, like, you got a risk off of here, like 128 essentially, right? So no longer do we like this R&R, and that's why we're kind of leaving this trade alone.
Yeah, no good RRR means no good trade for me. Absolutely not worth my time and my emotional capital to stress out about that trade. Better trades to stress out about. Actually, better trades to not take any stress about and actually let the levels play themselves out within themselves over there. Are you playing Tarkov today?
Maybe not today.
Maybe not today.
Maybe not today.
See what having a girlfriend does to you. See what having responsibilities does to you. See, man, this is why my life is so much easier. All my responsibilities are go home, walk my dog, clean my house, and then I can do whatever the heck I want. I love my life, man. I love my life. No risk, no Rari. Yeah, no risk, no Rari for sure. You got to put some capital to risk at the end of the day. Or you're driving those Toyota Camrys. Maybe nothing wrong with Camry. What's wrong with that, though, man? But you're taking public transit like me. Hey, man, I own a Camry. I'm allowed to diss it. Okay? I used to drive around a Camry, and I used to whip it like a Maserati, and this is why I don't own it anymore.
Someone said thoughts on Twitter. I wanted to talk more of like a bigger scale or like a swing trade potential for Twitter, or what levels I'm looking for to the downside. So, down 9% today, getting close to triggering SSR potentially. The trade or the level that I'm most interested in is 32 on Twitter, because look at this, how it's held support back in January, at the beginning of the year, again in February, and then again in March, right? So these are brand new levels around this 32 area. It hasn't really been here before. It looks like it's gonna test that. It's basically imminent now that the big down day today and not really catching support. If we look through the intraday chart, it's just been slowly grinding down, right? So it held up above 34 for a bit there, eventually broke down, and that was the move that I was looking for. I wish I would have held a piece there for the longer or for the bigger move, but it is what it is. But now, now it's consolidating below there and showing more weakness. So steadily, I believe it, it's probably gonna grind towards that 32 area, and that's probably where I'm going to be trading it next.
Yeah, I like that call out. Just waiting to see if SSR will be triggered on Twitter or will it not be triggered. KSCP climbing still. So this is Nightscope. Ian was trying to talk about that. Nightscope is just your robotics company, and I'm very bullish about robotics personally. In the future, I believe a lot of the mundane jobs will be taken over by robotics. Now if you want to see that as a sad thing or a good thing, that's depending on you and politics and whatnot. I'm just looking at how I see the future based on, my little sci-fi movies or my cartoons or whatever it is. I see robotics being a big part of our mankind in the near future. So Nightscope, around these $3 prices, I don't know if those $3 prices are good. I don't know if Nightscope will be the go-to brand in the future, but I'll have my eyes very glued to this sector for sure. Today up 16 almost 17% over here, playing with the high a day. One thing that stands out is this iceberg order, or at least looks like an iceberg order, at $3.80. Every time we go to 380, they take the fills, but we're not able to go too far to the downside. Now there's a battle coming in at 376. There we go. The battle at 376, order putting in at 376 completely wiped out the order at 380, because the person's idea is if he was to take the 2K orders long at 380, he has that to 375 to depend on, to punch out on in case that size is legitimate. So they wiped that level out, they took that long, and their risk is 5 cents to the downside. That is front running size 101 right there, just shown to you right off of reading a book. You saw 75 come in with size, and you saw 80 get wiped out.
Yeah, and then now look at it, it's right back below that 80-cent area again, right? So as Pat was talking about that, I was thinking like, should I take this breakout? Should I take this breakout? During this time of day, the breakout's probably not going to be that great. It looks like what happened was it broke out, and then now look, it's flushing, right? So it broke out. It seems like some bigger fish used that liquidity to get out of their longs. Essentially, that's exactly what they did, right? Because there was the quick blast through to 90, and then the quick flush move below 80 again, right? So if you're kind of buying those dips again, as it's flushing back towards that 80 area, you're getting burnt now, because now it's getting flushed, right? So I think what happened was some bigger positions liquidated there, and then used that volume spike to kind of get out of their positions, right? So that's exactly what happened. We'll keep a tab on this one, but for now it seems like it's flushing off that 380 iceberg, that 380 size that we kind of spotted. I want to talk about Veru again, because that broke out $15, and that was a decent breakout. I mean, like, it gives you like 10-15 cents on the move there. That being said, though, and I know I've said that so many times, that's kind of like the catchphrase right now. This $15 level is such a recycled level, man. Like, just looking at the daily, it comes up to there, flushes back below, like chops back around it. It makes me less inclined to want to take a $15 break or something like that on Beru. Even though it is up today, 13%, obviously showing super strength today. But since the level has been so recycled, reused, and abused back and forth, the breakout on it is probably not going to be that great, right? I talked about being new levels, new price discovery areas. For Veru, the 15 area has already been discovered time and time again.
Market moving back up north in a pretty good way. Baba almost giving me all my fills that I want for the day here. NASDAQ above 12K one more time. So here's NQ chart, NQ/U22CM. Here's your NQ chart pushing right back above 12K and actually finding some support around the 100 period EMA. Makes me a little bit more question now on the short side. But that being said, bear Pratt, I'm gonna keep trying the shorts a little bit longer until the market really turns around for me. S&P 500 now only down 0.5% on the day compared to being down 1 full percent on the day, which is what we're used to seeing, or at least which is what we saw to begin the day with. So market still rejecting 12K though for NASDAQ, which is what we're leaning on right now. And this is also the trade that Neil and Sean gave you off the open. They said, watch for the market to whip right back to 12K and test the 12K. You saw it happen for the rest of the day ever since they threw on the show to us. So free trades being offered to you on a daily basis, 8:30 till 4 o'clock. All we ask from you is to smash that like, smash that subscribe. You want to do the YouTube
Yeah,
spiel?
no, on that note, I was just getting ready to do it because I noticed that we only have a few minutes left here on the midday show. But thank you guys, for watching us and, supporting us the whole time as we kind of bring these trade ideas to you. But today, right now, we have 2.1K likes, 3,500 people watching. Let's smash that like button one more time if you haven't already. And, get these likes a little bit of a bump before we pass you guys on to the closing show there. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you guys get notifications every time we post videos. We post videos quite a bit. Obviously, all the live streams during the day. We live stream from 8:30 to 4 every day. We do pre-market videos as well, but also, launch a bunch of videos on the weekend, some educational content, right? So over this past weekend, we did some recession videos as well. You see here, I actually watched them as well. So you know what? Take a browse around and take a look. We have so much content to offer, but as always, we thank you for your continued support.
That's pretty cool that you watch them, and this goes to show, even traders such as Ian
it's
take
crazy
advantage
because
of it.
it's crazy because even me, obviously, I'm on the show, I work for the show, whatever. I'm still a fan of the show. I still like watching the show and still love the content that we produce, right? So I always kind of watch it. In that sense, thank you, Octavius, for the super chat. I'm assuming you're Canadian, so you know what?
Why?
Because you pass in Canadian dollars there. But thank you so much for the super chat.
Currently, our shorts are working for us again. Microsoft short, 32 cents in the money. Baba, 2 pennies in the money. Let's go, Baba, 2 pennies, baby. And
Baba's
NIO
been doing nothing the whole time. Did you add to it there?
I've been adding. I've been adding
it's
to
literally
it.
been doing nothing the whole time. And I can kind of talk about it here because as the market has been kind of grinding up, breaking out a bit, Baba has not been doing the same, right? Baba is still respecting the 111, right? Not necessarily giving you the nice pullback moves that it was giving you earlier that we were kind of scalping off of, that Prad's been scalping off of all day. But you know what? If it does pull back, if the market does pull back here, you can see Baba, I'm assuming Baba's probably going to accelerate to the downside and give a bigger move again, right? So for now, I'm holding on to that. I did tighten my stop up a little bit, but for now, it seems to be doing nothing, so no stress.
Yeah, my stops are for sure tight on Baba. It doesn't change. That 1120 level will stay true to me, and if it does go past that, we take that loss and move on. But thankfully, our money continues to keep on flowing into our pocket as we happen to be on the right side of the market for the most part. Let's see if this market, which seems to want us to turn around, which could easily do so, burn us shorts and make us go fish, right? So be very careful. Make sure you're using your stops at appropriate levels, obviously, and take advantage of the moves that the markets are giving you today. One of that just happens to be BABA and NIO. Anybody got any speculations on the CPI? I personally don't. I like to just wait for those numbers to come out and then trade them. I think that drops at what, 8:30?
8:30 a.m.
8:30 a.m. So I'll just have to wait for it to drop and then trade off of those numbers. I don't like to really do the predicting stuff. And last but not least here, as we have the last few seconds, SM Fan, would you buy Tesla puts? Thanks. It depends on really your risk tolerance, and with options, thankfully you don't have to risk more than the premium that you're putting to risk over there. I personally do think the market is still bearish, so yeah, Tesla puts does sound like the right direction. That would obviously you have to take a grain of salt with that statement, because none of us here are option traders. We do not trade options. We trade equities on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, exactly. I would just, manage your risk on that one and know what the range is, right? So, the market's been ranging, and know where you're going to be wrong if you are going to go in with that. You know what? It's just about time for us to kind of end the midday show here and pass it on to Sean, Neil, and Brendan for the closing show. But thanks, guys, always. It's been a pleasure. And, stay profitable the rest of the day, and good luck.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, a couple hours left on a Monday, Red Monday. Unfortunately, back to the downside we go here as we get into a pretty important week, as we were discussing. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, earnings, obviously the big one coming up. We get the next reading on inflation coming up as well on Wednesday, which will be a big market-moving event. We are in a bit of a holding pattern, it would appear. Anyways, until then, the market is trying to bounce off of day lows, but still, as I said, in negative territory with now under a couple of hours to go. It has been a pretty choppy session, but we are seeing a little